So here you go. This is Emilie C., my new bestie.
I hate the idea that someone out there hates me. I even hate thinking that Al-Qaeda hates me. I think if they got to know me, they wouldn't hate me.
This stole the show. Emilie C. was phenomenal.
There's something you need to know.
What?
You're doing great.
Look at my baby. Here she is. Emilie. 10 out of 10. Huge fan.
I see Emilie C says 123. I trust her. She's really good.
Listen, Turtle, you gotta watch your language. You gotta watch your language. I'm already live. So you need to follow the FCC guidelines.
She destroyed, left nothing in her path. It was so good.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much to everybody for being here for our second fundraiser to raise money and awareness for Adam Deitch, who we are going to make the next district attorney of Norfolk County. There is nobody I would rather be alongside this fight for than my good friend, Mizzy. Welcome. You're muted. Wait, you're muted. Nope. You're still muted. Mizzy, can you hear me?
Sorry, I turned the mic off.
We're off to a great start, you guys. We've just spent 10 minutes having technical difficulties, and now you can see why.
Woo! I am Mizzy, and I'm a mixed girl in a mixed up world. That's my channel that I cover Sandra Birchmore on. But today we're here to raise some money for Adam Deitch's campaign. We have two objectives today. The first one is to inform the people of Norfolk County that they need to elect Adam Deitch. And the second is to raise as much money as we possibly can today. We need to keep this going. We're at the home stretch. We have 3 weeks left, and we need to make sure that we're supporting Adam Deitch and we're telling as many people as we possibly can about the campaign.
Yeah, the election, everybody, is September 1st. We are in the home stretch. And the really exciting part about that is that we're at the point where every donation that you all make today goes directly to reaching voters. So it's not like hiring people. It's not like getting the team in place and getting the campaign office situated. This is 100% of your donations are going to go today to reaching voters. I created a little graphic. For anybody out there, I like to kind of know where my donations are going. So I created this so that you all can know. So $25 will fund 5 yard signs. And anybody who knows, I am very obsessed with yard signs right now because there's no polling. So it kind of feels like to me the only way to know where the support is. $50 funds 250 palm cards, which I'm assuming are something like these mailers. I'm not entirely sure though, but 250 of them seems like a good way to reach people. $100 gets mail to 135 voters. $250 funds a week of the gas that it takes for Adam to get all around the county to meet new voters. And $500 funds a half a day of digital advertising. And then $1,000 reaches an entire town through the mail. So let's see what we can do today. The other thing that we wanted to make sure of today, we want this to be a stream where we're not just kind of talking in our echo chamber of people who already are invested in this and involved. We love you guys. We're so happy you're here. You're going to love it today. We have a great lineup, but we also want to try to reach more voters who maybe don't even know what's been going on in Norfolk County and are going to have their minds a little bit destroyed today in a good way, because here is Adam Deitch to fix everything for us. Is there anything you wanted to add before we?
Well, I don't think you said it. You have a special announcement about a donation match.
Yeah. So when we get our first $500, we already have a $500 match waiting for that first 500. So once we get to 500, we're going to be right up to 1,000 right away. And the way we're going to know that is we have the one and only Mazza Media helping us today keep track of our donations. He's bringing a little bit of his Mazza magic. And I would like to bring him up right now to say thank you. Hey, Mazza.
How you guys doing?
Great.
Thank you so much. You did a great job last time. And you were the only guy that we had part of our team last time. And you did such an amazing job.
Thank you so much, Mizzy. You guys have been awesome. And Mizzy, again, you've been carrying that torch for Sandra Birchmore at a social media facing and even a public facing level for so long. And you've just been doing great work, Mizzy. And it's again, as someone like yourself that's involved in, like Emilie as well, involved in just fighting for people, fighting for justice. I think that you've done an incredible above and beyond job for Sandra Birchmore. And it's just been, like I said on my show earlier, I'll keep it brief, but this election represents the completion of what we need to do to really honor Sandra Birchmore, Karen Reed, Aidan Carney, and so many others that have faced injustices in Norfolk County to the highest level. And I think that needs to be done at the DA's office level. And that starts by electing a candidate like Adam Deitch that has the vision and again, that attitude about making change and changing the way things were and bringing them to a new level, because things need to change in Norfolk County.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that compliment. It came from your heart, and I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Really do. Thank you.
And you guys, Mazza is going to be back later. We're expecting some really phenomenal Mazza rants a little bit later, but we wanted to just bring you on right now to thank you for keeping track of all the donations and for your support for Adam Deitch.
Emilie and Mizzy, thank you guys so much. I look forward to being back on this show later in the live, and all the best to you guys. Raise a lot of money, and everyone please donate today. And the links are, I think they're pinned to the chat, right?
Yes. Yeah. Hopefully. Who knows with me and technology these days. Thanks, Mazza.
Thank you both. All right. Best of luck.
Before we bring our next guest on, we do have to mention about campaign finances. You have to be a U.S. citizen to donate to Adam Deitch, and you cannot donate more than $1,000. So we appreciate anybody who's watching us from across the world, but unfortunately you cannot donate. But you could share the stream, and you could tell people about Adam Deitch, share his information on your social media. That helps a lot.
Yeah, you never know. You might think I don't know anybody in Norfolk County, and little do you know, that random college friend that lived down the hall freshman year who you're somehow still connected to on Facebook just moved here to Norfolk County, and they don't know anything that's going on, and they're bored today on a beautiful day, and they're looking for something to do, and then you post a link, they vote, and there you go. I wanted to,
especially with the Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore cases being so big. And they're watched around the world. There is a connection with a lot of people who might have got to know somebody from across the pond, and them sharing it does reach out to people in Norfolk County.
And it also, Ellen right here just said full support from Denmark. It also just means a lot. There is a very cool feeling to be here in Norfolk County right now and really feel like the eyes of the world are on us, and that you are all united with us and invested in bringing Adam Deitch and the change that he's going to bring to this DA's office, the much needed change we will find out in a minute.
Yes.
And it really does mean a lot. Also, you guys in the chat right now, you guys can help us today, because I know that those questions are going to come up again and again as we go through the day and people come in and out. If you can help us answer those questions, I'm not going to be able to watch the chat the whole day. The other thing that you can pass along to anybody who might be asking, the election is September 1st. And what might be confusing is it's a Democratic primary election. So it's not the general election, but it is the election that's going to decide this district attorney. There is an independent running. I guess I shouldn't count him out. But this election is going to decide the Democratic candidate who is most likely going to go on to win the general election. And that means that this is not an election that is open to registered Republican voters. However, you have a few more days if you are a registered Republican in Massachusetts to change your enrollment to unenrolled. And that's basically like Massachusetts' version of independent. And then you can vote in this election. And then you can vote for whoever you want in the general election. That's not along party lines. But we have a very special guest backstage right now, and I don't want to waste any of her time. And Mizzy, would you like to introduce Barb to everyone?
Yes. This is my fellow co-founder of the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group. She is Sandra Birchmore's cousin, and she is like the yin to my yang. And overall, just an amazing person. And her fight for justice for Sandra has been amazing, and it's been such a help to me. And her and I talk every day, all day. So it's a Saturday. It's usually my day off, so it's good for her and I to have a conversation face to face. Welcome, Barb, Sandra's cousin.
Hello.
Hello.
I can't hear you. Are you talking? You're on mute. You guys, technical difficulties. This is the theme of the day. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play your guys' commercial so that everybody can get a quick window into who you guys are, and then the mic will be fixed. I just believe in us.
Barbara Wright, and I was Sandra Birchmore's cousin.
My name is Melissa Berry, and I'm seeking justice for Sandra Birchmore.
The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has not delivered justice. They've denied justice for Sandra Birchmore.
To me, they were treating her like garbage. They were tossing her away.
I am supporting Adam Deitch for District Attorney because I feel he's got the background and the know-how to make the changes that we need in Norfolk County.
I am supporting Adam Deitch because I believe he will get justice for Sandra Birchmore.
I love that so much.
Okay,
let's see. Can we? Yes, perfect.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Welcome. Barb, for anybody who might be tuning in and is brand new to all of this mayhem in Norfolk County, can you tell us a little bit about Sandra's story and who she was and how the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has failed her and you?
Where do I start?
You can start with
who
Sandra was.
Oh, yeah, Sandra was a wonderful young lady. We were cousins, but we were also very good friends. And she helped me out through a very difficult time in my life. I was living in Seattle by myself and dealing with a lot of things. And she was there for me at every turn. She was amazing. And I was in Seattle when I found out what happened to Sandra, and it was devastating. And from the very beginning, when I heard the word that she had self-exited, I don't know what I can say on here, but I self-exited, I was like, no, not even for a second. No. She was so excited about her life and what was coming up in her life and becoming a mom and all that. She was just so excited. And I knew right away something wasn't right.
And so then what did you do? So you find out the news that this has happened, and what do you do next when like you're sure that the conclusions that you're being told are not actually what happened?
Besides having an argument with some family members who I can't mention right now, who didn't believe me, I went online like we all do and started looking for people to talk to. And one of the people that came up was Mizzy. And I'm like, who is this person? What does she want?
Tell them about my paint, my photo.
Her Facebook photo, what it was from, I guess it was from a concert she went to, and she had to go in costume, in like gory costume, and she had like red fake blood on her face and everything. I'm like, who is this person?
I thought you were going to say it was like Mizzy with like justice, and like you knew that she was the person who was going to find justice.
No, so I said,
I'm just like this, holding blood in my hand. So yeah.
So I'm like, I'm just going to sleep on this. So like I usually do when I have a problem, I pray on it, I sleep on it. I got up the next day and I said, you know what? I need help. As someone who's willing to reach out to me, I'm going to find out what this is all about. So I contacted her. And
can I add something to it?
Absolutely.
I went through all the photos on Sandra's page that I could see, because her page was kind of locked, and sometimes you could see some photos.
Mm-hmm.
And actually I was able to see a good amount, and I messaged every person in the photos, and Barb is the only one who got back to me. So we've always said it's kind of been meant to be. Sandra kind of pushed us together, so we could get things rolling.
Yeah. And so just to kind of fill everybody in, this was the problem started on day one. There was not a full investigation into what happened to Sandra from like the minute that the Massachusetts State Police walked into her apartment. Am I correct on that?
Yes. Yeah.
I actually want to say, I think it started when Lank walked into that apartment. The patrolmen, they just walked into this horrific scene, and, I could see why they would assume it was an unaliving, self-unaliving. But once the supervisors got there, I think that's when it started. And then the Massachusetts State Police came in and took over in a sense.
Yeah, that's exactly how it went.
And it started to become very clear. There's surveillance video of Matthew Farwell entering her apartment and leaving before her cell phone stops moving for the last time. And still to this day, Matthew Farwell does not face any state charges. So can you explain now kind of where the case is at on the federal level?
Well, the feds came in and did what the state should have. It was an incomplete investigation from the get-go. And the fact that if you look at Matthew Farwell, who had been a detective for 3 years, he did a real sloppy job of covering up what he did. And I don't think he really cared that he thought that he had to. I really do believe that he knew it was going to get covered up. I don't know how far this goes, what's going to come out. Can't wait for the trial. Can't wait to see what's going to happen. But Mizzy has always said that Sandra was the tip of the iceberg. I think we're going to find out a lot more. But he really, the way he walked in there, he looked right at the camera. It was almost like he didn't feel like he had to hide a thing. He could just go in and do what he wanted to do and leave. I don't know. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at that video, and every time I look at it, I'm just disgusted by it.
And the way he walks in all hunched down and how he comes out, if you look at the difference in his body language, because the way walking in, he was, skulking in, trying to hide who he is. But when he walks out pretty quickly and glances up at that camera, like all the weight is off his
standing tall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite proud of what he did.
I feel like the process of Norfolk County District Attorney's Office dropping the ball and then the feds coming in to clean up the mess is kind of like symbolic of what we're hoping Adam Deitch does, coming in from his role as a federal prosecutor, leaving that job to come in and fix Norfolk County. I'm curious, Barb, from you about how you made the decision to endorse Adam Deitch and to support him in your personal capacity, to endorse him on the Justice for Sandra Birchmore level, and what that process was of evaluating the candidates and how you decided on Adam.
Well, I looked at a lot of them, all of them actually, and I went into his background. I was very impressed by the fact that he worked with the Innocence Project. I've been interested in that for such a long time. Yeah. And it wasn't like overnight that I was going to endorse him. It was something that took time. I've gotten to know him and his team over time, and you can tell he is genuinely concerned about Norfolk County, and in particular Sandra and John's cases and other ones as well. And one thing that stands out to me is whenever he does an interview, he mentions Sandra, and he says that he thinks about her every day, which is my reality. I think about her constantly, you know, and you know, the sign of a good investigator, because I think deep inside he's an investigator more so than just than all the other things, is when they see someone like Sandra, they can't get them out of their head until they get justice for them. And I feel that way with him.
I agree. And it was also a collective. We all spoke, myself, Barb, and Annie, one of our other higher ups, I guess you would say. I call her like the logistic queen, because she makes sure Barb and I get to where we got to go, and she has all this, you know, has all the signs, and is just an amazing friend in general. But you know, I first started, I wrote a letter for them to like look at, and we as a group edited the letter, and we sent it to, once we figured out, got down to the final edit, you know, we sent it to Adam's group, and they contacted us pretty fast. And what touched me, and I think it touched Barb too, is, you know, we got one of his team members, I believe it was Katie, and then Adam replied too. So it was, you know, he didn't have to do that. He's running all around the county, but he made sure he replied. And, you know, I don't want to go too much into our meetings and stuff like that, but, you know, our first meeting, he was very busy that day. He had just found out that he was at the State House with his signature. Right. Yep. And he came on and for a little while to talk to us, and he was so excited about, you know, through the signatures. I was like, make a video and put it out, you know.
He got his name on the ballot. He was very excited. Yeah, he got
so we got to speak to him for a little while. So that was nice too, because it made sure that it made me realize, I'm just speaking for myself, that, you know, we picked the right person, because he cared enough in the middle of his busy day to pop on for the meeting, because we were only supposed to talk to Andrew. So I
think that your endorsement for me, it means a lot, because, you know, we're voters, and we're like people living in this county, and we're following along with these cases, and we see this injustice. But really, I can like kind of turn it off at any time and be like, okay, I don't really feel like following this race anymore. I don't really feel like following local politics anymore. And instead, for you, this is your livelihood. This is everything that you, like you said, wake up every day thinking about. And for you to say that Adam Deitch is the person that you trust to take over, like part of the burden that you've been carrying, it means a lot for my vote. And I hope that other people out there kind of feel that too. And Mazza just gave us an update that we are already at $871. You guys are amazing.
Oh, guys, good job. Tell your
that means you're ready for a $500 match.
Yep. Wow.
That's amazing.
You guys are awesome. The other thing for me when it came to Adam, I'm such a like vocal person, and I felt like he changed the energy of the campaign season. And when he stepped in, to me, I in my head, it's like he metaphorically kicked the door in and said, I am here. This is what my plans are. I can fix it. I know a lot behind the scenes of what was going on and some of what needs to be fixed, but I want to get in there and, you know, put my hands to work and clean up Norfolk County. You know, we had done, you know, we did Sandra Birchmore standouts in front of Morrissey's office, and we also did Stronger Together standouts with Free Care Read and also Just en Route. And not once did anybody come out and try to talk to us. Like, obviously we knew Morrissey wasn't going to come out, but somebody, you know, they never gave us the time of day. So that's why, again, going back to Adam, he gave us the time of day. He gave it, it wasn't just his team talking to us. He gave us the time of day, and that meant a lot.
Right. Right. And if you see Adam sitting in a group, in a forum, all the other candidates will get up and say, I did this, I did that, I did this. And they talk about all the things they did. Adam gets up and he says, Norfolk County, this happened in Norfolk County and this has to happen. He talks about people. He talks about what he can do for people, not what he's done. And that's what we need to hear right now. We need to hear, we need someone with a definite plan and with aspirations. It's not that we don't care what they did in the past, but we want to hear what they're going to do once they're in office. That's what means the most. That's what's going to get what we're voting for. We're not voting because we like their past, and it's not about him. It's about us. He's always talking about other people and what he can do for others. That means a lot to me.
I agree. And I think that his past only adds to why he is the right candidate at this moment. I feel like there are times where, so I've gone to 2 of the forums now where all of the candidates are kind of answering the same question. And it feels like there are a couple of strong candidates in terms of like, you would make a good district attorney generally, but that Adam is specifically kind of molded for this moment with his work in Norfolk County and the way he's kind of studied corruption and prosecuted corruption in Norfolk County, and really understands like the underbelly of why somebody like Matthew Farwell felt so confident that he was going to be able to get away with taking Sandra's life and the life of her unborn baby. Because,
and in particular, Stoughton, not to interrupt, but he
no, please
interrupt corruption in Stoughton. So yeah.
Sorry, just checking our page because it's been a little wild.
Yeah, the trolls are out in full force today.
Yeah.
Typical Saturday.
Hi, trolls. Hi, trolls.
Better to do. They sit on the beach and
just troll their phone and come to
stick the sand in our faces.
Yes, and come to a girl who was abused and sexualized and ended up being murdered. It's like, you're sick if you're going to come to our page and troll.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I really do think for like to speak on kind of like the hate that people are carrying about everything that's been going on in Norfolk County, like Barb is somebody for you all out there to like look at and listen to. This is a tragedy in her family that still doesn't have a resolution because of what's been going on in this district attorney's office. This is not a game for you, Barb. I mean, it's not a game for anybody, but this is your life, and you are somebody that I think is really important to listen to in this moment, beyond the like social media back and forth and the name calling and the like anonymous accounts. Like, this is real for you.
Oh, there isn't a day that goes by that I don't cry for Sandra. There isn't a day that goes by. And her baby, her unborn child. I mean, it's
late at night it gets me,
Yes, in the middle of the night. That's 3 a.m. when I'm sitting up going, oh, why did this have to happen?
Right.
Yeah. And also, like, Barb has been, at the beginning, Barb was more behind the scenes because of, it was asked for her to do that.
Yeah.
And it was great to start to bring her, come on this show with me, do this with me. And now it's like she walks out after his hearings and she just takes, slays the media. And they're like, they all know her name, and it's just funny to watch. The first time
I have some favorites too.
The first time it happened, she was like, Mizzy, come with me. And I was like, just trying to get my phone and get my stuff together.
She's pushing me.
She's already walking towards the press. So I was like, oh crap. And I got out there as fast as I can. And now it's like, I was smiling the whole time because I could step back and I didn't have to be the one speaking. It was a family member speaking. And it's fun to watch.
Oh, that's nice.
And I'm so proud of you for doing that, because it's not easy to put yourself out there in that way. And it really, I feel like you got to take a little bit of the power back that was taken from Sandra and that was taken from your family. And you get to own that now. And you get to be the one controlling the narrative and sharing her story and correcting the record when people are wrong and telling us who Sandra really was. Can you tell us a little bit about her and just what kind of person she was?
She was feisty, and she was very, very smart, extremely smart, but she was very feisty. I mean, my first encounter with her was when she was about 7 years old at a family cookout, and I called her Sandy. And she stood there and she put her fists up in the air and she stomped her feet and she said, "Don't call me Sandy." And she walked away in a huff. And I'm like, what was that? she
so
would fight for
almost
others,
like
too.
she wouldn't like another candidate calling her Sandra when he
Or
talks
Sarah.
about her.
Sarah.
Yes. Yeah, Sarah or whatever. Yeah, no, she would not like that at all. But she would fight for others too. There were a couple of different incidences where she saw things happening and stood up for people. And her Facebook page, I mean, you imagine the Facebook page of a 20-something-year-old being full of selfies and you know, all these different. Hers, it looks like a public service announcement. It's that this street is closed tomorrow. Don't go down this. This place, you know, and during COVID too, like this place is open. Wear your masks. And sadly enough, a lot of it was pictures from local police departments of different police officers who did heroic things, fundraisers for police officers who were injured. And I mean, it blows your mind when you look at it. Yeah. She was like that kind of person. Just
like Barb says, there's a few incidences where she really stood up, like a friend she brought into the police to help her do a police report. And I mean, like, she just marched in. She wasn't afraid. There was a robbery at a store that had a Dunkin' Donuts where her aunt worked. And she was visiting her, and she saw the crime committed. And she was like, you know, most people will leave so they don't have to write a report. She's like, no, I want to write a report. And yes, guys.
Wow.
She was just that kind of person, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sad that I didn't get to meet her. I met her through her death, and I had to get to know her from people like Barb and other family and friends, and getting little tidbits.
There's so many layers to her story that are just such a tragedy. And one that you just mentioned was how much she revered the police and how she really, like, she joined the Police Explorers program because she wanted to become a police officer. Is that correct? Am I correct on that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us a little about her relationship with, like, her not relationship, her feelings about the police and how that kind of contributes to the tragedy?
Well, I think the connection is her main male role model was my Uncle Jerry, that was her grandfather, Jerry, and he was in the military. And I think she wanted to wear a uniform, whether it be military, police, whatever. She wanted to have and be in that kind of a position of authority and where she could help other people. And when she joined the service, she actually ended up having to leave because of her asthma, because she had really bad asthma. And her mother did too. Her mother had terrible asthma. But I think she really wanted to be a police officer. And again, going back to her page, she was posting like quotes from Dartmouth police. Because I think she did, I might be wrong, but I think she did a short stint with the Dartmouth police, maybe like a part-time thing or something. I don't remember correctly. I can't remember that, but she looked up to them, you know, and she joined.
They failed her.
They failed her, and she joined at a very bad time because actually she met Matthew Fowler at a very bad time because she had just lost her grandfather like a month after she joined the Explorers. So she was at a very low point in her life. She was also being mercilessly bullied at school. They made fun of her because she was always so small and she didn't have anyone to stand up for her. She didn't have any siblings or a big brother to send after people. It was just her mom who was disabled. And so the kids just kind of picked on her mercilessly. So to have a cop standing up for you. I mean, that must have been like in her eyes an answer to a prayer. I mean,
Yeah.
really was the
He was
opposite.
her hero.
Mm-hmm.
In a sense.
Exactly. Yeah.
You have been so generous with your time and with your stories about Sandra. Before we let you go, if you will indulge us, I have a special guest that I would like to bring up with us. Introducing everybody, Adam Deitch.
There he is.
Hi, Emilie. Hi, Barb. Hi, Mizzy.
Hi.
Hi, Adam. Welcome.
Emily, thank you so much for doing this, Barb and Mizzy. It's great to see your faces.
Yes, it's good to see you again.
I can't thank you guys. I mean, each of you is doing so much for what we're trying to do here, and I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it, from the kind words to the endorsements to the, obviously, this fundraiser. At the end of the day, I've never run for office before, and putting together this campaign has been, a unique challenge. And I don't know that I could have done it. I don't know that we could have come this far without your support. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Happy to help.
A few years ago, I didn't know who our district attorney was or what a district attorney did. So it's unfortunate that I now learned through this way, but if I'm going to learn and have to figure this out, there is nobody better for us to support than you, and I'm really happy to be able to do this for you.
I mean, it's funny. I now have had literally thousands of conversations over the last 8-9 months with people around Norfolk County, and the number of people who are not as high information as you guys are, but who start in the same place, do not know that DA is even an elected position, don't know who the DA is, despite what's been going on over the past few years, and certainly don't know what the DA does. That's the majority of people. It's the majority even of voters. And so one of the biggest challenges has been just educating voters on why the DA's office is so important. And I've said before, it almost doesn't matter who the elected DA is. It shouldn't. But on the day that you need your DA's office, what matters is, because it's usually one of the worst days of somebody's life. Either you or a family member has been the victim of a horrible crime, or you or a family member has been pulled over or arrested and charged with a crime. And no matter what side of the case you're on, what matters is that the people you're dealing with at the DA's office are competent and trustworthy and professional, and I've said this before, most of all, that they treat everyone the same, no matter who you know or who you're connected to. Right. And I know and your audience, Emilie, knows more than most, better than most. That's not what we've had from this DA's office for years. And it's certainly a theme in Sandra's case, where the DA's office, again, I'm preaching to the choir here, but it's like they didn't conduct any kind of investigation at all. And but for your voices, your advocacy, and then ultimately federal intervention, but for all of that, the DA's office, I think to this day, still would toe the party line that Sandra died by suicide, and that's what it would remain, but for everything that you guys have done, and but for the federal government coming in. And not only that, Matthew Farwell would be walking around the streets of Norfolk County wearing a badge, by the way, but for everything that you guys have done, and fortunately adults in the room who were willing to step in and actually conduct an investigation and actually look at the evidence, which is, by the way, the kind of DA's office I'm going to run. We can go back to not having to worry about the district attorney's office to do those kinds of things.
We shouldn't have to, right? I mean, it's ridiculous.
How unusual is it for the feds to step in and take over a case like this? Because this should have been a state murder case.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly unusual, and it's I get asked a decent amount about Sandra's case, and I get asked a little bit less frequently than I would have guessed about John O'Keefe's case, but some of the themes are the same. I think both involve a two-tiered system of justice. Both involve shortcuts taken by investigators, a rush to judgment, drawing conclusions before collecting all the evidence. in both of those cases, it's now been made public in the Karen Reed case, that the federal government stepped in to complete an investigation that the DA's office did not conduct. But you're right, Mizzy, it is rare, especially while the state cases are going on. And in some cases, a federal investigation results in federal charges, and in some cases, a federal investigation does not. But I think regardless of what you think happened in particular with respect to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe, I'd like to think one thing everybody should agree on is that the investigators and prosecutors under the roof of the Norfolk County DA's office utterly failed to take some of the most basic investigative steps. And that should never be the case.
When you said you get asked less about John O'Keefe's case, it's because we all want to ask you, but we know the answer is going to be that you can't talk about that. Because do you know how many questions I have that I wish I could ask you right now?
I will say it would be way easier for me if I did not care about federal law and the rules of the Justice Department. It would be way easier for me to answer every question. Yeah. And where I've had to draw the line is, I can't talk about any of the non-public details of the federal investigation. Yeah. Fortunately, and going to Mizzy's question, because it was, extremely atypical, there are so many things that happened in that case that are unique. And one of the things, because it's been publicly reported, is that over 3,000 pages of material from the federal investigation were released to both sides, identical materials, both sides, before the first trial. And a lot of that became public because that evidence was used during both trials. And so now at least the public knows some portion of what was uncovered during the federal investigation. And obviously there are a lot of facts now that people are well aware of through the trials, and all of that evidence has now a lot of that evidence has now seen the light of day.
Can you tell us generally the way that this district attorney's office currently handled that case? How did that contribute to your decision to get into the race?
Yeah, it was one very significant factor because, I think I had been dealing with a series of cases that were taking place in Norfolk County. And it was the kind of combination of things in a row where I keep saying this. I say this during my stump speech.
What
I was looking at these, like literally, I said, getting up from a meeting at the U.S. Attorney's Office out loud to my friends and colleagues, what on earth is going on in Norfolk County? Because I had, just last May, I was standing in a courtroom at the Moakley Federal Courthouse delivering the closing argument in the state police commercial driver's license bribery case. And that was a case that also involved a two-tiered system of justice. You had a group of state troopers in Stoughton who were running what I call a friends, family, and bribes program, where if you knew them or were willing to pay them a bribe, you could get a commercial driver's license without ever taking a road test, or in some cases, after failing the test. And for those who don't know, CDLs are what enable you to drive an oil tanker or an 18-wheeler or a school bus. And, if you knew the right people, you could get a CDL there without ever, passing the test. That's remarkably similar to a two-tiered system of justice that we've seen in these other cases.
Wow.
And so, I was looking at what the DA's office and the state police detective unit that I know is housed at the DA's office. In most counties in Massachusetts, unattended death investigations are handled by what is supposed to be an elite unit within the state police that is housed at the DA's office, that reports up to the DA. And between what they were doing and failing to do, and between what the prosecutors were doing and failing to do. And I think I'll be specific, their job is to follow the facts and the evidence no matter where it leads or who it implicates. And that applies to the death of John O'Keefe, and that applies to the death of Sandra. That's what their job is. And who's involved or who's connected to whom should literally never matter.
Yeah. It's funny because I've, I've been screaming about Sandra's case for 3 years now, and finally things are coming out, and I'm like, yeah, I said that. People are like, oh, like that I wasn't like a crazy person. They're like, Mizzy, you're right, because they're seeing what's being put out in Matthew Farwell's case, and they're like, and they're really starting to question, well, if they had all this information, if Morrissey's team had all this information, why didn't they do anything with it? Like, especially the emails. They like to use Garino as Garino didn't do that. I'm like, it doesn't matter. All the emails were there, and Trooper Fanning went through them. And what are you hearing from people who are starting to learn more about Sandra's case? Because there's a lot coming out with the trial upcoming.
There's a lot.
I think people are mad. People are, you were sort of the first people beating this drum, and it came, my perception of how that came to be. One was, you have the tragedy of Sandra's death, and I can't imagine, the grief, Barb, and having to deal with what a family deals with when tragedy strikes, but then adding insult to injury, this second thing, this complete failure to find justice for someone you love and care about, and for someone you're advocating for. And I think that creates a different emotion, a level of anger that I feel now, and it's why I'm doing this, because it's bad enough that a family member dies. It's bad enough when a family member is murdered, but to not get the kind of basic, fundamental services, an investigation and a prosecution and justice is just, in 2026, in a county of 750,000 people outside of Boston, it is so beyond unacceptable. And I've used the phrase national embarrassment to describe what we've seen from this DA's office. And that includes what we saw in the investigation and prosecution of Karen Reed. And that applies even more on a lot of levels to the complete failure of the DA's office in Sandra's case. And Mizzy, you talk about different things that are coming out over time. At best, these are people who were looking the other way when they had a responsibility to Sandra and to Barb and to any survivor and victim and family member to not look at the way. They should be running to the fire. Under my leadership, our DA's office is going to be running toward the fire and following the facts and the evidence, not because it's special or not because, I have different ideas from everybody else, though I do, but because that's what the district attorney's office should be doing in every single case. And we just need to reset and refocus. And I'm sort of taking this question in a totally different direction, but I want the people in the DA's office who are going in every day for the right reasons, doing the right thing, working hard every day. That's the majority of the employees of the DA's office. I want them to buy into that vision, that positive vision for the future of the office, where we can take pride in what a district attorney's office does. We are protecting the public. We're getting justice for victims. And I know how I felt when I was walking into the U.S. Attorney's Office every day as a prosecutor. It's a special thing. You're choosing public service. You're choosing to protect the communities where we live and our neighbors. And when I stood up in court every day and I said, Adam Deitch on behalf of the United States, there's something special about that feeling. And when you're representing the Commonwealth in a DA's office, there's something equally special about that. And so I want an office where we take pride in doing that every day, which obviously, hasn't been what the DA's office has been doing for the past few years at a minimum.
Yeah. Barb, did you have any questions?
Not really. I think you handled it pretty well.
I bet Emilie has more questions.
Well, I was going to say, Barb, we'll let you go because you've been so generous with your time, but we really appreciate you coming on and sharing Sandra's story and advocating for Adam Deitch. It really means a lot to all of us.
Let me be here. it helps to talk about Sandra and what happened. And it's just, you know, I always tell people if the situation was reversed, she'd be fighting for me because she was a fighter, and she would definitely be doing the same for me. So
Thank you so much, Barb. All the best.
Thank you all.
Nice seeing you, Barb.
Thank you so much, Adam, for being on with us and for taking the time to.
No, thank you guys. Are you kidding me? Also, I'll say, like, the campaign right now involves a lot of time being outdoors, meeting people, which is the part of the campaign that I enjoy the most. I will say that it's like 96 degrees outside right now, and it feels like must be 196. So being inside with you for a few minutes at least
Perfect.
is a really nice break.
What are you hearing from people that you're meeting out on the ground, and what is kind of the understanding of voters, and what are their biggest concerns that you're hearing?
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing is that over the past few weeks, I have noticed a change in level of attention. I think that people are finally turning their attention to this race and to September 1st, because I said before, like, the biggest challenge is getting people to pay attention. And that remains a significant challenge, because even in the best case scenario, turnout, I fear, is going to be lower than we would want it to be. And so despite that, I do feel like people are they're seeing our ads, they're seeing me out there. And that's, you know, in part because of the attention, Emilie, that you're bringing to everything. But I think what's on people's minds is, as they are starting to pay attention to this race, they're being reminded of these things that I know you guys are so aware of. They're connecting Michael Morrissey's leadership to these enormous deficiencies when it comes to seeking justice in Norfolk County. And I think the biggest thing that I hear from voters is everybody wants change. I hear, you know, everyone has a Michael Morrissey anecdote. I met Mike back when, or I got, you know, he's I guess used to hand out these nail files as his campaign, very memorable campaign item. But then everyone uses the word "but," and after the word "but" is, I'm glad he's retiring, or, you know, it's time for change. And I do think that's right. But I think the type of change that we need is the type of change that is going to, you know, bring a level of competence, trust, and professionalism back to this office, which is why, of course, I'm running. But I think voters are ready for that. I think if Michael's name were on the ballot, I do not think he would be winning this race.
What can we as the public do to help your campaign over the next, it's 3 weeks. So
Yeah.
what can we do?
It falls
Especially
into
people who aren't in Norfolk County.
Okay, so it falls into two main categories. The one category that is obvious, given what you guys are doing right now and why we're live right now. The biggest thing, and this is sort of the worst part of the campaign, is money. So let me get to that in a second. I'm gonna just put that out there that you know, dollars raised right now are going toward direct voter contact, and I'll go into detail about that in a second. And then the second category is getting out the vote and getting our message to voters when they're paying attention, which is right now. And so if you're in Norfolk County, I'll do this first. We're going to have an army of volunteers. We have people, despite the heat right now, knocking on doors in Norfolk County, including today in Canton. And we are at people's doors, telling them about the race, explaining why I'm a different candidate from the other candidates running in this race. And so we have door knocking, we have phone banking, we have all kinds of ways for volunteers to get involved. You know, the number one way to persuade a voter to vote for someone is at their doorstep. Now, I know some people are hesitant to knock on doors. We have two full-time staffers on the campaign, Katie A and Katie C. Katie C is our field and outreach director, and she gets so frustrated because we have this like massive number of people who've raised their hands to volunteer, and everyone chooses the option that is not door-to-door canvassing. So, you know, the way she puts it is, it's really a walk in a nice neighborhood with a few conversations with your neighbors. And that's true, because I've been going out quite a bit. And, you know, most people aren't home. Occasionally, you know that they're home, but they actually don't answer the door because nobody wants to talk to another person.
Done that before.
And then otherwise, and if they're not home or they don't come to the door, you're just leaving, the literature from the campaign on the doorstep, which is still super effective because the homeowner knows, the voters in the house know someone was here. Either Adam was here or someone was here because they care so much that they came on his behalf. It's exactly that. What Emilie's holding is what we drop on the doors. But everything helps. Even if I can't convince you to knock on doors in your neighborhood, again, from phone banking, we're going to have text banking as we approach the sort of last phase of the campaign. The election, I'm sure you talked about this already. It's September 1st, so it's 3 weeks from Tuesday. The Democratic primary is everything in this race. There's no Republican. So you've got 7 candidates running in the Democratic primary. There's an independent running in November, and I think we should worry about him when we get to September 2nd. But realistically, whoever wins on September 1st is going to be the next DA. And because it's the Tuesday before Labor Day, and it's a non-presidential election year, we're talking about super, super low turnout, meaning every person, every voter we contact is someone whose mind we can change or someone we can persuade, and that those votes, one at a time, are how we win on September 1st. Now, Mizzy, you asked about folks who are outside of Norfolk County. So a couple things. One, you can phone bank from anywhere. My dad, who lives in Rhode Island, is our #1 phone banker. And he spends some period of time every single day. My impression is he's great at it. We had a Facebook comment last week or the week before that my dad's name is Cliff. And so the Facebook comment was from a supporter whose mail ballot was in the house when he got the call from my dad. And my dad and he had a conversation, and I think that either resulted in him voting for me or he had already voted for me. But in any event, he posted on Facebook, just had a great conversation with CD, Cliff Deitch. And I think he even complimented the phone bank. But I think that is something where with boots on the ground anywhere, you can contribute to the effort here. And I think, I get asked about our support from outside of Norfolk County or outside of Massachusetts. And, it falls into 2 categories. First of all, and to be clear, I am so proud of the support we have in Norfolk County and in Massachusetts, because I think we are building a movement here that is going to win 3 weeks from Tuesday. But we also have all of the support from around the country. One category are people who are close to me who don't happen to live in Massachusetts, and they believe that I'm going to be great at this job. And then it's people like the national audience that you have, Emilie, and that you've been advocating to, Mizzy. People who, because of the scope of the problems in Norfolk County, are paying attention for the most unfortunate reasons. And that segment of your audience, you guys are mad too. You cannot believe what you're seeing here. And even though you're not here, you're like, okay, well, these are 750,000 people who are just like me. And who, if God forbid tragedy strikes in their family, what is going to happen? And so phone banking is one thing. And then I'll get back to category 1. I think for the next 3 weeks, we are going to be putting out paid advertising. These are video ads. There's one that we've put out on social media that features Barb. There's one that features Barb and Mizzy talking about our campaign and making kind of an impassioned case for why the positive vision for the future of the office that we're talking about is uniquely situated for this DA's office. And the unfortunate part is getting those ads in front of voters in Norfolk County is so expensive. So every dollar, we've now covered all of our day-to-day costs. We have a campaign office that I'm sitting in right now. We're not going to be late on rent. We've covered salaries for KDA and KDC. And we've covered sort of the day-to-day costs of keeping the doors open, which means every single dollar that anyone contributes from now through September 1st is going to be going to direct voter contact. And I think that includes, where lawn signs cost money. We're putting lawn signs out on people's lawns. We get dozens of requests for lawn signs every week, which is a good thing. I know Emilie's been driving around the county counting lawn signs. I've been told that lawn signs don't vote. But it's a good way to build name recognition in a race where some people are going to vote based on whatever name they recognize, because they maybe aren't paying attention at this part of the ballot. And then we also are in mailboxes. Our first direct mail piece went out last week. It's another great way to communicate with voters. And so all of that, every single dollar we raise, we are going to spend on communicating with voters as we close out this campaign. And I think I can hear Katie C in my mind when it comes to, she's not actually, Katie A is right here, like right there. Katie
Hi,
C
Katie.
is not. Emily says hi. Katie just waved. But Katie C would say the last part of the campaign from a volunteer perspective, and this applies to people here in Massachusetts and elsewhere, is GOTV, get out the vote. And that's when we shift from introducing our campaign to voters to getting voters to the polls on or before September 1st. And so at that point, we're going to shift the door knocking and the phone banking to reminding people to vote on September 1st. And that's when we need the actual army. We're going to have people on September 1st at as many polling places in Norfolk County as possible holding signs. And in the lead up to that, we need to be out there every single day. You know, we're 23 days away, not that anybody's counting. And we just need to be communicating with voters every single day, both with volunteers and through our campaign advertising, which we can do through fundraising.
I know Katie's also probably next to you to keep you on a schedule. And before we run out of time with you, I want to bring on our next guest, a very special guest that I feel very honored to be able to introduce to you all now. We have Mr. David Yannetti. Hello.
Hi,
Hey,
David.
guys. Well, hi, Adam. Let me say it is an honor for me to be with both of you, Emilie and Mizzy, and to be with the next district attorney of Norfolk County as well. So thanks for the invite.
Thank you for being here. I wanted you guys to just be able to connect because I know, David, that you've been out front really advocating for Adam Deitch and showing your support for him in a very public way. And I wanted to hear from you while he's here with us about what it is about Adam that you feel so confident that he should be our next district attorney.
So I think that my endorsement of Adam carries a little bit of extra weight for a couple of reasons. One is that, I am not, negative about any other candidate in the race. I have some friends that are running against Adam and people I respect. However, I have seen the way Adam conducts himself, his professionalism, his experience just separates him from the rest of the candidates. I mean, he was, as I'm sure everybody knows, a federal prosecutor who specialized in public corruption cases. And, from my experience with the Karen Reed case and the corners that were cut and the sort of two-tiered justice system that was exposed, if you're in cozy with the police, maybe you're not investigated at all, versus if you're not, you're targeted. That's the type of stuff that I think Adam has built a career making sure that it doesn't happen, and that everyone connected with the justice system, from those who are accused and charged to, importantly, victims and victims' families, will get a fair shake from Adam Deitch as DA. I've had a front row seat to his professionalism. I think the world of him, so I wholeheartedly endorse him in this race.
Thank you. Adam, I know that you have to run in a minute. Is there anything final that you want to leave us with before we let you get back to the voters?
I mean, just to be clear, the longer you keep me here, the longer I get to stay in the air conditioning.
Well, then stay.
As soon as I go, I'm back outside, and it's I guess, yeah, I'll say this. Thank you, David. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your support in all of this. I've been saying, and in thinking about, your case and the death of John O'Keefe and the Karen Reed prosecution, I think about it in the context of Sandra Birchmore, The people who have been affected most by the conduct of this DA's office are backing my vision for the future. And it's something that I am humbled by and so grateful for. And it's something that I carry with me every day, I think about every day, and it's something that I'm going to keep front of mind every day as district attorney. But in parting, Mizzy and Emilie, I think, I started with a thank you, I'll end with a thank you, both to you and also to your audience, because I think, David's case as it played out on national television, and the tragedy of Sandra's death as it continues to play out every day. I think, what's getting lost in this is that we have two people who died in those cases, people who everyone says the most positive things about. And it's unfortunate that this DA's office and the conduct of this DA's office is to blame for all of that getting lost. And Barb being on today and still having to fight for justice for Sandra and for, the complete, I used the phrase, David, before you came on, national embarrassment that became of this office during the two trials of Karen Reed. But I think what it, to get back to my thank you, what it sparked in the folks who are watching right now in Massachusetts and the folks who are watching right now across the country is this anger. And I think that's a good thing because, I think David has used the phrase, daylight is the best disinfectant. Without these cases, we would still not know what's been going on in this DA's office. And I've said before, I think I said the last time I was on with Emilie, like, these two cases got all kinds of attention. Most cases don't. And it raises the question, what else has been going on in this DA's office and in Norfolk County that we don't even know about? And so it's the passion of everyone who's watching right now that is driving this train and is going to expose any and everything that's gone wrong in this DA's office. So thank you so much for the support. Thank you for everything that you guys are contributing today, because it is so important to get us across the finish line and to get us on September 1st and then in January into this DA's office. It's going to be because of every donation today in any amount. That's why we win. And I look forward on the night of Tuesday, September 1st, to thank you all again. So Emilie, thank you. Mizzy, thank you. David, thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Hello, Mr. Yannetti. Your sound is a little bit crackly.
You know what? I was wondering if it was just me that was hearing that. Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult to hear you through the crackle. Should I log in, or log out and log in again, or?
Let's try that and see if it gets better. And if not, we'll take what we can get just to have you for a couple minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
While he does that, I'm going to shut my AC off.
Great. Everybody, we're just taking a little break right now. I would just want to say, while I have the floor, Adam Deitch to me, it's like he is the candidate regardless of what's going on, regardless of everything else that makes him like tailor-made for this position. It's like he is the candidate because he would be the right candidate in any situation. He is just like, that is the kind of person with integrity and with experience and with values and with care, like compassion, that I would want in any position, in any leadership position. Let's see now. How are we doing with the sound? Let's see. Hi, Mr. Yannetti.
Hey, I think I still hear the crackle a little bit.
We'll take what we can get.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I can understand you as long as the audience, I don't know, does the audience hear it as well, or?
It's a little crackly, but it's if that's the best we can do, it's the best we can do. We just roll with the punches here. I wanted to ask you, especially because you just said that you have friends who are running and other people that you've been connected with through the years that are also running for DA. What was it a difficult decision for you to decide to kind of like publicly endorse Adam Deitch? And like, why did you choose to make that decision ultimately?
Well, initially, only Juna Perkins and Craig McClellan, I believe, announced. I don't know Juna. Craig is a friend. I've always liked him. I think he's a terrific guy and a really good lawyer. But I knew that we needed new leadership at the Norfolk DA's office, and from an early juncture, I sort of sat on the sidelines to evaluate, who was going to step up to the plate and run. And quite candidly, Adam Deitch was not in the universe of possibilities that I thought. If you had told me that Adam was going to become a federal judge, well, that would have made sense to me. But in the aftermath of him announcing, I was like, could you have a more perfect candidate? He brings it all to the table, not just his prosecutorial experience, but his specialty in rooting out corruption. I came to know him on a strictly professional basis through the Reed case, and saw how he conducted himself, and his ethics are of the highest quality, and he's whip smart. This is a special opportunity, in my view, that the Norfolk County community has to elect somebody who's going to right the wrongs that I believe have been committed by the Norfolk DA's office in terms of the sloppiness of their investigations, perhaps the biased investigations that they've conducted, the utter failure to bring charges against Sandra Birchmore's killer. I mean, these things are inexcusable, and you want somebody who's going to recognize all that and know what to do about it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Maybe it's going to freeze and then it's going to fix itself. Okay. I'm going to I'll put it, Mr. Yannetti, if you can hear us, you froze. I'm going to put you down for a second and then hopefully it will come back. Oh. I mean, speaking the truth, my goodness, of course, like there is so much wrong in this current office, and he's exactly right that like we have this one person who is tailor-made to come in and kind of fix things up.
I fully agree. His specialty is corruption, but he also comes from, the Innocence Project. And to have both of those, they kind of go hand in hand, but to have that side where it's more you're advocating for somebody who's been wrongfully convicted, and then to become a prosecutor and then hopefully DA. He'll bring all that experience. And that's so much needed right now with Proctor, the issue of Proctor, because they're going to have to go through so many cases. And his experience working with the Innocence Project is going to be vital to move that situation along.
Mizzy, I know that we got David Yannetti crackly, which wasn't the best, but we also got him in a t-shirt. That was fun. I hope that he's fixing everything back there, but if he's not, then I'm just glad we got to hear a little bit from him about his support. I can imagine that it would be a difficult decision to endorse somebody the way that he has, and that it would have to be like he's back. Okay, let's see. Okay. And we're buffering. Can somebody tell Mercury that retrograde is over and that like we're supposed to be all fixed now?
I was supposed to save my house last night and I didn't. So it might be my fault.
No, it's Mercury. Everybody blame Mercury. Yeah, and that was so cool to be able to hear. I feel like I could talk to Adam for like 100 years when he's like, we're preaching to the choir. I'm like, no, we're the choir that sings the same songs over and over and over and still loves it every second. Like there is.
All I kept thinking was like, because he can't tell us about John's investigation really. And I kept thinking, can't we just all go sit at a table and have some food and a drink, and you tell us everything? We won't
You
say anything.
can't tell me that he doesn't want that. Like I feel like he's like, if I could, I would.
I know. Oh, obviously. That's why I try to stay away from asking those questions, because
Which is also why he deserves to be in this office, because he's invested so much into wanting justice for these families and for the community, and for there's a lot of kind of like unrest and turmoil in like the general public right now because of the decisions that this district attorney's office has made, and because the questions that we never got answered are still lingering in the air. And I feel like it like brings peace when there's somebody who wants to resolve those questions for us.
I did not, Romy. You no, I didn't say that. I did not say.
If Mr. Yannetti, if you can hear us, I see he's still trying. If you can hear us, I don't want to take up your whole day. We appreciate your time, and we'll connect again at another time. You don't need to keep. I don't want you to feel like you have to just sit in the car. I did want to know who the passenger was. I was curious about that.
I thought I saw some dogs, but I'm not sure.
He just brought everybody out. Probably because it's so hot out. It's like, I'm going to go sit in the air conditioning in the car. But I'm going to, if he can hear me, I don't want him to feel like he needs to waste the whole day trying to connect with us. We appreciate your time. It's the thought that counts.
I'm sad we didn't get into Petty Yannetti.
Maybe we just have to invite Mr. Yannetti back for like a full Petty Yannetti at some point.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what the universe was telling us, is that we're holding out like a fundraiser's not, he knows, he's like, I'm going to be on my best behavior. It's not really the time. At some point we will unleash Petty Yannetti for everybody. Okay, here's what I think we should do in the meantime. I think we should take our first fervent break of the day, regroup, and then we're going to have a special visit from some of our friends from Boots on the Ground. And just to give an update, I just got a text message. We've had 47 donations so far, and you guys are doing amazing. It really does make such a big difference, and it's really special. We've raised $2,691 so far. You guys are amazing. We're going to take a fervent break. If anybody here does not know fervent, I'm going to post the link in the chat. You need to go follow. And we'll be back right after that with our friends from Boots on the Ground. Yes. Enjoy.
Yannetti. put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Yeah, your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this. Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred them. Have them praying for peace, like the name John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met him. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a ready list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, and AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I put you on a ready list. Oh, sorry, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG, the real big threes, Yannetti, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the seat. Don't try me, you should know by now I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think they're federal. Attorney Corey Hopkins, sure let them know. This ain't an episode, this a whole damn show. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. I don't get nervous, I make people nervous. Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha. I'll put you on a Brady list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, yeah, AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on a Brady list. Oh.
Okay, everybody cross your fingers because we're going to try one more time with Mr. Yannetti. How's it going?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit.
All right. I am so sorry.
better.
Just so you know, Emilie, I had planned on doing this from my home office, and then I got drafted into a family activity, and I kind of compromised and said, okay, well, I'll jump in the car and do it. My phone overheated, and all of a sudden I was gone. So I apologize. I don't mean to ruin your show, I promise.
Mr. Yannetti, have you ever ruined anything in your life? We just appreciate you taking the time. Since we're coming off of a Fervent Break, can you tell us how you felt the first time that you heard your Fervent song? I know that's not why we're here, but
Yeah, no, I just watched it again. I'm so flattered, and it's funny. He's very creative and very talented. I thought he just did he did a terrific job. By the way, he had a tough subject to work with, and somehow he made me look good. So much appreciated.
I mean, we love it. But I don't want to take you from your family for too long, but I would love to hear from you a little bit about how the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office kind of impacted your work on Karen's trial beyond like what you kind of expect from the District Attorney's Office. And
sure. I mean, I was an assistant district attorney for about a decade. 8 of those 10 years, I was, basically doing the job that Adam Lally was assigned to do, investigating and prosecuting homicide cases. I've been to, I don't know, a couple of dozen homicide scenes, along with, state police and local police investigators. I've seen the way the job should be done. We were trained properly in Middlesex County. I had the utmost respect for the people I worked with, including the state police and local departments. And so, when I go down to Norfolk County for the Karen Reed case, there were just, warning signs along the way that caused me to be very suspicious about the way this was handled. I've spoken about some of this before, but it was very difficult to get discovery material out of the DA's office. That's generally not how an ethical office works, right? You bring charges and you come prepared to reveal the evidence or information that you have that you believe justifies the charges. In Middlesex County, we provided discovery to defense attorneys at arraignment, and as it came in, we didn't hold anything back. The attitude of the Norfolk DA's office was, well, we're going to bring the charges, we're going to make this hasty arrest, and then we're going to hide from you what we have. So I kept waiting for sort of that smoking gun that would prove that Karen did this, and it never came. But because they acted as they did, it forced us to work even harder. We received, tips from people that sent us in a certain direction, and ultimately involved the federal authorities, which, if you ask me, when I became a defense attorney 27 years ago, would I ever be going to the feds, a prosecution office, to ask for help in getting information for a criminal case? As a defense attorney, I would say, you're crazy. That's never going to happen. And yet, here we were. It was a one-sided relationship. We gave them everything. They gave us nothing until they ultimately released whatever information they thought was relevant to both sides. And it clearly changed the case. So, I think the irony here, in my view, is that if you handle a case the right way as a prosecutor, if you handle this case the right way, we may never have met ARCA. We may never have gotten Michael Proctor's text messages. It was because of the hide the ball tactics of the Norfolk DA's office that all of that evidence came into play, and it clearly made a difference in the case. So, I know if Adam gets in, there's going to be a sea change in the way that these cases are handled. He was not brought up under the Morrissey regime. He's not a politician. He's a professional prosecutor with high ethics. That's why I'm behind him, and that's why I hope he wins.
Yeah. What is one question you didn't get to ask anyone that okay, my brain isn't working. What's that one question that you wish you could have asked?
I could have asked a witness at trial?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Off the top of my head, I know that I was, and our team was, a little frustrated with the limits that were placed on our examinations. But I think as a lawyer, you're always frustrated that way. You don't think any of your questions should be objected to. Off the top of my head, I really can't give you an example. I think if I thought about it, I could come up with some. But part of this, I don't think people understand this, but as an attorney, criminal defense attorney or any type of attorney, you learn your case inside and out, and you have your finger in every single piece of evidence. You're able to in it trial, but one trial is and realize I'm no longer involved. I've been out for over a year now. The case goes on, and I'm sure Alan Jackson is still immersed in all the details. I'm not, it's almost like there's a limited amount of room within this brain, and stuff comes in for a case, takes up room, but then it needs to be purged, right? Like it's almost like an auto delete on a phone. So I can't really and don't really want to get into the nitty gritty details of what happened. Once we got the verdict, that was one of the greatest days of my life. I moved on to the next case.
Well, we'll be following along with you in the O'Malley case if that's the next case that you're speaking about.
I appreciate that. I mean, I've moved on to many other cases as well. All of my clients are important to me, but I do have a special spot in my heart and my brain for Nick O'Malley, who I think has been unjustly charged, and I'm very excited to defend him.
Well, we appreciate you coming on with us, and I don't want to take you away from your family any longer, but it means a lot for the community here in Norfolk County to know how much this meant to you, and that you're still willing to kind of like go to bat to make our community what we deserve it to be in terms of the leadership.
Yeah, you sure do, and two things. Number one, again, I'm sorry for disappearing on you guys and causing you to sort of pivot and put on other programming. But number two, to anybody who's watching, please, if you can afford it, donate something to Adam Deitch. Get him over the finish line, and let's clean up Norfolk County.
Yes, sir. You guys heard him. Mr. Yannetti has spoken. Have a great day. Thank you so much for being here.
Great to see you guys. Thanks for the invite.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. I'm going to bring up now, Mizzy, our friends from Boots on the Ground. Hello. Let me make sure I get everybody. Wait.
Hello.
You're there, but you're not there because, oh my goodness. Technology is failing us left and right today. Hold on. Well, you guys can say hello, and we're all going to
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Leeann. Hi, Dina.
Hello. Hi, Mizzy.
How are you guys? It's so good to see you.
I went backstage early because I heard Yannetti crackling out, and I'm like, oh my God, I know we're on next. I'll go in early in case they lose Yannetti, and then one of us can come in. So
thank you. We appreciate that.
I love Yannetti. The lawyers there were wonderful, and they started a path that all of us need to finish, and that's with Adam. And it truly is with Adam, because we all of us were fighting to make a change to leave Norfolk County and the rest of Massachusetts better for the next generation.
Yeah.
Because that Meatball Morrissey was in so long, and what they did to destroy Norfolk County itself is absolutely disgusting. And we are at a time right now, a place, everything's aligned, and Adam is the person to solve this. This is the time to do it. If we're ever going to make a change in this county, it's right now. It's with Adam, and everyone needs to donate and do whatever they possibly can. You have people out there that are constantly holding signs every single day. Leeann started a standout for it. Me and Kurt
did too.
Stacey too. And
Stacey's everywhere.
Yes. They have Boots on the Ground went and started this whole other thing to finish what everybody started, and that is out there to show support for Adam, because you don't know, a person could be driving by and they vote, and all of a sudden they're going to see Adam's name on the sign, and they're going to be like, wait a minute, I seen all those people out there, I passed the highway and I saw that sign, I'm going to vote for him. And believe it or not, people go in and vote like that. So it's really, really important. It really is. And God bless everybody that's out there all the time. It's a lot of work, and the people that are really in the forefront of this doing that, kudos, because everybody's been in the fight for a few years now.
Yes. This is actually, Leeann made that poster. It lists all the standouts around the county. So we share it on the Justice for Sandra Birchmore page every week. If you live in one of these areas and you want to come hold a sign, and even if you don't live in the area, come join one of the standouts. It's wonderful people with big hearts and just want to get Adam Deitch elected. And we appreciate you guys all being here. So thank you.
I can tell you, there's a little story. I know people like stories. We went and protested out in front of Morrissey's, one of his fundraisers down in Quincy, when he was fundraising for money, which he's not even rerunning again. So I don't know why he hasn't returned that money. But anyways, I can tell you the majority of cars that pulled into that place were people that have been around Quincy a long time. A lot of elderly people that have voted him time and time again. And I'm calling out to these people. You know, you have voted and you have watched now all the horrible investigations into Sandra Birchmore, just en route, Boston police officer John O'Keefe. You have watched all of this unfold under the leadership of a person that you have put into office time and time again. Please do not go back and vote in this next election just because you see a name and you think that's where you're supposed to vote.
Yep.
Because you're not looking at the overall picture. It's the time now to make a change. It's not gonna hurt you. You're to vote for something new and hope for better procedures. Because there's no way you can look at into Sandra's case, into Juston's case, into Boston police officer John O'Keefe. You can't look at that and think that that is okay. Your vote put those people into office. So please vote for Adam right now. We need change in this county.
Yes. So Leeann, why did you feel it's important to go out and stand up for Adam Deitch?
Just to spread awareness. I think a lot of people, like Dina was saying, when they see the signs, it at least motivates them to say, why are they standing here and who is he? And the more people that see the signs out, the more traffic it's going to bring into the movement and get people involved. And hopefully us standing out there gets more people to the polls on September 1st.
Yeah. What about you, Stacey?
So for me, it obviously started with Karen Reid. I, stood out on those courthouse steps and I never looked back. Every opportunity that I get to talk about Adam Deitch, I take advantage of that. Last night I was out with about 20 people. We were at a restaurant in Norwood. There was many people there from the Norfolk County area. It really surprised me how many of them didn't even know who Adam Deitch was. So of course that gave me the opportunity to talk about him literally all night long. I was like, they were asking all kinds of questions. I'm like, you might see us out there. And what Leeann and I were talking about this morning when we were standing in Cops Corner was, a lot of people in that area, Norfolk, Franklin, Bellingham, they don't know what's going on down here closer to, Mike Marcy's office, Dedham Courthouse. Like, a lot of times they will not pay attention. So last night, all I did all night long, the whole time I was out, was advocate for Adam Deitch, which felt really good because, I'm always talking about it day in and day out with all of the supporters that we stand out with every week. So it was very great to hear about it. People wanted me to send them links. I'm looking them up on Facebook. I'm posting links. I'm sending change the status, because most of them, and I know this has been, talked about all week. Many of them may be on the other side of the political spectrum, but I explained to them that you can change it to unenrolled, and if you don't want to stay unenrolled, you can change it back for the election in November. I go, but for this election, we need your vote. We need you to change your status to unenrolled, and we need you to go to the polls, send in your mail-in ballot. Just, we need this vote. And they wanted to know why. I told them why, and hopefully that helped maybe get a few more.
Yeah.
So that was
word of mouth. Like, the more people you tell, it's like telephone. The more people you tell, they tell the next person. It's so important. Like, for what we've all been fighting for the last, it's been almost 4 years for me. And I know a lot of you, it's almost that amount. We have to, like Dina said, we have to finish this, and we finish it with Deitch getting into office. And he's the perfect candidate for what's going on right now, to clean house, clean up that office, get rid of the stench of what Michael Morrissey has done the last God knows how long. We don't know what's under the surface. I've always said Sandra was an iceberg. What's underneath? What do we not know? And I've come down a couple times and I've stood with some of you, and it's been an honor because I'm not from there, but it is my fight too because of Sandra. Sandra was from there. She was murdered there, and I appreciate the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group appreciates you guys out there, because you're out there on Adam's behalf, but you're also out there on behalf of all these victims, that we know about. There are victims that we do not know about. And that's why we need somebody like Adam in office. Did any of you go to the forum the other day?
No, I didn't go to this one. I went to Medway.
Okay.
I was horrified at Perkins, though. I'll tell you that when she answered. I mean, that just, to me.
That room erupted. Emilie was there, right? That room at Braintree Town Hall erupted when DeJuna made those comments.
Oh my God.
It was maddening. I was like, what is
I
she
just put
doing?
myself
Did
backstage
herself
so I
no
could give you
favors.
guys the floor, but I got to come back for this because that was wild.
It was wild.
For anybody who doesn't know, who's watching, so there was a forum for all 7 candidates the other day at the Braintree Town Hall. And the rules of the forum are like, there's one question that's asked by the moderator, who was Liz Speaks, who did an incredible job moderating.
Yes,
I should put her link in the chat in a second. And during that time of questioning, so she'll ask a question. If a candidate mentions another candidate, they have the chance to rebut. So that's kind of the time for like the debate portion. And then at the very end, there's a chance for each one of the candidates to just give their kind of like 2-minute closing statement, why you should vote for me, why I'm the best candidate. And Juna Perkins took that opportunity to take a shot at Adam Deitch, knowing that he wasn't going to be able to reply. If you guys would like, I can play the clip and then we can discuss this decision that she made.
And mind you, that was the second time she went after him that night.
But that's old school, that old school thing of you're not one of us. And that goes to show that she is not fit for the job at all whatsoever.
I keep telling people that Juna Perkins is the reason why I said I would never vote for a Democrat, and Adam Deitch is the reason I'm voting for a Democrat. So I was unenrolled. I switched to the Republican Party, and now I'm unenrolled again. But Adam has made such a huge impact on like the view of the Democrat Party for me.
I feel like Adam has also done a good job of explaining how this position truly is not meant to be political. It is almost a little weird that we vote along party lines in the primary for this position. And maybe this is an especially kind of like apolitical time for the office. I can imagine that there would be other situations where politics play a little bit more of a bigger role. But he's done a really great job of explaining that like the district attorney is for everybody, and it's not, politics shouldn't even be involved in it at all. Exactly. I just realized I'm wearing the Juna Perkins color today. I might need to change my shirt.
Go change your shirt right now. Go change it. Here's my shirt.
I'm gonna put
I wanted to stand up and show Adam, but I was like, no, don't do it. Don't do it. I kept saying, don't do it.
My shirt's in the laundry because I wore it to the forum and I haven't done laundry yet. I'll put this clip on. I'll go change my shirt and come back. I'll put this on, and then actually, you know what I want to play first is she mentions that she's responding to something that he said, and so I want to play his closing statement first, and you guys see if he says anything that you think was worth this rebuttal. Here you go.
Thank you, Greg. Adam?
Thank you to Liz. Thank you to Julia and the Braintree Democratic Town Committee. Thank you to all of you for being here, and for those of you who are watching online or in the future. You know, I mentioned in my opening delivering the closing argument last year in the state police commercial driver's license bribery case and the terrifying parallels between the two-tiered system that I talked about during that closing argument and the two-tiered system you all have been seeing from your DA's office here. And when I saw that reality and this mid-century DA's office, I realized we need a real change. It got to a point where I was looking at the drumbeat of cases, corruption cases here, cases that caused you to question whether you could trust the police when they came to your house. I was looking at these cases and I said, literally out loud, what on earth is going on in Norfolk County? So I left my job at the U.S. Attorney's Office, I sold my place in Boston, and I moved to Quincy because to me, the 730,000 residents of Norfolk County, you are my neighbors now and you were my neighbors then, and I care deeply about justice in our communities here in Massachusetts. I am so proud of the support that my campaign has generated. I mentioned Sandra Birchmore's family before, but I think that the number of survivors, victims, and family members who have reached out to us and are supporting our effort, it means that the people whose stakes are the highest with this DA's office believe that my positive vision for the future of this office is the way we get that trust back. And so I'm thrilled to be here tonight with you all. I'm excited about delivering a closing argument to voters over the next 3 weeks. But I'll ask you right now for your support and your vote on September 1st. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay, now that's Adam's closing statement. I have blue on now for Adam, for anybody who's just listening. And now here is Juna's what should just be closing statement.
Can I say something first? I think she was still seething over the other comment and she couldn't get it. But his other comment too didn't say anything bad. So it was like, what is she talking about?
She's just there to undermine him. She's just there to take away votes from Adam. She's never going to get in. So to me, your vote for her is just like a wasted vote because she's not going to get in. She's just there to me to take votes away.
Yep. And before I play this, so I was taking notes during the entire event, and she actually had a few responses that I was like, oh, like I am 100% on board with you on this. She was very thoughtful about, there was a question about like Lindsay Clancy's case and like how mental illness plays an impact in prosecuting people. And she said like, she just wanted to clear the record that most mentally ill people do not commit crimes and crimes are committed on them. And it was a very like thoughtful response that I was like, oh, like, yeah, I'm on board with you on that. Like, I'm not supporting you, but I respect your answers. And then she just took this turn where it was like, why are we doing this? If you are claiming to be a change candidate who truly wants change, there is a candidate sitting on the stage with you who represents the status quo, who says, I'm proud of all the work that I've done in this office, and I'm want to keep the office being recognized for all its great work. That's the person you go after when you really want change, not Adam Deitch. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for us, when I'm about to play it now, it doesn't go over well for her. So it's an attack that also didn't land, which is kind of embarrassing. Here we go.
So I first am going to take a couple seconds before my closing to address one thing that that Adam Deitch said that I just can't help it. He's talked a lot about Sandra Birchmore and the Proctor texts that were so misogynist and homophobic and anti-Semitic. And I just wonder what Sandra Birchmore's family would think if they saw the messages that are left on my social media posts, the same kind of misogynist texts and vile and evil, disgusting texts that are on my posts. Those come from his supporters. So, but back to my closing. So, a critical question. Okay.
I'm just going to pause for 1 second. You were wondering what Sandra Birchmore's family thinks. Well, here they are. And they're not on the same page with you, ma'am.
No.
That's enough. It's the truth. Go and watch it. That's not what we need. That's not integrity. That's not professionalism. But the critical question in this election is which of us is best suited to bring the change that this county needs. The next district attorney must have the highest level of professional skill, integrity, and judgment. She should have extensive legal experience in Massachusetts courts and in working to empower victims of crime, and the life experience to understand that justice is not black and white. It's different in every case. She should be able to find collaborative and creative solutions with community partners to prevent crime. And she should, above all, have the courage to stand up for the people she serves, even when it's hard. My campaign is the very definition of a grassroots organization. Most of my donors are small donors from inside this county, regular people with regular jobs, servers and tradespeople, teachers, and they know, along with my more than 100 endorsers all over this county who are current and former highly respected and trusted leaders, they know that I'm the right person to make the change that this county needs. Please vote for me on September 1st.
Thank you, Dina.
Now, the reason I let it play all the way through is because Adam's not supposed to be allowed a rebuttal at this time, but look at how the good lawyerly skills that he has. He fights for his right and he gets it.
I'll say just two very quick things. First, I think that the comments a lot of us get on social media are atrocious. And I think that the social media environment is a deterrent to people who run for office. I have an admiration for anybody who puts their name on a ballot, because what we are subjecting ourselves to online is difficult, and it affects a lot of us. But second, invoking Sandra Birchmore's name when criticizing social media posts by supporters of a candidate is beyond unacceptable and, in my opinion, completely disqualifying.
Okay, 30. Okay. Jen.
Okay. So that was that.
You notice how when she was talking, she kept on saying she should, like when she's talking about the district attorney's position. That made me so mad because, I'm not a high school graduate, but I would be like, they should, not she. She's just automatically thinking she's getting this position.
I think that's part of her anger is because she knew once Adam came in, they were like on the same level, like supporter wise. And she feels like he came in and spoiled what she wanted. Can I read the statement that we put out?
Yes, please.
It's really,
you want me to pull it up?
If you want.
Yeah, let me grab that for you.
But while she's doing that, there's another time that she went after Adam, and she was completely wrong. After that hit piece came out a couple of weeks ago, she left a statement, and she accused Adam of approaching Sandra's family. And she said in it the Sandra Birchmore estate. Well, the Sandra Birchmore estate and the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group are two separate entities. Yes, we've been told things that we honor. We've been asked, I should say, things that we honor so we don't step on their toes because they are, above us, but for her to say that, and she like went in on Adam, and she also made it sound like that the feds shouldn't have stepped in on either of these cases. So if the feds never stepped in on Sandra's case, Matthew Farwell will be on the streets right now. Mm-hmm. The district attorney's office was never going to charge Matthew Farwell. So I don't know what she's talking about, but she took that article and ran with it. And I went after her, not after her. I should say I wrote a statement, and it was a harsh statement, and I went in. They removed it from her page, from the comment section. So
well, after you tell us about this, you can't remove it from my screenshots, so we can take a look at that afterwards.
Okay.
Let's look at this one.
I can't read it on the screen because of my eyes. Okay.
I'll read it to you, but no,
okay.
Right, go ahead.
I have my phone.
Do it. Go.
The Justice for Sandra Birchmore group is disgusted by Perkins' behavior at the forum on 8/6 in Braintree. To invoke Sandra's name for a second time to score cheap political points is inappropriate. You owe Sandra's family, friends, and the public an apology.
Has she responded?
No, not, but she accused Adam of his supporters going onto her page. Well, you know what her supporters are doing today? They're coming on our page because I put that statement out. And the statement was put out by our group. But because that statement was put out, her people are coming on our page of a young woman who was abused, groomed, and murdered on her page. It's not like they're coming and commenting on my stuff on X. They're coming on this young woman who was murdered. So the comments about misogyny and all these things that she was saying, well, she's sending them. I don't mean she's personally, but they're coming on our page. And that's disgusting. So
And just to be very
Adam,
clear, are you blaming Juna for what people who support her do?
yes and no, because she could have replied and said, I'm sorry that I invoked Sandra. But because trolls, I understand the internet, people are running with it. You know, they have their own minds, they're doing what they want to do. But she accused Adam of this, but her supporters are doing the same thing. And I'll leave it at that.
She shouldn't have used Sandra's name like that at all whatsoever. But when you, like what Adam said, when you run for any type of office out there, you're gonna get hatred and everything else. For her to just throw it out like it's your supporters, like she has no idea. We have trolls that hate us, but yet it might not be them even throwing hate at us. It could be somebody else. Like show me the receipts, Perkins. You know what I mean? Like she's just throwing stuff just to try to make herself look better. And I think she's sunk herself and just shows the world that she's not the right fit. It's Adam that needs to be in office to fix things.
And I want to say, I'm not going to put out the names, but some of them are well-known people to our community. Well-known people to our community. Like I said, she isn't telling people to come to our page, but the fact that her supporters are in trolls, I believe a lot of it's just trolls. But I know for a fact some of them are supporters because it's people that we all know. And like I said, I'm not going to put it out there who they are coming to our page and trolling us.
I won't be able to stay on much longer, but I do want to say that everybody out there, even if you can come once before the September 1st, go to a standout anywhere, help, make a phone call, do whatever you can. I know me personally, I'm Thursday morning at Dedham Courthouse. Me and Kurt try to take it back to where it all began, where we wanted to make change. And everybody down, at the Karen Reed trials, and when we did, Meatball Morrissey standouts, and we did standouts for Juston Roots, we did the Together We're Stronger, like all that. All of us were in that to get to the end to make a change. And so try to do whatever you can to help. And most importantly, donate to Adam, because it's the right time, it's the right place, and it's the right person. If we don't do it now, we're screwed. Like, let's be down to earth, honest. We're screwed. If you put in the same old, it's going to go back to where it was. And we have to make Sandra's name stand out. We have to make John O'Keefe's name stand out. Juston, all of them, all these people that were at the hands of this horrible DA's office. Let's make their name something beautiful, more than what their names already are, but something meaningful where there's change, and that their names are going to be carried on because it made change and it made a difference and it brought to light horrible darkness in this area. So just everybody keep up the great stuff that you're all doing. And thank you so much for inviting me on. I totally appreciate it. And
I'd like to add to that. We are going to start doing a standout on the Ponkapog Bridge, which is right off of Route 93, exit 3, like right near the Ponkapog Trail. So there's a few of us that are going to split up. We were going to Topgolf every Sunday, and they're still going to go to Topgolf, but we're going to add another standout on Sunday from 10 to 12, starting on that bridge. So if you see us, wave to us. We'll be there tomorrow morning.
And for the record, someone asked earlier, I live in Middlesex County. Norfolk County isn't even my county. But I care so much about my neighbors and what has gone on that's why I'm out here. I have a bumper sticker on my car. I have the sign in my car, and I talk to people. But it takes a village, just like we did with Karen, just like we support Aiden and everything else. This is far from over. We have to keep strong, and we have to keep on moving forward. So
Thank you so
all.
much, Dina. Thank you, Dina. We love a Dina fan.
To you all.
Thank you for being a strong voice, Dina. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Dee.
Good seeing you.
I was going to say something, and then it just left. If you don't have a standout near you, create one. Get a couple friends and just go stand at a busy intersection, even if it's just for a half hour. Exactly. It every little bit helps. So if you don't see one on the list and it's closer to you to just start one, do it. I was worried at first too, but you'll get a couple people more every week. Yeah. And the beeps have been increasing, right, Stacey? The beeps, the waves, people stopping to talk to us. It has increased so much, I would say, over the last maybe 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah. We actually had a woman stop in Cobb's Corner today who was always like, I'd drive by and wave, but I was always so nervous about stopping and saying hi. And, she was great to talk to. She's spreading the word. Her whole family's spreading the word. So it's getting out there, which is very
Can
positive.
you guys tell us if there's people out there that are wanting to get involved, but maybe nervous, like they don't want to say the wrong answer to a question. If somebody has a question, what are people asking you guys, and what can you tell us a little bit about how you answer their questions so that we can kind of pass on that message too?
I feel like the biggest question that I get is, who is Adam Deitch? And so, I start from the beginning. Did you follow the Karen Reed trial? Yep, she was innocent. Do you follow the Sandra Birchmore trial? That's going to be coming up in October. Yes. I said, well, do you know why these trials happened? And, I'm talking about getting to the very, very beginning. And they're like, no. And that's where I start. So, that's the biggest question that I get. And then I will ask people, are you going to vote on the election? Well, who do I vote for? I don't know who's running.
Yeah.
I get that question a lot. So it just shows me that there are a lot of people out there that aren't paying attention. And when we're bringing it to light, it makes them pay attention. Oh, I remember that.
And Stacey, I think that's really good advice to ask questions back. If you're campaigning, if you're supporting somebody, it doesn't mean that you have to have all the answers. And asking questions of our community kind of allows you to tailor the message to who you're speaking to, and makes it the most effective.
Yeah. Because then they're like, oh, okay, And then I get text messages. What was that guy's name again? So, and then they're talking to their families, hopefully. So we got 3 weeks, I think, 24 days? We're just going to keep using his name in our mouths every day, all day. I know I will. Except at work. I can't do it at work, but that's okay.
You can subliminally. You can be sitting in meetings doing some subliminal messaging. Oh,
yeah, my shirt.
Leeann, did you want to add anything to that?
This was great.
Okay, thank you so much for being here.
I think mostly my questions have been, why do you care? And why are you voting for him and not somebody else. And I care because this could be anybody, and it's not just Norfolk County. It's going to start here, and I think it's going to uncover a lot more in Massachusetts that we don't even know about. So it's very important to me because he's going to bring everything out, and I truly believe he's going to have justice. So when anybody asks me, I'm always like, you just have to care. This is like one of the most important elections that we're going to see in our lifetime, and you have to care what's going on in your county.
Yes, exactly.
And I've been reminding people to change their status if they need to.
Yes. And the last day to do that is 10 days out from the election. But you guys know how like bureaucracy and paperwork and stuff works. You don't want to wait until then. If you're in the chat right now and you're wondering like, wait, am I enrolled? What am I enrolled as? Am I even a registered voter at all? There's a link in the description of this video that you can go check your voter registration status, and you can change your voter registration status to unenrolled right there. And then you won't have any problems when you get your ballot.
10 days before.
10, yeah. But it's like, don't wait till then. If you're hearing this now, do it now.
It's so easy. I was putting it off, but it's so easy to do. So
I think something else that's really important. Yeah.
Sorry, Emilie.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you guys so much.
But thank you for having me, and I hope to see people at standouts.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you
so
guys.
much.
See ya.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye.
Sorry, I'm working on
Bye.
getting the next guest.
No, you're good. I was just I have a QR code that I can pull up that you can literally scan this right here, right now. Check your voter registration status and make sure you're registered. And if you are registered as a Republican and you think that this is more important than the primary of the governor's race, because you can still vote for a Republican in the governor's race in the general election, scan that QR code, check your status, change your status to unenrolled, and then you can make a difference in this election. When there are low turnout elections like this one is likely to be, because it's just a primary around Labor Day, your vote matters that much more. When there are less people voting, it means it makes that big of a difference for you to have your vote be heard. Something that is like researched fact when it comes to like elections of it all is that when you make a plan to vote, you're much more likely to vote. So if you are somebody who wants to vote by mail because you're not quite sure what you're going to be doing that day, I think you can still request a mail-in ballot. I actually don't know that one for sure. But if you want to vote in person, make sure that you have a plan in place, like set an alarm on your phone for that day right now so that you don't forget. Put it first thing in the morning, September 1st. Don't forget to vote today. Put that alarm in your phone now. And think about like, how am I getting to the polls? Is there anybody in my neighborhood that might need a ride to the poll that you can check in with it now? If you have like an elderly neighbor who doesn't drive, go next time you see them outside, just say like, hey, how are you planning to get to the polls? I could give you a ride if you need it. I'm leaving at 10 o'clock that day. I'll pick you up. Yes. Every little thing like that can really make a big difference. And we can really do this, you guys, if we work together.
Yes. And also check your town to find out when your early voting is, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about early voting. I forgot that was even the thing.
Yeah. Just check your, go on your town's website and it should be right there. There's usually a voting or election section. And that was hard to say. I don't know why it was hard to say. But you could go on their website, find out when the early voting is. And that way you can just go on vacation after. You don't have to worry about being there on September 1st. But if you can't do the early voting, please, please, please show up on September 1st. It's so important. And make sure you share that with other people, because people think election, oh, I don't have to vote in the primaries because, I'll just vote for the candidate who's in the regular election, in November. But that's not how the case is with this. Whoever wins on September 1st will be the next DA.
Yep, 100%. This we've raised already, you guys, $3,428. It really is like so inspiring to see the way that you guys are coming together to support Adam Deitch. It truly is going to make a difference for him to be able to reach more voters. When we're talking about, when we're hearing from boots on the ground and we're hearing how many people they're striking up conversations with who don't even know that this election is happening. Like, I'm trying to get that to make sense when I talk to people who are this invested from other states, because you're in our bubble. You guys are our people. You know the ins and outs of every single detail of Karen's case and every single detail of Sandra's case and all of the players involved and where they're housed in the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and how the District Attorney's Office has influenced all of these different cases. Most people in Norfolk County are not doing that. I've said this before, but I feel like sometimes that my whole like life on YouTube like this is a secret life because my friends are not talking about it the same way that we are. My family's not talking about it the same way that we are. And it is on us who care this much to show people why we care so much and to show people what's at stake. And like with Dina saying she's from Middlesex County, the district attorney is going to impact you if you're in Massachusetts the minute that you set foot in a county. So just because you're not from that county doesn't mean that it might not have an impact over you, which is a scary thing if we have to continue with this type of regime.
Yes. And like, I'm outside the county and I've come to a few standouts. You know, I obviously our group is backing Adam. There's little things you can do, and it's exciting of what's coming up. You know, what they're rolling out, texting, you know, and phone calls that you can do anywhere. So all of you in the chat, doesn't matter where you're from, you can help with that. And if you go to Adam's website, they'll have the information on there.
Also, if you're near Quincy or in the Quincy area, they have a new initiative where they're doing postcards. I got really excited because I love handwriting anything, but you have to go to the office to pick up the postcards. They're not mailing them out. So if you're in the area and you want to write some postcards, I feel like a handwritten postcard really does make a difference when you're thinking about like people getting a mailer versus people getting a handwritten note that they're like, oh, who's this? And like, you know, they start reading it before they realize that it's not somebody that they know. And it can really grab somebody's attention. So if you're in that area or can get to Quincy to go pick up a stack of postcards. Also, if somebody from the Cantonish area is going to do that and wants to pick up some postcards for me, I would love that because I can't find time to get over there right now. And I really would love to write some postcards. Mizzy, we have a couple of minutes in between our programming right now. Do you want to, should I pull up MICRODOTS' new video that he was so gracious to share with us? And would you like to introduce?
Do you want to do it now or a little later? Because our next guest is probably going to pop in a little early.
Oh, never mind. We'll wait on that. Suspense.
Just because I figured, I told him to come in a little early just because of what happened with, you know, playing checkers.
You guys, we're so flexible here. We're just going with the flow. I can pull up. I have a 30-second Adam Deitch ad that I want to play, and this seems like a good time to do that. So here you guys go.
How many tragedies do we have to see in Norfolk County before we do something about it? I'm Adam Deitch, and my answer is, we've had enough. As a federal prosecutor, I spent years rooting out corruption across Massachusetts. Under my leadership as DA, we'll build an office where no one gets special treatment, where we follow the evidence no matter where it leads, and where the bottom line is everyone gets treated the same. Together, let's build a district attorney's office we can trust.
I was Barbara Wright, and I was Sandra Birchmore's cousin.
My name is Melissa Berry, and I'm seeking justice for Sandra Birchmore.
The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has not delivered justice. They've denied justice for Sandra Birchmore.
To me, they were treating her like garbage. They were tossing her away.
I am supporting Adam Deitch for district attorney because I feel he's got the background and the know-how to make the changes that we need in Norfolk County.
I am supporting Adam Deitch because I believe he will get justice for Sandra Birchmore.
I love that so much. I could watch it 100 times. You know what I do want to play if we have another minute? You guys in the chat, I made a new intro to this show for this particular show today. And then part of the reason why we were late coming on is because it was just doing the swirly thing for like 10 minutes and wouldn't load, but now it has. So we're just going to pretend we're starting the show now. That was part 1. Now introducing part 2. Here is my Adam Deitch intro.
I'm Adam Deitch, and until November, I was a federal prosecutor.
My name is Barbara Wright, and I was Sandra Birchmore's cousin. The Norfolk County District Attorney's Office has not delivered justice. They've denied justice for Sandra Birchmore.
I think of the Sandra Birchmore case.
We're going to get to that next.
Literally every day. Any case where victims and their families don't have justice needs to be reevaluated.
My name is Melissa Berry, and I'm seeking justice for Sandra Birchmore.
What will it take to restore the public trust? I don't know, Adam Deitch. That would restore my public trust.
Tell your friends. Tell everyone you know in Norfolk County about this race and why it's so important.
I made a promise to Sandra I was going to stick with this till the end.
And you can too. By scanning the QR code, my camera's mirrored, so I never know which side it's on, but it's down there somewhere. Welcome to part 2 of the show. That's going to be my new intro from now until September 1st.
Oh, awesome. Awesome.
Yeah.
I have to say, I need to say something to defend myself of like, my hair is crazy in those videos because we had court earlier that day. And, so I was like, I don't care. I mean, obviously if I'm saying something about it, I care a little bit, but I could go out there and like, have like food in my teeth and I wouldn't care because I'm standing up for Sandra. That I'm just talking about, it's not about me. I'm just a vessel. So
I didn't even notice because every time I watch that clip of you saying I made a promise to Sandra Birchmore, I get emotional. It is like the way that you feel connected to Sandra is such a blessing to like the whole movement because there are people, who want to advocate for justice and it's kind of like something they feel passionately about, but then they can turn it on and turn it off. And you've really taken empathy to another level in terms of like really compassionately feeling what she was put through and bringing that fight to all of like the reason why we know her name is because of you and Barb and her whole family for fighting for her the way that you have. And you really are just such a blessing to her memory.
Thank you. And people always think that I knew Sandra and I didn't. I was just a content creator like you. And it just everything aligned. And, I was able to help, move her story along with Barb and, obviously her family fighting for her since the beginning and, them doing the lawsuit because they have a civil case. Putting that out and then like even like the case, the podcast, them guys, I feel like we're in. I cannot forget Laura Grimaldi from the Boston Globe. We've all like are like this like I look at us like a relay race. Like they all passed the baton and they passed it to myself and Barb, and we had to. I won't say run. We like. Quick walked, to keep Sandra's name out there because we wanted it to be about Sandra, not Farwell. We want people to know Sandra, not.
That's such a great point. And I think that you've really succeeded in that when I think about other kind of like tragedies and victims. I think a lot of times the perpetrator ends up kind of being the name that everybody knows. And I think that knowing now that that was one of your goals in this, you really have succeeded in making Sandra's name front and center, and the tragedy that happened to her what people talk about.
Yeah, it's so that's another reason why this campaign is so important, because just because Farwell is going to trial on October 5th, that does not mean it's over. There are other men that need to be charged, and Farwell can be charged for some of the state crimes he committed. And also, let's say, I hate to even have these words come out of my mouth, but what if he isn't convicted? What if he gets off? There are still state charges, and if we don't have a DA in office who will charge him, this tragedy continues.
I want to pull up a video, and then we have our next guest I see is getting ready backstage. I want to pull up a quick video for anybody who wants to see what I'm talking about when I say Mizzy has taken advocacy for Sandra to another level. This is what I mean.
Sandra Birchmore, you need to learn her name. She was murdered in your town. Learn her name. Don't shake your head. Learn it. Learn it. Sandra Birchmore. Sandra Birchmore. Learn her name.
Thanks for conducting yourself as a man up here.
So can you tell us what was happening before that? What led up to that?
Well, that was Bob McCarthy from the police audit committee. And he had mispronounced, I'll say it nicely, her name multiple times before that meeting. That was the meeting where they interviewed, was it Five Stones? And it was after
Grant's still here?
It was after they left. Well, no, during the interview, he mispronounced her name again, and we all yelled, "It's Sandra Birchmore!" And then he mispronounced it again, and we yelled at him again as a group, like everybody in the audience. And I was irate at that point because he's doing it on purpose. So there was a break. I took out my little, I always carry that in my backpack because it's easy to put in. And I put it in my backpack, and I was standing for the rest of the meeting, leaning up against the wall, just holding her sign. And then I went up to the table, and there was somebody else who is from Norfolk County, so I let her go first to say her piece. And I try to keep my cool, because a cooler head is better to get out there and for people to understand. But I couldn't keep my cool with that. And so I went up and said initially, and then he shook his head. And I don't know if you guys saw when he went like this, he had a bottle in his hand. He said, "Get out of here, lady." But you guys couldn't hear it. And that was like this surge of anger. That's why I started really, really like yelling. Because you're not going to disrespect Sandra like that and in my presence. Purposefully doing
And
it.
like, why? For what is, those are the things where it's like, that's how you want to use your position of power. You were elected to represent your community, and the way that you want to do it is by disgracing the name of somebody who was just failed on every level of society. Cool, great. So glad that you were appointed that position.
Yeah.
I see our next guest backstage, but it said, I don't know if you can hear, but it says devices not connected. So I think you need to reconnect something. I don't exactly, nothing technologically likes us today. So that's fun, you guys.
Peter, if you can hear us, why don't you go back out and come back in?
Yes.
And I have to call.
Yeah, if you can do that. What do you guys think? Maybe a Fervent song, and then we'll be ready to have a conversation with the one and only Peter Murphy, who I have never actually gotten the chance to speak to like this before, and I'm very excited about it. I think he's phenomenal. I've been a fan from afar for a very long time. So let's do a quick fervent break. I'm trying to pick fervent songs that apply to what we're doing, and then we'll be back. And we appreciate all of your flexibility, everybody out there, with technology. Here we go.
It's a beautiful Christmas day, but for some reason I'm feeling gray. My wife asks me if everything's okay. I say it feels like my last Christmas as DA. I wonder how I'll fill my days when there's nobody left to frame. She tells me, pick your 3 chins up, it'll be okay. Make the most of what's left of your reign. You're right. If you laugh at my fat ass sliding down the chimney, that's witness intimidation, and you are guilty. Wanna know what happens when you litter? Don't ask me, ask Rich Schiffer. Wanna expose my favorite family? Just take a look at Aiden Carney. I made sure there was no justice for John O'Keefe. We'll prosecute Farwell, he was such a peach. Too bad, feds, you couldn't catch me. I'll continue haunting Norfolk County. Wait, who the fuck is this guy? I take it back, feds, you're doing great, guys. Appears my reign of terror is coming to an end. Took me this long to comprehend that I was involved in so many setups, but it was me who was the punchline.
Okay, it looks like they're still figuring out technology. The end of that always feels like a lullaby, like I have to be quiet now. I have a sneak peek for you guys, okay? It's not a sneak peek. It's an unveiling. It's a debut, whatever you call when you do something for the first time. I made Fervent a video to House defendants, and this is the very first time it will ever be shown. Enjoy.
McGalbert third party. There ain't no party like a McGalbert third party. There ain't no party like a McGalbert third party. There ain't no party like a McGalbert third party. We got you right where we want you. We're gonna threaten you with defamation lawsuits. Got Alan Damon shaking in their boots. They scared they bit off more than they can chew. Hold on, wait a minute, what does that say? 23 pages in and I'm only halfway future. This weed whacker got me down to my last dollar. I still think she wants this decorated dude. I should call her. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. There ain't no party like a McAlbert third party. Now they're out here calling us the House Defendants. How the hell do we even contest this? Guess Karen really wants her vengeance. Oh shit. Now we're known as the House Defendants. House Defendants. We the House Defendants. House Defendants. We are House Defendants.
I hope you guys like that as much as I liked making it. That was a lot of fun. We're still figuring out technology. So let me see let me talk about this post from Juna Perkins while we were on the topic. Oh, how you doing back there?
Hey, I texted you Peter's. For some reason, my phone is not connecting at all. So I texted you Peter's number so you could try to get him on, because every time I call him, it's a mess.
Okay, let me do that. Do you want to talk here? I can make this easier for you to read if you wanted. You brought this up earlier and we didn't get to touch on it.
Okay.
About
yeah, I'll bring it up on my phone so I can see it.
Perfect. Let's figure that out. There we go.
Where is it? Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right with you so I can look her up. There we go. She's right there. So I can see what she posted. Now, this happened from the article that was released. That was a hit piece on Deitch, Karen, and Aiden. I'm not going to even say who did it or anything because I don't want to give her any spotlight. But the Juna Perkins decided she wanted to reply to it and try to, get political points on Adam Deitch. She said the state's sovereignty means that federal prosecutors should not interfere with state prosecutions unless the risk of not doing so would weigh the potential of harm caused. Now, from that, did she mean that they shouldn't have prosecuted Matthew Farwell? Because otherwise he would be on the streets, walking around Norfolk County like he did for 3.5 years. That is scary. And also, what they released to the prosecution and defense in the Karen Reed trial, I think she was more meaning that, but she wasn't clear. She feels they shouldn't have interfered in that trial. Well, I look at it is they only started investigating the investigation of that because it was so outlandish, because they saw what was going on. So she goes on to say the district attorney made many self-serving, unethical decisions in the prosecution of Karen Reed. The failure to prosecute the murder of Sandra Birchmore and many other cases, which is why I decided to challenge him. But his poor performance should have been left to the voters to evaluate, not the federal government. If the federal government had not stepped in, Matthew Farwell would be on the streets.
And we know that, like, that's not even a question because he still does every day. Michael Morrissey could wake up in the morning and be like, today is the day. Let's get all our ducks in a row. Let's get all the evidence that we already have compiled. And let's also file state charges on Matthew Farwell.
Yes.
Every day that he doesn't do that is proof that if the feds hadn't stepped in to do that, it would not have happened. Also, I just called Peter and it's doing the same thing for me that it won't connect. So I'm guessing something weird happened with technology on his end right now. Mercury. Everybody blame Mercury.
Let me see if I have any text from him, and then we can continue with that.
I think that it's like because look, when I can't even pull it up, but it says device is not, he's like still there. I think that something is going on. Actually, I'll do this for now.
Oh, he might be.
Well, while you're doing that, not only was this an absurd take just generally, but it is like doubly absurd because it is in response to that Boston Magazine article, because there are a lot of responses to the Boston Magazine article that have to do with the job that she is trying to take in office. And nothing that she said in this, and also nothing that she said in the forum the other day, reflected like how she would be as a district attorney in a positive light. Exactly. Going back to her statements at the forum, you're so upset about your social media posts, and yet an enormous part of the job that the district attorneys are running for right now are going to have to take on is deciding what to do with the Michael Proctor of it all and communicating with victims of SA that still don't know that their photos and disgusting language about them were found on Michael Proctor's phone. She's going to need to navigate that if she were elected in office, heaven forbid.
And it's a possibility some of those are Sandra Birchmore's pictures, because she had a lot of photos and a lot of videos that William, told her to send. So they have all that. And if any of them are pervs, God only knows who has those videos.
If I'm going to go with not if. And I think that there is a way to be outraged in a productive way and a way to be outraged with empathy. And I think that's what I see in Adam Deitch is like his outrage about these situations makes him more careful, more measured, more compassionate. And that's the headspace that you need to be in to be able to do this job effectively. We've seen what happens when the people in power act on their emotions, when they're just kind of flying by the seat of their pants because they're not thinking clearly about what they're saying and what they're doing and who they're protecting because their emotions are too tied into the situation. And that's what I see in Juna's statements. That's what I see in her Facebook post. That's what I see in the forum, is somebody who would get so upset and angry that they're not able to separate their own feelings from the job that they're tasked to do in that situation.
Yeah. And for the most part, like, I've learned to ignore the trolls, except when it comes to our page, because it's like if you're going there. And that's what she should be doing. She should be ignoring everything that's being said on social media. Like, I get it, you want to look for the good stuff, but just let people say what they want to say. They're gonna say it regardless. And that shows, like you said, it shows how she would be. She was flustered. She couldn't let it go either. She just had to get that last word in about Adam Deitch not being good because he's not one of us. And then Adam came back with that wonderful line, about maybe you guys we don't need we don't need the basically
an insider.
Same old saying. We need maybe somebody to come in. We don't want, you guys don't want, she doesn't want an outsider. Well, maybe that's what we need because Adam.
I think that's exactly what we need.
Yes. Yes.
Corruption happens on the level that we're seeing in Norfolk County because it's insider after insider after insider, and it's relationships that were built years and years ago over a favor and a secret and a cover up and I won't tell if you don't tell, and now I have this on you and you have this on me. That is how these situations come to be. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens because of insiders. And also, like, being from Boston and moving 2 towns over doesn't really make you an outsider.
No.
You're not from the moon.
It's not like he moved here from, like his dad lives in Rhode Island. It's not like he was living in Rhode Island and decided to move here to run. That would be different.
Like in a typical political race where you talk about an outsider, it's the type of race where there was kind of like a clear opening. Like if Morrissey was still running and it was like, oh, that looks like an easy guy to beat. Let me move to Norfolk County just so that I can beat that guy and I can like achieve my lifelong goal of becoming a district attorney. That's not what this is. I think it's also important to note that like the district attorney is the district attorney for everybody. And when Juna makes statements like this, you're already drawing, like, I haven't filled out my ballot yet. Yeah, we're doing this for Adam Deitch. Like, you could have said something in the forum the other night that made me say, wait a second, like, this is my candidate now. That is how elections work. It was, let's be realistic. But for her to have already drawn lines and to say, like, these are my supporters, these are your supporters, like, well, we're all Norfolk County residents, and if you were to win this election, you're supposed to represent me, and I don't feel that.
And to like, to bring up the MAGA issue, they're votes. They're people who vote, and because some of them live in Massachusetts, you're turning them away because they are able for a very short time. So make sure you check check where you can change your vote. You can go to the Secretary of State's office website, right, for that?
Yes, I'll put up the QR code. Here we go, right there.
Awesome. So she's turning away votes, because the Democratic Party is such, the stronghold in Massachusetts. We need Republicans in this area to stand up and say enough is enough. I'm going to change my affiliation to undecided?
Unenrolled.
Unenrolled. It's different where I am.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what it's called up here.
Usually it's just independent.
Yeah, it might be that, but I think it's something close to yours, but it's a little different. The one good thing about I live in New Hampshire. The one good thing about New Hampshire is you can't change your party affiliate, but you can register to vote at the polls.
Oh.
Yeah. And I think every state should do that. Yeah. Obviously you have to bring your documentation and stuff like that, but back to what's going on here, to cast away a segment of people in this county, it was just messed up and wrong. And like we said, there are trolls we've been dealing with the trolls for years now.
No.
And they're really starting to come onto the Sandra Birchmore side, which is insane to me. I don't get it. So it's like, she needs to learn how to, put her big girl panties on and stop blaming other people and stop going. It's just the way she went after Adam was sickening to me, to bring up Sandra's name, and it's not the first time she's done it.
And to bring up Sandra's family when it's like, I wonder what Sandra's family would think. Well, like, ask, like, go. Yeah. Barb's right here, and she was just on with us. Like, you can ask and you can get an answer, and then you don't get the chance to use that as a talking point to go against what Barb is fighting for Sandra, what you are fighting for Sandra.
And I kind of think this is just my opinion. I kind of think that she's annoyed that we backed Adam in a public way. I think she was hoping that she would get our backing because she has such a background in issues like Sandra's. So I think that might be part of her problem.
Had she ever reached out to you guys to connect?
Nope.
Oh,
one time.
Interesting.
And there's people. There are ways she could have gotten in touch with us. I mean, you could have just gone to the website, and we have our website, and we have the Facebook page, and I'm on X, and so there was plenty of ways for her campaign to reach out to us. And exactly, she tried to score political points, like with a cheap shot, and used Sandra. And that's what I actually made a statement, because I shared the group statement, and I said, as one of the co-founders, I'm disgusted, and you did what the police did to Sandra. You used her for your own means. So this is another person who just used Sandra. People need to just stop using Sandra.
That just hit. You're exactly right that it's completely just re-victimizing Sandra in a way that she doesn't deserve and is completely counter to what you've been fighting for.
Yeah.
This is what I was going to say. So Barb just said, we all deal with social media vitriol. Don't whine about it, for God's sake. There is a way for her to address what she's clearly feeling hurt by that makes a positive impact for everybody. I think, I'll take this time to make a statement. I think that everybody needs, if you are somebody who's going online to argue or to bring other people down, I think it's important for all of us to recognize that that's not going to change minds. Nobody has ever switched teams because somebody said you suck, you're stupid, or all the other way worse things that they say online. If you truly care about the movement that you're a part of, then you can have a civil conversation with people like Boots on the Ground has been when they're advocating in person, or you can remain civil on the internet and represent your side in a positive way, even when other people aren't. I think that's the best way to truly get your point across and truly show what you believe in. And that is my rant about everybody being nice to each other on social media. And also we can just be mean about technology because why do we have to deal with this nonsense of technology? Have you heard from Peter? Did we hear anything? No.
I assume he's not backstage, right?
No, he's not anymore.
He sent me a photo saying, showing that he was at the point where you get your camera up and you uncheck mute. And I said, just hit the inbox or whatever it says. I can't.
Was that recent?
No, it was a little while ago, but probably about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I haven't seen him back there. Well, in the meantime, do you think now would be a good time to pull up the MICRODOTS video or still wait? I'm just excited to watch it. I haven't watched it yet. This is going to be
Yeah, we can bring it up, I guess. I think is MICRODOTS still in the chat?
If he's not, we can wait.
He was here to see what people's reactions are to his video.
Also, it's so hot in my house right now, you guys. My air conditioning turned itself off. Nothing in technology is being.
I know it's we're in this weird bubble that nothing is working. Yeah, people are saying play the MICRODOTS. I'm just gonna text them.
We can always watch it twice. It's not super long. It's 3 minutes long. So let's do that. And then maybe it will summon the one and only Peter Murphy to us. Here we go. Okay. House defendant. Okay, I'm going to put us down so it can be full screen.
On November 3rd, 2026, Adam Deitch defeats Joseph Pagliaro in the race for Norfolk County DA. The following day, Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin put in their resignations, along with analyst Colleen Crawford. Effective January 1. John Fanning, Nicholas Guareno, and nearly every other trooper hired by Michael Morrissey request new assignments, essentially cleaning the office of loyalists before the disgraced DA's term officially ends. Attorney Robert Cosgrove is released from service after Turtle Boy is found not guilty by a jury of his peers.
Just knowing that I had a world of supporters out here to have our back and that I'm completely innocent and that you never forgot that, you always stood by me. I can't thank you enough.
January 6, 2027. District Attorney Adam Deitch begins his administration by hiring new prosecutors. Most are selected from his former team, the same team that investigated Michael Morrissey's office for the U.S. Department of Justice. Then releases a pre-recorded statement to the media.
I've assembled a task force to review the actions of this office under my predecessor, Michael W. Morrissey.
Right away, he rolls out his agenda.
The former Stoughton police officer charged with killing Sandra Birchmore. Matthew Farwell was already convicted last October by the DOJ for the murder, but now he faces state charges for the same crime. This comes as a direct result of newly elected District Attorney Adam Deitch's case review task force, which is currently re-examining hundreds of cases handled under former DA Michael W. Morrissey's administration. Mass State Police Detectives Matthew Dunn, John Fanning, and Nicholas Guareno are also under criminal investigation to determine if they broke the law by not investigating Farwell for the crime.
The investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe is now reopened. The Norfolk DA made the announcement this morning in an interview with WBZ's Christina Rex, stating that his office has already re-interviewed multiple witnesses and has received new information about the circumstances surrounding O'Keefe's death.
Richie, so good. I hadn't watched that. That was my first time. I literally have chills right now. Wait, you're on mute. You're on mute again. It's technology. You're still muted. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Sorry. I'm sorry because I was
No, you're
trying
good.
to. Thank you, MICRODOTS, for letting us use that. It's exclusive. It's from his Patreon. It's not finished. So we got to see a little behind the scenes of MICRODOTS. And we appreciate
That's how you do a teaser.
Yeah. Appreciate him so much for letting us use that. And it's something that if we all do what we can do, that might be the future. So, yeah, you know, make sure you go follow MICRODOTS if you haven't already. He puts out amazing videos. And yeah, thank you so much, Richie.
And I think we should say as an official statement, Brian Higgins, I'm sorry if that video scared you. So scary. The scary music in the background. He's going to have nightmares for weeks. But that really is why the way that this district attorney's office has been operating as if they're above the law, you can see why they would be terrified to have anybody new come in, let alone somebody like Adam Deitch, whose experience has been in rooting out corruption, prosecuting people who act nefariously. And I, for one, would like my tax dollars to be spent on that rather than on, I don't know, Judd Welcher painting his arm blue and all the stuff. Here, I have a challenge for you guys while we're waiting. I want everybody right now, if you're available, like if you're able to, not if you're driving or something, to open up your Facebook and first of all, go onto Adam Deitch's page, click likety-like, because once you like any one of these candidates, every single time that you log in, you're going to get ads for all of them. It's like the algorithm says like, oh, you want to know about the district attorney? I'll show you all of them. But then I want you to click somewhere. I'm not exactly sure how you search for it, but figure out if you can find somebody that you're connected to that lives in Norfolk County. You can search by a specific town. You can search by like Norfolk County, or you can just think in your head. And then I want you to text that person. And I want you to send them a text message, even if you haven't talked to them in years. It's going to be like awkward, but people like getting those kind of messages. Like think about how you feel when somebody reaches out to you that you haven't talked to in a while. This is a nice way to connect. Just send them a quick message that says, hey, Mizzy, I know we haven't talked in a long time. I've been following the district attorney's race in your county. I know, weird. I like live in Tennessee and I'm like super invested in your DA's race, but like, let me tell you why. And then ask them who they're planning to vote for, or just tell them to vote for Adam Deitch. Tell them that the election is on September 1st and just get a conversation going, because that one text message that you send right now could make a difference. Like when I say this election could come down to peanuts, pennies, one vote this way, one vote that way, I truly mean it. And you could be the difference. We're saving Boozey. We also do have somebody else coming in about scheduled to come in about 5 minutes. So don't worry, you guys. You're not just going to hear us blibber blabbering for this long. To give you guys
I asked Peter if he could possibly come on later with Scott and Mazza.
Perfect.
If he can get his stuff left out.
That would be good at this point. Yeah. To give you guys a rundown for the rest of the evening, we're going to be here all night, you guys. We have coming up at 5:15, we're going to be joined by Bob Motta from the Defense Diaries. After that, we're going to get to talk to Jen Root, who is Juston Root's sister. And she's another person, like I said about Barb, that I think is really important to hear from, because she is in this fight in a different way. This isn't about like scoring social media points. This isn't about like wanting your guy to win the election. Like she has endorsed Adam Deitch because her life depends on this. Her fight for justice for her brother has brought her to this point where she is invested in Adam Deitch because she knows that he is the person who's going to get justice for her brother and is going to care to listen and to look at the evidence in a way that nobody has so far. After that, we're going to be joined by Maz Media and Scott McGuinness and maybe Peter Murphy. And then we have Boots on the Ground. Jason and Allison are going to be joining us. After that, at 7:45, we're going to be joined by Mel Barrett and Jimmy, Auntie Deb, and we have a game to play with them that I've been looking forward to all day. And to close out the day, we're going to get to hang out with Boozey Beauty and Samantha Benigno until the sun comes up tomorrow morning. And until
I have snacks and soda, so I'm good.
Perfect. I was thinking, like, what am I going to order on DoorDash later? We also at some point should like check in with our fundraising in a way where we're like being intentional, like $1,000 this hour, that kind of thing. I told you goals scare me though.
Mazza just posted a few minutes ago what the total's at, and we're coming
You
close
guys are doing
to-
amazing.
Yes, you guys are awesome. We're coming close. We're, to what we raised last time. Another $1,000, and it's about what we raised last time. So if we could beat that, that would be wonderful. And we appreciate every dollar, penny, nickel, dime that you guys are donating. Thank you so much. It helps. Like Adam said, we're in the home stretch, and this will help do ads. That's so important. And just, driving around the county and all kinds of stuff. Emilie has that chart that shows what all the dollars go to. And we appreciate everything you guys have done. I have a little thing for you guys, like a challenge. It's not really a challenge. Can you guys copy the link to this fundraiser and put it out on your social media? It'll help drive things, and even just people will see Adam's name.
Yeah, and I would love for this to reach kind of outside. I've been trying to think about other ways that we can kind of get outside of like our bubble to reach voters that like Stacey was talking about, don't even know that this election is coming up, don't know the ins and outs of what's been going on in Norfolk County, and would probably care a lot when they do find out. I think those are the people that will make the difference in this race too.
Yeah, it takes a village, and we're the village, and we need to all, I also think, call up some of your free care and read people. If you know people who were, defending Karen and you haven't seen them around, call them up and say, hey, listen, we need you. This is part of like the end of Karen's fight. She's still going through civil case, but John might be able to get justice if Adam Deitch gets in. So, and hopefully Sandra will get justice beyond Matthew Farwell, the other perpetrators who are part of her case. So call up your free Karen Reed friends. I mean, they were all about Karen Reed during the trial. Tell them to come join us. We need all hands on deck.
I think a major part of the people beyond Matthew Farwell being held to account too is what was done to Sandra during her life before the event of Matthew Farwell taking her life, I guess allegedly, supposedly, but yes, was so atrocious and so inhumane and just disgusting, and an abuse of power to a level that should scare all of us to know that they're still walking consequence free around your neighborhood, around your children. People who do the things that were done to Sandra don't stop doing it until they face consequences. And it scares me to think that there were people that were abusing Sandra during her life that are so relieved that they got away with it, to the point that they probably feel superhuman and they probably feel like the rules don't apply to them. And when you have a scary creep walking around who thinks that the rules don't apply to them, every level of our community is unsafe. And
exactly.
And I understand. Yeah.
Robert Devine is part of our justice system in a different way. He's a lawyer now. So that's part of the justice system. And it's that's to me scary. We just need Sandra's case to be broadened, because people only think about her death, but there was a lot of abuse that occurred to Sandra. And it's not just physical, it's mental. It's like you just said, it's horrific. And sometimes I can't even find the words to say, because it just makes me so angry.
And then you think about the people that are in power that were okay with not holding Farwell and others to account. And I can wrap my head around favors for a friend if they get pulled over and they're like, hey buddy, like I have the speeding ticket, can you make it go away? Like, yeah, okay, you're not supposed to do that, it's against the rules, but like that I can understand. Oh, so you need to get a permit for your child's birthday party at a park and you don't want to pay the $25, you know somebody in the office, oh, like little favor here, little favor there. To ask for a favor to cover up for all the words that YouTube would be mad about me saying, so just imagine them in your mind. These men were all of them, all the bad words that YouTube would be mad about. And still the people that are supposed to hold them accountable were like, yeah, but that's my friend. Like, no, that's where, is there a line? Is there a place you draw the line? Do you have any conviction, any morals, any values at all? Or there's just no line? It's friendship over anything.
It's wild that this man knew that he could walk into that apartment and do what he did and walk out and
go to the hospital and hold his newborn child.
Yeah.
Every layer of his life is sick, disgusting. And for anybody who's not like super familiar with all the ins and outs of Sandra's case, Matthew Farwell's name was in all of the paperwork from day one. It wasn't, this isn't a whodunit. They weren't like going down the wild goose chase, chasing the wrong lead and not knowing where to look. And they had to wait until the DNA testing. No, his name was there on day one.
Exactly. They had DNA. They didn't test it. They had like text message. They just said in one of the federal court filings, I believe they said 50,000 text messages. They had them. There's a report where Trooper Fanning says he went through them. There's so much evidence that they got that they just ignored, and they never went back to the medical examiner and told her the things that they were finding. Like her phone stopped moving 3 minutes before he left her apartment. The Emmy didn't know that. That's one of the things that I got out of Fanning, and I was like, yes. Because to me, the broken hyoid bone I was looking for, and it was broken, and did her phone stop moving? And he said yes. Before, and he even said before he left her apartment, and he said, we think she did it right away. And I was like, that's not how Sandra works. She picks up her phone and calls 50 people. So
that's not how people work. Like it took less than 3 minutes to get down in the elevator. That's not how people work. Can you tell us a little bit about when you're talking about talking to Fanning? Can you tell us about how that came about and what that interaction was like, and who John Fanning is, I guess, for anybody who might.
So in August of 2023, we did a standout for Sandra in front of Michael Morrissey's office. You know, it was a small but mighty standout. And I printed flyers for everybody to write a letter to Morrissey and tell them why they were outraged about Sandra's case. And we brought them up to his office, and we wanted a call. He never called, obviously. And so people know, it was the same week he made his hostage video. And they told us he was on vacation. Right. So he we didn't get a call back. So I called them, and they said, oh, we'll look into it. Of course, didn't get a call back. So I called back again, and I spoke to the secretary at the front, and my phone messed up. Like the way, you know, where you could see the phone log, the call logs. I thought they called me, but it was me calling them, because I just was looking at my phone logs. And so I called them back, and I said, oh, somebody from his office called. And she was like, okay, let me connect you to his secretary. So I got his secretary, and I was like, yeah, I just got a call back. And it's because, and she's like, oh, okay, yeah, let me see about that. she's like, let me do some work and I'll have somebody get back to you. And she really sounded sincere. It wasn't that BS line. And then so like half hour, 20 minutes later, I got a phone call from Fanning. And I was like, oh, okay. So I wasn't expecting it. So I was a little off guard. So I was like, I didn't have all my questions that I wanted like at the front of my head. But we talked for about 40 minutes about Sandra's case. I kept saying over and over again that she was murdered. And he kept saying, no, it was an unaliving. And I said, no, he was, and there's something that happened in court when I wasn't there, that he went to a course, Farwell, of strangulation, like all different ways of that people are unalived. And he learned about strangulations. So I said to Fanning, he was a police detective. He would know how to fake a scene. And he was like, oh, no, he wasn't a real detective. And I was like, what? And we just kind of danced around. We were very cordial. And I said, if I can help you guys, get you guys information, I will. I doubt I can because there's a lot of people who are scared. And I said, but we danced around. There's a few other things that he said. Like he said that we started kind of talking about her counseling. And he said, oh, she lied a lot and she was very secretive. And I said, yeah, you know why? Because she was groomed. A child that is groomed at that age. And I went on, and then he was trying not to name names. And I go, oh, Farwell, Matthew, at some point. And he goes, oh, and I go, I know a lot more than you think I know. I said, I've been doing my own investigation. And he was like, oh, I think that's when he realized, like, he wasn't just, because he's kind of charming, Fanning. He tries to be charming. And I was just like, I kept bringing it back. No, I think she was murdered. I think he did it. And it was like a dance. It was like a dance back and forth. And that was that. And for people who don't know who Fanning is, he's Trooper John Fanning. He was a former Stoughton police officer before he was a trooper, so he never should have been on this case. He worked with Robert Devine, and when he was at the Stoughton Police Department, the Farwell brothers were going through the Police Explorers program. So he most likely knew them. He is a little older than them, but he most likely knew them from there. And then obviously he knew them from being officers. And he never, another example, of same with Proctor, he never should have been on this case. And that's something that Adam wants to change. He wants to desperately change people who are affiliated with somebody. They shouldn't be on a case, especially a murder investigation.
Can you explain the connection to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? Because some people might not know about, why does this relate to this election?
Yeah. Trooper Fanning and Trooper Dunn are both detectives. Fanning is now a lieutenant, I believe. And they were the ones who were investigating Sandra's case. And like John's case, they didn't do, it's when you look at their cases together, you're like, there's so much similarity in the investigations, not the case itself. But the Norfolk County DA's office has troopers, if you don't know, there are troopers who work basically along with him, and they're basically under him. And they go out and investigate, unalivings, domestic violence things. They take some of the higher profile stuff from the towns, and they handle, murders and unattended deaths. So that they directly affect what is going on in the relationship between the DA and the state troopers that work with him. It's you know, if you look at the emails, and Emilie has a website that has a lot of emails with the troopers. If you want to plug that right now.
FOIAandfindout.com. I'll put it in the chat.
You will see that there's like Morrissey liked to email these people, and we found a lot out through emails, and it's all, you know, gross. Their actions are gross. I know for a fact they sat with the family and lied to their face, because they pushed the narrative that Sandra did this to herself. And think about it. We, you know, in the Sandra Birchmore group, we would say pin it on the girl also. And then it was like both sides, you know, and saying Karen Reed. And one of my moments, like when Karen was found not guilty, I started bawling and I screamed in my house, they didn't get to pin it on this girl either. And Adam Deitch is so important, because he wants to come in and basically take, you know, it's a Christmas snow globe, shake it up, let the good fall, and clean up the rest.
And Adam touched on this when he was on, that the model of this relationship between the district attorney's office and the Mass State Police is that they share an office. They all work together. They're colleagues. So although they are doing two separate jobs as like individuals when they're outside of the office, when they're in the office, think about the relationships that you have with your colleagues. You walk in together from the parking lot and you say like, hey, how's your weekend? How are the wife? How's the kids? How was your son's birthday party? What are you up to? Oh, I got drinks last night. Oh, I'm not feeling great this morning. For the current district attorney's administration, anybody in that office, Greg Connor, to claim that they did not know the type of person that Michael Proctor was based on that relationship, I can't wrap my head around. I feel like my former job, I was a teacher in a school that it was a K through 8. There were a ton of teachers. There were 8th grade teachers upstairs on the 3rd floor that I never crossed paths with on a day-to-day. And yet, you hear things through the grapevine about, oh, this person was like dating this person and they just broke up and da da da. It gets around to say that you worked with this person, that you shared a bathroom together for 15, 20 years, and that you never knew the type of person that he is. Exactly. I can't believe that.
Look at what he said in his text. I can't believe they hired me.
We can't either. It's the only honest thing he's ever said.
You know, it's like if the person who is evil is saying, I don't know why they hired me, you know, that's a question we need answered. You know,
why did they?
What was in his background that he knew? I mean, obviously he knew about the racism, the sexism, and the homophobia and all that stuff, but you know, what else was in his background for him to say that? Or was it just you know, him being a white supremacist, you know?
I guess we'll find out eventually. It is wild to me when I think about the fact that we know so much from those text messages and we've only seen like 1% of them.
Yes.
We've only seen not even the screenshots, the conversation, what you were responding to when you said this. We've just seen these one-liners. There is so much more there that we're going to learn, and it's going to be an enormous mess for the next district attorney to clean up. And we need somebody coming into that office that knows how to clean up this mess, that is going to clean up the mess with integrity without also getting themselves wrapped up in it too.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important what you guys are doing with the FOIA requests, because you guys are putting so much. It's like, you know, the group who is getting the FOIAs and working on getting the FOIAs and posting them and getting them out. And then it's like the creators pick them up and spread everything out for people to see. And it's shocking, some of the stuff we're finding out. Some of it's just goofy and stupid, like how Higgins was afraid of microdots. Like, that's ridiculous. And he was just mad that he was putting stuff out there that he didn't like.
Well, I also got the feeling reading Higgins's recent emails that came out that he felt emboldened to try to get these like ridiculous, exaggerated, unnecessary charges brought on MICRODOTS because of what had happened to Aiden, and because he saw that Aiden was targeted and Aiden was silenced by ridiculous charges that never should have been brought in the first place. And his thought was, ooh, that looks like a good idea. If I could get this guy to stop making these amazing videos that are pointing people to look at me in the waterfall, which is literally all, then why not just draft something up and bring it to Tully? And the fact that he felt comfortable doing that with no fear that somebody was going to look at him and say, wait a second, you seem awfully nervous about people looking at you at this evening's events. Maybe we should look at you at this evening's events. The fact that he didn't feel scared at all about that happening tells me that he felt protected.
Yeah.
I can pull up the FOIA site.
I'm just going to grab my charger real quick because my phone's dying.
Do it. So this is FOIA and Find Out. And just to answer some of the ridiculous things that people have asked about online, at no point in doing this are we feeling like we're going to find something out that wasn't already known to law enforcement. So we're not like looking for the smoking gun. Just want to make that like, I don't think that we're going to open up a FOIA drop and then suddenly see something that's never been known to anybody before. The reason why something like this is important is because the Freedom of Information Act was created so that the public can know what their elected officials and what the people in power are doing. And if there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to hide. Great. We, read some emails and looked at some documents and no harm, no foul. But if there is something to see, and if there are relationships that the public should know about, and if there is an underbelly of these offices that affect our safety and our lives, then we should be able to know about that. And that is the purpose of FOIA and Find Out. People have been doing FOIA requests for years since this act was created. This is nothing new. What I wanted to do in creating this was have kind of like a place where you can go to find this information. Once somebody requests a documents through FOIA, I would have thought that it would have been like, okay, this person requested these documents. Freedom of information is not free. You do pay for a lot of it. But now that it's like out in the open, you would think that there would be somewhere where you could just access that information. But that's not how this works at all. So let's say like Fox 25 does a FOIA request for Farwell's, any emails to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office that say the word Farwell in them. Once that is sent out to Fox 25, then if I wanted to access those documents, I would have to go to Fox 25 and ask like, hey, did you get those documents? Or I would have to file my own FOIA request identical to the one that Fox 25 just did, and then pay for that on my own again and go through the whole process again. So I wanted there to be somewhere that once somebody submitted a FOIA request, that information then truly became public for the public consumption. This is not about like sides in this. This is not about like getting information for one side or the other. This is just getting information. And we have shirts, which are just for fun.
And I acknowledge where we're at. We're a little over 5,000 and it's only 5:30. So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Amazing. Oh, cool.
Can I say
I guess
FOIA that was done by Rachel?
I was just going to pull that up. This one?
She did a FOIA and she got video, and you know, it's a little bit of a changer for us. You know, who is this phantom person outside? Who leaves? I can't remember exactly how much it is, but it's seconds before firewall comes down. And let me explain what's over there. The only thing, like in front of the building, there are like carports and parking spaces. And if you turn right, walking out of that building, there's just a small parking lot. So there's no reason for somebody to be coming from that direction unless they were coming into the building.
And you had never seen that on another video that had been released before. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, that was brand new to us.
And that's why these are important. Is that in this video? Do you want me to play that?
I'm not sure if it's in that one. It might be. But even, I mean, play it for even people who have never seen it, you know, look at the arrogance of this man when he...
Wait, I'm going to pause on that because Peter Murphy just arrived, and then disappeared again. Technology. There he is. Let's pause on this.
Okay.
Did we do it?
Yes.
Did we do it?
Can you hear us? Can you say something, Peter? Your mic's not on.
If you're on your phone, turn the volume up on the side. See if that works.
I don't think
turn the volume up on. Can you hear us?
I'll text him.
Okay, I'm gonna put him back down. Tell him to wait. Is your phone on silent? Text him to put his phone not on silent.
To what?
To take if his phone's on silent, sometimes that makes a difference. This is adorable, you guys. He has all his Adam Deitch merch. That's all you guys need to see. Everybody, $5 donation for Peter Murphy sticking through this technology struggle in his Adam Deitch gear. Everyone's just putting ear emojis.
Well, at least we've gotten to see Peter. We're getting a little bit further.
We'll just communicate through chats. The ear emojis are killing me, you guys. That's so funny. Can't hear you. Oh no.
He can't pick up his phone. He's on his phone. Oh.
I'm thoroughly entertained by this. I don't know about you guys. I find these things so funny.
I don't even know if my texts are going through. Okay.
We can't hear you. Oh. Can't hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm texting him and he's answering like through the...
Oh. Is there something I can do? Let's see. Edit mic settings. Nope.
That's one
I think
thing
everybody needs to make...
I wish StreamYard kind of had where you can, when somebody comes in, you could kind of control things a little more.
I know. It doesn't. But the problem is that it doesn't even have the. So on StreamYard, if like you mute through StreamYard, it will like show a little mute symbol. He doesn't even have that. So it's from his phone that it's there. Okay. Well, and now he's gone from backstage altogether. So we're going back to Sandra's video now, you guys. This is.
We appreciate Peter trying so hard to get in. To see
I
us.
mean, if you guys don't all donate $10 now just for the effort.
Hello.
Okay. We did it.
Hey, an hour late to the game.
No, that's how you make an entrance, Peter Murphy. That was phenomenal. You build the suspense.
Yeah.
Oh, we're calling it suspense now. Okay.
I loved it. I loved every second of it. And the payoff is worth it. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Before we go any further, I want to thank Mazza Media for jumping on the landline and we're trying to work me through this. I've had success doing this many times. I've had some failures. Mizzy knows that. I don't understand what's happened tonight. It was asking me for settings. It was asking me for login codes. My phone wasn't working. You guys couldn't call me, but I think we're good to go here.
We did it. You did it. I appreciate so much that you stuck through that. Everybody now donate $15 just to reward Peter Murphy for all of his efforts.
Everybody's just gonna raise it.
He deserves it. Next time it's 20 if you don't do it now.
15, put a couple of zeros on that. My God.
We started at 5. Every time I have to ask if you haven't donated yet. Now it's 20. Look how hard you work just to be here with you guys. $20.
All right.
Thank you so much for being here. Yep.
I'm sorry. Before we get started, I want to give a shout out to Peter and Annie. They really helped the Deitch campaign a lot at the very beginning. They were running around town to town, dropping off. Is my sound wacky?
You're echoing.
Huh.
It's good on my end, Mizzy. I'm sorry.
But we're just going with the flow tonight.
That's it.
At this point, we just are going to take what we can get.
Whatever happens. They were driving around town to town and delivering signs when they didn't have an office. And, that means so much. I know it meant so much to Adam and his team. And I just want to make sure people know how much work that Annie and Peter did at the beginning of his campaign, like when he started ramping up in the new year.
Yes, you're right. He did not even have an office yet. We were looking for signs. We were meeting Katie on the run at clandestine meeting points when she was on her way to point A to point B, handing off signs. But Annie and I, and there were other people. Kurt got some signs out. But yes, we kicked the ball through the uprights and we got signs out on lawns and it took a couple of days to do it, but I don't know the number, but there was quite a few. And Annie was tremendous.
Peter, for anybody who might be meeting you right now for the first time, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and why this matters to you?
Yeah, I can certainly do that, Emilie. And I guess probably the best place to start would be to say that I got involved in law enforcement back in the mid-'70s as a permanent intermittent. I was appointed a full-time officer in 1982. Went to the police academy, graduated the week before Christmas. I was on the Westwood Police Department for almost 5 years. I became a safety officer and a community service officer in those first 2 years. Then I transferred back to Canton in 1986 and was there until 2010 and was 22 years as a sergeant on the department. Why I got involved in this case, I was, I guess you would say, a pretty active and aggressive police officer on the job. I had retired in 2010, obviously, when the John O'Keefe incident took place, murder. I watched it on the news and I bought into the narrative that was being told, Emilie and Mizzy, because I didn't know any different. I believed law enforcement. I did my job to the best of my ability, and I didn't know of any real problem officers on the Canton Police Department. So yeah, I saw the snowstorm. I saw the house on the news the next morning, and I believed the story until April of 23. And that was like, something's wrong here. And it proliferated from April of 23 to more information and more problems and more questions in my mind. And that's pretty much when I talked to Dave Yannetti's office and then called Josh Levy and spoke with him and gave my information about the taillight story, who took the taillight out and how that came about. And that's a story for another day. Obviously, I got totally tied up in that case, and I didn't know the Birchmore story. And as Mizzy and you are only too well aware, Sandra's story got how would I say it, dismissed, for want of a better word, in my opinion. Didn't hear much about it. And then when I did hear about it, and I heard about the high bone and the necklace not being found and the video not being looked at, I said, oh boy, here's another side story of Morrissey's office failures and perhaps complicitness in this case. And it jumped me back into that, or into the Birchmore case right then and there. And I've been into both of them since. I've been into Oakley many times with Mizzy and Annie and a bunch of us. And that's it. I mean, we need, in a nutshell, we need a total, in my opinion, transparency, restoration of trust in that DA's office. People have no trust in it, no belief in it. And, I'm horrified that there's people, mentors or underlings of Morrissey that are running in this campaign. That scares the hell out of me.
Was it a difficult decision for you to be so public with your criticism of the way that these investigations were handled, having the relationships that you have in that department?
Absolutely. These were people that basically, at roll call, I told them to go out, be safe, and prayed to God that they came home or back to the shift. At the end of the shift, parked their cruiser and handed the keys in 8 hours later. And in many instances, we'd get an important call and I'd have to fly out in the cruiser and back them up, and guns drawn and searches and perimeters. And when you work with people like that, Emilie, it becomes quite a bond. You rely on each other for survival. And we did that many times. Many guns were involved in many cases. And I actually worked on 2 homicides. One was a motor vehicle homicide, and the other one was a domestic violence homicide. Case in point here is that it was very difficult to step outside the 4 corners of the page of not only the people and friends and trusts that I built in that department, but also in the whole spectrum of law enforcement, the thin blue line, and the culture that everybody backed each other up. Well, yeah, you'll back each other up in a crime scene, but I'm not going to back anybody up if they're outside the 4 corners of the page. There's nothing a good cop hates more than a bad cop, and that's a quote from Dave Yannetti.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked a lot about harassment today. It's hard for a cop to step outside that, step beyond the blue line. What has happened to you?
Many of the very fond relationships that I had with the officers over the years have been totally destroyed. They don't talk to me. They told me not to come to town. There's a target on my back. These are police officers. One police officer is telling me, now retired, not to come to town. There's a target on my back. And actually, I did have a target on my back. I got falsely charged on a trespassing charge. I had to spend money on attorneys. And for 6 months, the folder remained open on the desk of the clerk magistrate. And I did not trespass. I was never put on legal notice by anybody that I was not wanted on the church property right next door to the police station. It was an assassination. That's what it was. So yeah, it's taken its toll. And I used to have Thanksgiving dinner. We'd socialize together. We played hockey together. It's all gone south. People will not have anything to do with me in the police department for the most part. It's pretty scary. I mean, it's a culture and it's a blue line that, you know, at what point, why aren't there more officers? You know, if it's clear cut as to what happened to Sandra's case and in the O'Keefe case, why aren't there more officers holding signs in front of the police station as I did for a year?
Yeah.
And then when Adam Deitch joined the race and you were one of the first people who was really campaigning for him and spreading the word about him, what was it that drew you to him in the first place? What were you kind of looking for in a candidate, and why? How did you find it in Adam Deitch?
Well, if I go back to what I said a little earlier, that when I first realized that the narrative that had been told to everyone from Morrissey's office was in it of itself false. I obviously saw Dave Yannetti on the news and in court and so forth, saw him representing Karen Reed. I called his office and asked him, hey, is there a solid source that I could call in the FBI and try to tell my story about what I know about this case? And having worked on the department and worked with some of these people that were investigating the crime scene that morning, they all came on the job. Berkowitz, Gallagher, Lank, Sarif, that whole team that worked that day. Kelleher across the street with the solo cups and the brown Stop and Shop bag. They all came on when I was a midnight sergeant. And I just, you know, I was just appalled that this case was going in the direction it was going. I don't know if that answered your question. I might have got off track.
I think this is a really great question. Sue Mo wanted to know, was it worth it?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be worth it. It's been worth it. You know, the cost has been tremendous. There was costs in my family, my friendships with people. But you know what? At the end of the day, if there's justice for these two murder victims and more, and as important, their families. I know Barbara Wright well from all the court appearances we made at the Moakley on Sandra's behalf. I've seen Farwell come into the courtroom many times in shackles, and I get goosebumps. I can't believe, you know, that this is happening. And the problem is that every single police officer, whoever did the right thing, serve and protect, people helping people, all the different things that you want to put in a narrative. We've all taken a punch in the trunks for this. And you know, and I know that people across the country, across the state, across the county, are fearful of law enforcement. I have people telling me, hey, if I see a blue light in the back mirror, I'm going to pull into the nearest gas station or open store. I don't want to be isolated with just a one-on-one with a police officer. And that's scary in a democracy.
Yeah. What reception have you guys been getting when you're out doing standouts for Adam Deitch?
Tremendous. People, we have overpass signs that we've set up on Route 95. We were there for the World Cup. The horns, we just put the sign, we hang the sign up. The sign has been made by a gentleman named Joe Cavallaro. He's done tremendous work making these signs, spray painting them on lattice work, and we hang them up in the fences over the overpasses. And as soon as we put the sign up, it's gotten to a point now, as soon as people see us driving by at 60 miles an hour and looking up at the overpass, they start beeping their horns, they put their hands out, they give us the thumbs up, they wave. It's been remarkably positive. And, you know, we were counting cars one day. We were counting somewhere over 200 cars a minute coming by us for those World Cups. And I want to tell you, something over 90% was favorable.
Nice. And you go to like so many of the standouts, like you're always at a standout, and you know, as your friend, I appreciate that.
Yeah, there's a few pictures.
Yeah. And it's growing. You guys are growing on the overpass, which is good once you split.
Did that
to the
freeze?
2 locations.
We can still see you.
Me?
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. No, we're good.
Okay.
Right?
Mizzy, Emilie,
Yeah. Still there?
Peter?
hello?
Hi? You still there?
Are we back?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear us, Peter?
What happened?
Oh no.
There was some little thing that happened because my picture went when you flipped it after it got settled, and when I started asking the question, my picture went like that. I was like, "What?"
I am going to rage at technology in a minute. We can hear you, Peter. I don't know if you can hear us.
We have another Fervent Break, or
I don't know what happened. I don't know if you can hear me. You started showing those pictures and the volume cut out.
Yeah.
No. Okay, well, we
I
can
don't
hear
know if
you,
you can
but
hear me. I guess perhaps what I could add at this point is that I'm a law and order type of guy. That's why I took the job, to help people, protect the weak from the strong. And I see Adam Deitch as the right person for the job. He went after the state police on the camera, on the license issues, phony licenses, CDL licenses. He put one police sergeant, state trooper in jail for 6 years on corruption. He's the right guy. He's the only guy.
Yes.
I agree. I don't know if you can hear us, but
I'm not gonna bash the other candidates, but I can say this. Well, I can tell you a story. Juna Perkins came to me on April 7th at a standout and I was campaigning for Dave Clow, who was, how would I say it, maligned on the audit committee and outgunned 3-2 with Bob McCarthy, who Mizzy knows only too well. And Juna came over to us and started telling us and gave us some handouts. And I asked her one question. I said, Juna, would you be willing to open up the case on John O'Keefe? And she said, no way. We spent all the money on the 2 trials for Karen Reed. Spent all the money on the 2 trials for Karen Reed. And she said, and you know what? With those cases, the way they played out, we would have trouble winning the case. And I didn't get confrontational, but in my mind, I'm thinking, so let me get this straight. There's a dead police officer on the ground. There's a dead Sandra Birchmore and a fetus. And money and losing, not winning, losing. They don't want to be a loser in Morrissey's office. Appalling, if that's her attitude.
and that's not justice. That's not the point. I don't know if you can hear us, but that's not the point of the
And again, I
justice
don't know why I can't hear you guys. I can see you shaking the head, so I think you're still hearing me, but
we can hear you.
I have no clue why.
Oh no. And we're gone. I'm glad we got Peter as much as we did for getting it together, because hearing from him and his perspective it reminds me what like honesty and integrity is supposed to look like, and what the right, integrity truly means, like doing the right thing even when it's hard, even when no one's watching. And like Peter Murphy is the definition of somebody with integrity. And when you hear things like in the civil suit against Karen and Aiden, where I'm trying to close things. If the problem is on my end, I'm trying to close as much as I can. If the claim is that Karen and Aiden concocted this story and then just kind of brainwashed all of us, well, Peter Murphy doesn't seem like somebody who would just get duped by a silly story that was invented out of whole cloth. The amount of time that he spent on law enforcement alone should tell you that, let alone the relationships that he had with those people and what he's sacrificed to stand up for what's right. You don't do that because you got brainwashed by a silly story that had no fact behind it. Let's see. Are we back?
Can you hear us?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can hear you now. I don't know what happened. I
Yay.
just went out of the show and I came back in and here I am. If it's working, it's working.
We got you back. Perfect. This is the story of the day today, is just technology failing us left and right.
Do
The
you know what,
DA's
Emilie?
office failed us. Technology failed us.
I still tell everybody this story. In the profession that I was in, carrying a gun, it sucked to come in second. If you get what I'm putting down. If you lost and came in second, it was bad. It means you didn't go home to your family. So persistence is and due diligence is where I'm at and have been. So I'm glad I'm back.
Welcome back.
I know I'm echoing, but I want to tell the story, kind of the story of when Peter and I met. We were doing a Sandra Birchmore standout, and him and his dog were there, and we just started, talking, and then he was like kind of behind me a little bit, and I like leaned over like that, and I just asked him, we both had the same tip. And I asked him, and he was like, yeah, I have that too. And we just kind of looked at each other and we just shook our head and kind of were like, we're going to be friends.
I love that.
Yeah.
True story.
Yep.
I'm gonna. Oh no, never mind. She just left. Never mind. Forget I'm talking.
Emilie, I'm sorry, and Mizzy, I don't know how much of what I told you or reiterated about the dialogue I had with Juno Perkins at the election day on April 7th. I don't know if
We heard all of it.
You got that. Okay.
Yes. I'm still appalled.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that won't change in my mind either. It came down to money and winning, in other words, instead of the DA's office saying, oh, we won that case. No, we lost that case. And so if there's a percentage chance that they're not going to win, they're not going to try it or convene a grand jury. No, not on my watch. They're not.
I have Jen Root backstage. I'm going to bring up with us now. Everybody, please welcome Jen. Or don't, because there you are.
Hi.
Hey, Jen.
Hey, everyone's staying cool?
Trying to.
No.
I can't hear with my AC on, so I keep shutting it off and turning it on.
Oh,
luckily, I have like 3 fans going.
Yeah. Well, thanks for
How
having me.
are you?
Good.
Jen, it was great. It was great to see you the other night at the Braintree Forum at the Braintree.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Great
to see you.
That was really good.
Yes.
It was good to be there in person.
I understand. I understand.
You know what I mean.
I do.
I saw you too, Emilie, but it had already started and you were sitting down a little bit further, and I was like, I don't want to be disruptive. So.
We were sitting in like the oddest seats. We were like up against the wall to the side, but it was a nice way to kind of have a vantage point of like the whole crowd.
Yes.
What did you think?
Totally.
What did you guys think of the forum?
Go ahead, Jen.
I think it's great to have all the candidates come out and speak. And, just overall walking away, it was clear to me who needs to be the next district attorney. And, I didn't appreciate some of the sort of low blow comments. And I also didn't appreciate some of the booing that I heard, because no one was booing when they said another candidate's name, but then they did some booing when Adam's name was mentioned. So, but I wish it was more televised, or that there was some more press there. I think it was good to be there and see everyone.
Yeah.
I think, as you just mentioned, I think there was some revelations about some of the candidates that we were not aware of or had not perceived. And I think we left that forum with a little bit more information on who we should be voting for.
Totally.
Yes.
Jen, what was it that led you, like we were talking to Peter about kind of his path to choosing Adam Deitch as the candidate that he was invested in. What what was it that like kind of tipped the scales for you that like this is our guy?
Well, in the beginning, remember, Peter, you and I went to go see Dejuna. This is when no one else was running.
I do.
You know, obviously seeing her and, you know, hearing her talk and, you know, about, you know, what she'd be doing and, you know, paying attention to what she would not be doing. It became really clear that, you know, I left there like, oh, shoot, I hope we have some more options.
Right.
You know, we need some more options. And I mean, you know, with Adam, what basically like tipped the scales for me is that he was in the anti-corruption unit at the U.S. District Attorney's Office, and for him to leave his position and move to Quincy, you know, that tells me that he's ready to do whatever it takes to step into office and change things. So that was an easy move to say yes.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just the fact that, you know, he had the fortitude and the diligence to go after the phony CDL licenses and put a state trooper in jail for 6 years speaks volumes for just that, his ability to do the right thing and not be pressured by all the forces that are out there that I know the pressure I've taken for standing outside the four corners of the page, and for him to pursue the corruption levels that he's gone after. I just think there's nobody that can even come close to matching what he's done. And as I said before, I don't know if you heard it, Jen, but when I first got involved in the case back in April of 23, I spoke to the officer that removed the taillight from the Lexus, and the conversation that he and I had was very sus, and there was no paperwork done. There was no chain of custody. He wouldn't tell me who ordered him to take the taillight out. And it was, you know, just really, really concerning that things weren't going in the right direction. And I've spoken at many of the memorials for your brother, which also was a Morrissey case. And again, you know, the other candidate that was sitting up at that forum the other night, how he can sit there after 32 bullets were fired at your brother, you know, it baffles my mind.
Yeah, Jen, can you, for anybody who in the chat might not be familiar with your brother's story and how it kind of ties into, it basically tells the story all over again of this is a pattern. This is not a one event from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office where they dropped the ball or they failed, but this is happening again and again and again. Can you tell us about your brother?
Yes. Well, I'll give you kind of like a synopsis. You know, my brother suffered from mental illness and he was in Boston, and there were some, you know, calls made that weren't correct. And, you know, one thing led to another because he was in some sort of psychosis. He had a large clear plastic paintball gun that he only took out in response to an officer having his gun out from 36 inches away. That officer shot it in half. Juston was shot at 15 times from close range, point blank range. And then he left and was going slow, and then an officer did a pit maneuver. And meanwhile, he's been hit a ton of times. He's bleeding out, and he went down Route 9 and crashed at a very high speed, and wheels came off the car. He got out of his car, he dropped to the ground. And there was a civilian in her car who happened to be a trained certified EMT. So by the second time that he fell, she was at his side. So we know what his condition was. And within seconds, and she described his condition dire, like eyes rolling the back of his head, gurgling blood, and he was covered in blood. And he was laying on the mulch. And anyway, they came running, and she was scared, and she ran. And then one officer kicked him, and then they unloaded 31 bullets on him collectively, the 6 officers, and one of them was a state trooper. But the 5 were Boston police. And many of the Boston police officers met together as a group before they were actually interviewed by the Norfolk DA's office. John Fanning was the lead investigator in Juston's case. Obviously, you know, Proctor was there, you know, involved, all of the same kind of characters that you kind of see across the board here. And so that was in February of 2020. And then you fast forward February 2021, Sandra Birchmore. Then you fast forward to the end of January the following year, it's John O'Keefe. And all these, you know, this investigative part of the district attorney's office, it's clear that, you know, when an officer is involved with a death, that they look the other way.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, we had in Juston's case, it's like the body worn camera. You had an officer who lied about it. You had another one, you know, when they take out to hold their gun, it covered the lens. There's just a lot in it. And I remember before my brother was killed, I didn't really understand or know that most oftentimes the police are investigating themselves. Basically, their buddies. They have close working relationships with the DA's offices. And I was reading, you know, their interview, one of the officers done by the Norfolk DA's office. And I was like, why aren't they asking this question or that question? I'm not even an investigator, but I'm like, okay, it's very clear here that this was not about getting to the truth. It was about exonerating the officers from the jump. And and that's not right. I didn't even know that those things kind of existed. It could happen. And we went right into COVID, right when Juston was killed. So it was definitely a very challenging time. And, you know, it wasn't until Karen Reed's case and seeing a lot of those same characters on the stand and talking was just like, I don't know. It was a bittersweet. That's all I can describe it as. I'm like, yeah, you gotta make some answers. But then I'm like, oh my gosh, you actually answered this way. And it's obvious that you don't care. Like the arrogance to get on the stand and try to say that Proctor did a good job investigating. I'm like, yeah, no. Okay. So so I've been on a search for, you know, an independent investigation into Juston's killing since then, and that's almost 7 years now. Mm-hmm. And I just know that anybody who is going to do independent fact finding or actually start to pour through some of the stuff that we already have, they would walk away knowing they would have a lot of questions. Let's put it that way. But I know what I know what happened, and it was not right. And those officers should have been held accountable for excessive force.
Recently, one of the officers was, I think it was the trooper. It came out that he had did excessive force to another person, like a year before Juston?
Yeah. February 2019, the state trooper had, I don't know if there was a chase, but it ended with this guy was on the ground handcuffed, and this particular trooper kicked him with his boot, and those are steel. There's like steel at the front of their boots, and then took his gun and put it to his head. So that's excessive force right there, because he's on the ground with handcuffs. There was no reason to do that except to just flex how you want to treat people, and that's not what that's not what they should be doing. And so
and it's the same thing that we just talked about with Sandra, where when somebody feels like they got away with something once, then they feel like they don't have to operate by the same set of rules. And I'm sorry to interrupt. Before I give you back the floor, I want to bring up Bob Motta as well to the stage, wherever this is. Sorry, continue now. Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob. Thank you for joining us.
You're muted. You're muted. Nothing. Yep, there we go.
Sorry, I'm late. I was definitely thinking 5:15 my time, which is Central. So I shouldn't have asked you.
My fault.
I was sitting there at like 4:40. I'm like, I wonder if she meant her time. So like,
yeah, it's I forgot that the world doesn't revolve around Norfolk County, because sometimes it feels like it does.
It actually does. It actually, oddly enough, it actually does. Well, I'm thrilled to be here. I think it's for a great cause. So
Bob, have you ever heard about the Juston Root case?
Not until right now. Not until right now. That was actually the first I had heard. Another devastatingly shocking case. It's like it seems like there's no end to these types of cases. And it's interesting, you know, what the media doesn't pick up, we have to rely on ourselves in terms of social media to spread awareness about these cases, you know. There's a lot of things I don't like about social media, but the ability to be able to help get awareness out, whether it's issues, whether it's cases, missing children, missing people, you know, there's a lot of positives that I think probably make it pretty close to balancing out the negatives that come along with it. But no, I had not.
Yeah. It's broadens, you know, I don't know how much you know about the Sandra Birchmore case.
I know quite a bit.
I'm one of her advocates. I co-created the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group. And, you know, the pattern that Jen was talking about, you know, Juston happened a year later, Sandra happened, and then John happened, and it's like 24 months. Yeah. And they're almost exactly like lineup dates, because like John was the 28th going to the 29th, Sandra was the 1st, and Juston was the 7th.
Yeah.
So it's like this cluster of like same time of the year, and just you see all the players, like, you know, Jen was saying, Fanning, Proctor, Sandra's case, Fanning was all in the Sandra Birchmore case. So it's good that like another creator, you know, is hearing about Juston's case, because his case really needs to get out there. And that's why I'm so happy Jen is here. And, you know, I'm glad Jen was going to be here by herself, but because of technology issues, I'm kind of glad, because
the more the merrier.
Yeah, maybe you guys could connect and she could come tell you the story.
I would love to hear the story. And we're definitely over on our channel going to be heavily covering Sandra's case. There's no question. But like that, you know, we talk about John's case and it's incredibly tragic, but Sandra Birchmore's case is a whole different level of horrific in my estimation. I mean, I'm a lifelong defense attorney, so it might be strange that I'm coming in promoting you know, Adam for you know, his upcoming election, but speaking generally, it's so important. And Emilie, that's why I love you. One of the many reasons I love you so much is that you're able to put all the bullshit aside and focus on the things that matter. And it's become evident in Norfolk County in particular, but it holds true everywhere in this country, that elections matter, that who you put into office matters. People should not be voting by party lines. People should be voting on people's integrity and their humanity and what they've done in their career. Because when you put those people in that position of power, especially as a prosecuting attorney, they wield an incredible amount of power. Incredible. They change lives.
What happens with somebody like Jen and her brother Juston, you know, and Sandra, that their cases just got thrown away. They're in a you know, secret closet in the back of, you know, the Norfolk County DA's office.
Yeah.
Jen, why don't you tell us?
That's what I was just going to ask.
What?
And also what the correspondence. Sorry, I'm echoing.
I know, I'm like, I hear a lot of echoes.
I know.
I am too.
What your communication with the DA's office has been like. I'm going to stop now.
Okay. All right. So I'll just tell you first a little bit about Juston. He actually was more of like kind of a rapper. So he made a lot of his own music, but it was also very like poetic in a way, and a way that he would express himself. Just a great brother. He always helped me with everything. If I needed to move something, if I needed to go somewhere, he would be there. And he definitely had a way of like just listening to people. He had a big heart. He loved people from all walks of life, sometimes a little bit to his disadvantage. I'd be like, you just be careful, like, but no, he just really loved people and really listening. And you know, when he came into a room, you knew who came into the room. I mean, because he's tall, he was tall too. And you know, he had blue eyes, and he was just, his presence was there. But unfortunately, you know, he struggled with severe mental illness. And so it was kind of like watching someone die over and over again. And yeah, so it was really tragic the way that he was killed, and the fact that it started at a hospital around several mental health centers or clinics that people go to, including the 60 Fenwood, which is where the psychiatric unit is, or the psychiatry unit is for Brigham and Women's. So, you know, the care and concern for individuals walking around there really needs to change, because I think that could have avoided a lot of what happened. As far as the district attorney's office, I never really heard from them until 30 days after this happened, because they wanted to, you know, get the report out, you know, wrap it up real quick. And it wasn't until right before they made the announcement publicly, because it was all over the news and there were multiple press conferences. They met with my dad and I and our attorneys, and we met at the Brookline police station. All the characters. Now that I know what I know, but then I was just like, I don't know who these people are, but I was like, who has my brother's phone? And they tried to tell me that they didn't have his phone. And then I was like, oh, they don't know who I am. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I printed out his whole thing. I got into his account online. I printed out everything. I'm highlighting. I got it all. And I'm like, so who was calling? Who was calling while he was dead? And then all of a sudden, you know, they had the phones. And then eventually I went to the Norfolk DA's office and got the phone from Fanning. And that was a strange interaction where I kind of left like, okay, I don't know why I even went there by myself. I actually probably shouldn't have gone there by myself. You know, like, no, you know, I was just like, oh. So other than that, you know, obviously my lawyers had sent a letter to Morrissey about, you know, reopening up the case. Also, you know, we brought it to their attention about that one officer who had his body worn camera on and then took it off and threw it into his car. You know, it's clear that no one was watching the videos. So I don't know why I'm a loved one and I have to pick out things that are pretty major. If you have an officer, you know, throwing his body worn camera into a car to evade giving it over, I think it's kind of a big deal. So that's about it with the Norfolk DA's office. I mean, Morrissey did not, he said, unless there's some new information, we're not going to open it. And I'm like, okay. I just don't think that they did a lot of independent fact finding. And obviously when they were asking questions and doing the interviews, they weren't looking to ask the questions that, you know, us as the public would be expecting these investigators to ask. Yeah.
I'm scared to talk if I'm gonna. Nope.
Oh.
I can't talk.
As a defense attorney, Bob, if Jen came to you as a client and you saw like some of the stuff that she's laid out, what would you say? Like, you have this, you know, first, a family member should never, ever, ever have to investigate their own family member's murder. It should never, ever happen. But for Jen, if she walked into, oh, now I'm echoing. If Jen walked into your office, what would you say to her?
What is going on?
I mean, in that particular type of situation, it would be more of a straight up advocate role, you know, wherein you try to get an audience with somebody that had the power to move on a case, and you try to get in their ear. I mean, you see it a lot, obviously, with the Nolan Wells case. You see when Ben Crump throws his hat in the ring, you know, they're trying to get things done in terms of getting a real investigation going. If the family doesn't feel that a real investigation was done, or that they're just simply chalking it up to a suicide, whatever the case may be. I mean, if you come into an attorney's office and it's typically going to be either a civil attorney or in a criminal case, I would usually recommend going into a criminal defense attorney's office. And, depending on that person's relationship with the prosecutor's office, it's usually good to go to somebody in the county, unless it's somebody who's got a lot of notoriety and has some power behind their name in terms of being able to make noise, because it's that situation where pressure makes diamonds. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're really trying to put a lot of heat on elected officials to do something, and it's challenging, and it all kind of folds back into that thing on why we're here today. Generally speaking, I mean, Adam appears to me to be the right guy for the job, but there's some swamp training that needs to happen, and he's in a theoretically, if he's elected, he'll be in a very good position to do that, because prosecutors rely on their cops. They are literally their right-hand men and women. They are their investigative arm. It's not to say that prosecutor offices won't have investigators in-house as well, who are typically cops as well. But, they rely on their cops or their witnesses in nearly every case. So it becomes imperative that the prosecutor needs to be able to trust his cops. I mean, if you look at what was going on in Baltimore during the whole gun trace task force scandal, I mean, the cops were untouchable. They couldn't put them on the stand in cases because the public had lost all trust in law enforcement there because they were completely rogue. And I mean, I don't know how many times we have to see it from Norfolk County to know there's a problem in that department, and they don't seem to be doing anything about it. It's like you saw the heat that had to come on to Proctor in order for them to make a move, and I'm talking about not behind the scenes forcing a retirement and saying, hey, it's probably better if you want to keep your pension to step aside before we have to do it for you. I mean, like Proctor's a monster. I mean, it had to be that bad because police unions are very powerful. They protect their cops.
For them to walk away from him is like crazy.
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, it's a massive statement. So, who you elect matters. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, forget about party lines when it comes to, and I know you guys appoint your judges en masse. We elect judges here, which I think there's a bit of a balance as to which way is better, because when you don't have the worry of judges running for election and they're bending to the will of maybe one side or the other in order to get reelected, that's a problem, but you also have the issue if you get bad judges and they've been appointed, it's really, really hard to get them off the bench and you're stuck with them. And the people have no say. You know what I'm saying? So like that's a problem too. There's just a lot to think about with these elections. And I think that people are like, oh, it's election day. I'm going to go in, I'm going to go to my polling place and I'm just going to, vote along party lines. Oh, it's a DA. Well, he's got a nice name, and then they vote for it. Or, oh yeah, well, he's the Republican candidate. I'm going to vote. It's not the way to do it. Like you have to look deeper into the people that are running for office, because again, especially with the district attorney, they have an incredible amount of power. I mean, they can ruin a life in the blink of an eye.
Yes.
So, you really need to be thoughtful in terms of who you're putting into office. And, Norfolk County has had to learn the hard way. I mean, like once everything started to get exposed, you're like, holy shit. You're like, what is going on here? So it's important. Elections matter. They're important. Your vote matters. Like, don't be that person like, oh, I'm one person. What is my vote? what difference does my vote make? Well, it does. they
It
add
does.
up.
It
They
absolutely
do.
does.
Yes, they do. So I encourage everybody to get off their couch on election day, do a little research into the candidates for whatever office, and go vote for the right people. The people that support what you believe in. And there's typically never going to be a candidate, and I don't care what party you're with, that's going to align completely with you on everything. So, most of the times you have to say, all right, well, they align with the way I think on a lot of stuff, which is better than not aligning with you at all. You know what I'm saying? So it's important, and Jen's going through it. Like, Jen's sitting here having to advocate, and it's terrifying, and it's frustrating, and it's upsetting, and it's exhausting. It's all those things. And it's, constantly being told no, and, and it's people not doing their jobs, and it's devastating. I mean, I have a friend whose little baby brother was killed when he was, I think just over a year old. And it was, they know who did it, and the guy was never charged. And my friend Eric went and started Advocacy Con, and he's been for decades with his mother trying to get justice for his little brother, and we're talking, this is 20 plus years ago. And it's, and he's gone through every route possible, only to constantly get told no. And then when somebody new gets elected, they make promises, and then they don't do anything. It's like, you have to hold the people that get voted into office on a certain platform to what they've promised to do. Because if they get voted in saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then they don't, because they're bending to the will of the politics that are involved, that's a problem, and it's incumbent upon the citizens to call them out on that shit, period. End of conversation. It's like elections are so incredibly important. They really are. And people just, when you look at the voting rates, it's disgusting. Go live in a country where you can't vote for people. You'll see how important it is. I mean, voting matters. And it's, like, the older you get, it's funny, like, the more important you realize it is. So that's why it's important for, the younger generation to be educating one another on just how important it is, because I think it kind of gets lost in the mix, or there's, this feeling that politicians don't really get anything accomplished, and it's all just a bunch of talking heads, and, it's all about money. And there's some truth to that when it comes to politics, and it's like, you see people get voted in, and, on a platform, and then they don't follow through with it. And then you find out that there's some kind of pack out there that's lining their pockets with money. And, that person who went in with, an open heart and their eyes wide open and saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then they cave to the politics. And it's just, it happens all the time, because that's why you got to get the old boy networks out of these, a lot of these offices, and just a lot of the politics nationally and on the local level. It's hard. It's hard, it really is.
Jen, I want to, since earlier on, Bob mentioned Proctor's emails. As a family member of someone who Proctor worked on the case, what are your feelings? What was your feelings? What was going through your head when you saw those emails?
I'm going to bring Mazza up. I'm scared to talk because of the echo. Hold on.
Are you guys still
And then
hearing
it's
echo?
Yeah,
It could be me. I've been like
no, you're
infesting
good. No,
our
I want to
plant.
hear Jen's answer. I just wanted to tell you I'm bringing Mazza up also. Hi, Mazza.
Hi, Mazza.
Mazza.
Hi. Bree, 111.
Oh,
Not really
we got a
echo.
lot of echo here.
Yeah.
So Michael Proctor, he has a little special place in my family's heart. Of You're a Freaking Liar. because he told my stepmother that my brother had shot someone down at the hospital and that he wouldn't put down the gun in Brookline and therefore they had to shoot him. And we know that those aren't true. And so hearing and seeing about his text messages, I'm just reminded that he's just one in the pack. Okay. I'd like us to see all of their text messages, each and every one of them, because what has been revealed with him, it's very unlikely that it's just him. So in that vein, I'm also interested to see his text messages and pertaining to my brother back in 2020 when he was making up, the narrative. Yeah, I mean, I'm thankful that it's all come to light. I mean, I've known about all this stuff before even, the Karen Reed case, and I thought that I was just always going to be alone and knowing what I experienced and also knowing like how they're not doing investigations when it comes to their buddies, and how they spend more time, doing an investigation on rubber ducks than they did for my brother's investigation. And that, doesn't sit well with me at all and never has. And I've always said that I just want the truth, and I want the truth. I want everyone to know the truth, and I want it publicly. And that's it. Yeah.
And isn't it interesting that just wanting the truth, that should be what law enforcement wants too. That should be what a district attorney's office wants too. That is like the bare minimum of why we have these structures in place in our society at all. I've said before that like there is a part of us like having law enforcement in society at all where we're choosing to give up a certain amount of our own rights, where it's like I'm giving up this freedom that I could have with the idea that it is possible that these people with these guns and badges could one day take away my freedom. But we're making an agreement as a society that like, if I follow the rules, then you won't take away my freedom. And if I follow the rules, you will make my life and my existence safer, not worse. And when it is the law enforcement, the people who are tasked with keeping us safe, that are the ones that are creating the problems over and over and over again, we have a really big problem, like as a people in general. And it's not how we should. You shouldn't have to be becoming a trained investigator just to be able to get the justice that your brother should still be here. They should have protected him.
Yeah, 100%. And you can't unknow what you know. I remember even at his first year anniversary, I actually started crying because I thought to myself, gosh, 365 days ago, I had no idea. And it was almost kind of like, that you're never going to be the same.
Yeah.
And, I'm very much versed in that now. So I embrace the new normals that come along with, with life and the challenges and things that are happening.
Peter, as a police officer, what did you feel about the text messages?
There was an echo there. How did I feel about the text messages?
You're echoing too.
We're just in a tunnel.
We're just like a reverb till night. As a police officer, how did you feel about those text messages?
It was appalling. I've used that word several times tonight in our discussion. Appalling. I mean, just terrible. I mean, not only the several things that were said, but there was the discussion about what race of people were in a certain car accident. Take your time. I mean, good Lord. How did it get to this point? I've always maintained, since this case flip-flopped in my eyesight on my radar screen back in April of 23, that a fish rots from the head down. And you're going to have a hard time convincing me that the people in Morrissey's office didn't know what was going on with those state troopers assigned to his office. That's a hard sell for me to believe that somebody didn't have a pretty good idea as to what was going on and what was happening. And so to answer your question, I was horrified that any person, any human being would speak that way, never mind somebody who had taken an oath to serve and protect.
There's a curse getting passed around StreamYard right now.
We
all could hear you, but Jen couldn't hear you. Now I'm echoing.
See, I'm like, was there any echo before I came on? Like, I feel like I'm the cause because I'm telling you, last 2 days on StreamYard, it was like we were streaming Lindsay's case and I can't hear it. Like, no one's echoing for me, which makes me think that I'm the problem. So, like, here, let me ask you: when I start, are you hearing an echo now?
No.
No.
Okay, maybe it's not me.
But now Mazza has the echo.
I think somebody's got a speaker going, and I'm echoing. Maybe not.
It's weird. Like, I found out what my problem was. It was I was running my M7, my Shure through StreamYard, but through my Mac. When I went to the sound settings, it was using my Mac microphone. So like I was getting that feedback there. So yeah, I mean, my subs, they know they know what to do. Yeah.
Am I echoing? No, still a little bit.
You guys all sound perfect for me. Peter, I wanted to ask you a question because I always, I have quite a few cop friends, and I always say this because this is what my cop friends tell me, that there's nobody on the planet that hates dirty cops more than good cops, because that stink reaches an entire department. If you've got 3 dirty cops in a department and you've got good cops in there, like, that stink gets on you, and it's not deserved. Your job's hard enough as it is. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, is that true? Is that a true statement?
Peter?
Hello.
Did you hear the question?
I for some reason everything went mute for about the last 2 minutes or so. So I don't know what I missed and what I didn't miss.
Oh no.
There was the echo as came in, and then my volume went dead.
Wow.
What is going on?
Where can I jump back in, or
million.
do you need to ask the question again?
Well, I'll keep it short this time. Like, I've got a lot of friends that are cops, and they always tell me nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop. Is that true?
I'm getting silence right now. I've lost your volume again.
Dang. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you. And I'm echoing.
If I knew sign language, I'd do sign language, try to get it in, get the question over, but
if you can hear me, there is this theory of Murphy's Law, and maybe I'm the flaw here.
You're never a flaw.
Thank you.
Good. Hey, Mazza, I wanted to thank you for all of your incredible work, man.
I'm not doing anything.
Bob.
I'm not touching anything.
It's very commendable. It's
Thank
very
you. Appreciate
commendable.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm big fan of your work. I think you're
Matt's
out here.
done such an amazing job raising.
He's out here
money.
doing good. He's out here doing
Kelsey
good.
And others,
Yeah.
you did such an amazing job over the
Just
last year.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. Makes a huge difference in people's lives. It's like like I said, very commendable work, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Bob. Thank you so much, Mizzy. Thank you too.
Yeah, here, Peter, if you can read the comment, if you can hear me, Robin just made the comment. There we go. That was my question. Is that true?
I can text him.
Wow.
This is such chaos.
This is like back to the Stone Ages. This is like old school.
I'm going to try to exit StreamYard and come back, and it might destroy everything, or it might make it all better.
It's always
Cross your
scary.
fingers.
It's always scary.
We all exit one by one. Everyone just back away, exit the room, and come back in peacefully. All right, is that still echoing? It
So
is.
we're still here.
I think we're still here.
Yeah.
It worked.
We're still echoing, but that's okay.
I want to see Fervent's next video. The Adam Deitch fundraiser was on, and then everybody was echoing after 6 o'clock.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Aussie says, Bob's the only one without an echo, and it keeps moving from one to the other. Can Bob turn off his camera for a test to see if yes, I'll try it. All right, so first I'll do it without my mic. I'm going to mute myself. You guys say something. I'm going to mute right now.
Hello?
Test, test. Test, test.
Hello? Hello?
Peter, your mic's off.
Sounds like the
We can't
echo's
hear
gone.
you at all, Peter.
So did that work? See,
That did work.
Oh, there's the echo.
Oh, the echo's back. Yep.
See?
But we were echoing before you came on.
You were?
Peter, did you just turn your mic on? Okay, texting him. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Well, while we're waiting, Jen, is there anything that people don't understand about your brother's case that really needs to get out to the public?
I don't think I can like just pinpoint one particular thing, but I know that his story is not one of a really sympathetic one because of the way that they kept showing him taking out his clear plastic paintball gun in Boston, which looks like a ginormous, huge black gun. And of course, they don't show the officer shooting it in half, and or even actually showing what it actually really even looked like. Let's just start there. And that's all that the media showed. And they never showed, like this video of my brother literally laying on the ground, and that's the EMT at his side. So, they were literally like on top of him, literally on top of him. So, I would just say, ask yourself a question of how afraid can you really be if you're like literally like on top of them and one of them kicked them. But I wanted to say too about like the voting. It's really important that, vote early. Don't even wait till September 1st. And so, I have a mail-in ballot. I made sure I got one for my husband because he works pretty crazy on September 1st. And I want to make sure that, he gets his vote in. I'm also talking to my neighbors. I got a list of people to kind of connect with in my neighborhood from, I think it was Katie. And I'm just going to continue to talk to my neighbors. So anybody else, if you have friends in Norfolk, try to draft up an email. I spent a couple hours earlier drafting up an email that I'm going to send to my neighborhood list, which is probably like 100 people in my direct area. But sharing with them, I'm not trying to make people vote a certain way, but I want them to understand why this is an important election, that there are multiple people on the ballot, and that this is essentially going to be who's going to be the next DA. I mean, unless the independent party, explodes in some way, I don't know. But, that this is it. And this is why it's important to me. This is what happened to my brother. There was no investigation as far as I'm concerned. And, we just have to, when we have someone that has that type of power, we have to make sure that it's someone in that office that's really doing their job, like what they're supposed to do. So I would just say, go on to social media, go on even into Facebook groups. There's a Brookline Facebook group. Everyone, even if you're not in state or don't know anybody in Norfolk County, dive into some Facebooks of like Brookline and different towns and just say, hey, I'm not from here, but I've heard about the race and this is why it's important to me. And, I hope you do your due diligence, and, here's some information about Adam, or like direct them to the site so that we can really just keep the momentum going, because this really can come down to like 100 votes.
Yeah.
we want to make sure that most of the people who are going to vote are going to vote for Adam. But, you know, the one way we do that is we have to get people voting early, do your mail-in ballot. Let's like keep up the momentum, right?
Emilie, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Peter, we can't hear you.
I can hear him.
Yes.
You
Bob,
two
wanna
can't
ask
hear
a
each other.
question? Before we start
I
recording again?
I can hear all of you now. Is the echo back now that I just unmuted?
No.
No.
All right. I don't think it's me then. I don't think it's me.
No, I think it's
somebody in this
Peter-
room is responsible for all. of this.
I'm gonna guess it's Peter. He seems to be the most tech wizardry like type guy. Like
Oh, yeah,
it's
that's
usually
me.
me. I'm
That's
usually the
me.
tech wizard in the room.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, I like it's been a real pain in my butt the last 2 days. So yeah, I'm actually sending StreamYard like a strongly worded comment right now.
Do
Just so you know, too, like I picked these up from the Adam campaign. This is the sort of stuff that you can do and say, hey, look, I'm willing to walk around my neighborhood and drop them off at people's porches or talk to people because a lot of people might be outside working on their lawn. Take that opportunity to have like a conversation with them because we need Adam in. Like
Yeah.
I can't even digest if he's not in. You know what I'm
Jen,
saying? So we gotta do it all.
Yeah, that is like a great point because when you kind of do that canvassing, you'd be shocked how effective that is. Just like even having a 2-minute conversation with somebody, really, I did that when I got out of college. I was canvassing. I was trying to get a political, like a city job. So they're like, oh yeah, you got to go do some canvassing. You know, it's all that Nepo bullshit. But I'm like, all right, whatever. So I went out and I was canvassing and, and like, I wasn't passionate about that candidate at all. I didn't know. I was like 20. I'm like, I don't give a shit about this guy. I'm like stupid 20 and have no, kind of wisdom, no life experience. I don't know that, but still, like, I know that for a fact that canvassing and going door to door and just, saying a few words and asking questions, like if you engage them with a question, like what's something that you're concerned about and get them engaged in the conversation, it usually, because what happens is if you've got somebody who's not paying attention to that particular race and then they go in to vote and that name is a name that rings a bell, it can be as simple as that, in terms of somebody voting for somebody. So, and I hope everybody's donating. Like I said, Mazza does amazing work. Emilie, I love what you do always. And it looks like the number's pretty good, but running a campaign is not cheap. It is an expensive endeavor. Getting, the yard signs are expensive. Getting the handouts like Jen has, expensive. Having phone banks working for you to make the calls, getting people to go out, beyond volunteering. Sometimes you got to say, all right, I'll pay a few bucks to get you out there on the street. It's just an expensive endeavor. And that doesn't include local advertising. I don't know. Are you guys seeing local advertising, or has YouTube basically eliminated the need for that?
There's a lot of ads that are running right now on like Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah.
And I put together a list that shows where these donations go. And you can really see how expensive it is to run the digital ads, which are the ones that like really do reach most people now.
Yes.
So on here, it shows $500 funds half a day of digital advertising. So if that's one of the most effective ways to reach a whole bunch of people, and that's $500, then these are donations that the campaign really needs to be able to reach those voters that truly might not be paying attention. Like those are the ones that you're reaching and they're scrolling and they're like, oh, what's this ad? Like their ads are so well done that you don't know you're watching an ad until halfway through and then you're invested already.
I mean, absolutely. And it's like the old heads still mess with snail mail, but like no one else does. It's like I spending $100 to send out a mailer to 135 people. You still have to do it because the old heads exist and they actually do look at their mail. Like, I mean, when I get any kind of mailer that's not clearly like a bill or something that I need in like my regular mailbox. I don't even look at it. You know, like social media, the future is here. It's the way to reach, and you're going to get the most bang for your buck. And it's not cheap. It's not cheap. It's really the way to communicate with the masses.
Well, since we're talking about, money, Mazza, Emilie just put up what we're at. How much money have we made so far?
$5,823, which in terms of media ads would get you about 11 and a half days. Plus the last fundraiser Emilie did raised $5,205. So this is now the highest amount raised in an Emilie Mizzy fundraiser for Adam Deitch, which is fantastic news. And look, some of my thoughts on this campaign is elections are not like sports. Where if your team loses the Super Bowl to the Seahawks earlier in the year, there's good news that you can come back in a couple months and try to compete for another championship, where in politics or political office, there's consequences that last 4 years, which is more like the Buffalo Bills losing 4 Super Bowls in a row before they get a 5th chance to try to win again. So if, Adam Deitch were to lose this election, God forbid, it would be a wait till 2031 to attempt to try to compete for that spot again. So this is why these elections are a big deal. We really all have to do our part that we can to come out, show up in any way we can, and just contribute. And again, someone said earlier, even if you're out of Norfolk County or out of Massachusetts, a $5-10 donation could be a game-changing contribution when you add it together with everybody else that does the same thing. And I just have to say, it's going to be a big election, and I'm a little disappointed in all the candidates that are running, but I understand the primary process. A lot of candidates want to be on the ballot. They want their opportunity. And I hope this doesn't favor Greg Conner. However, I do think Adam Deitch being a fantastic candidate, not only getting votes from the Democratic Party, people that are primarily Sandra Birchmore, just en route, Karen Reed, Turtle Boy supporters, but also hopefully, I'm expecting a pretty big take in of independent voters. I think is going to come in this primary election. I think he's at a high number. And my evidence for that was really, honestly, vindicated by Juna Perkins and her behavior towards the end of that debate, where Adam Deitch said this is not about political party. And she countered that, immediately making it about every political party known to man. And that just demonstrated to me that overall, Adam Deitch is right. This is bigger than political politics, because this is truly about civil matters that have happened here, not only in Norfolk County, but across the state. But Norfolk County can bring about a lot of change, because this is the county, other than maybe Essex County with the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case in the state, that's really been exposed in terms of high levels of corruption, activity that's gone on that's been highly questionable, and it's been very concerning for a long, long time. And this is ultimately for us as supporters, no matter whether you support one name I've mentioned or all of them, you really are seeing the culmination of every bit of our effort. Dina Warchild was on this show earlier today and said, realistically, this is really the top of the pyramid now. We're getting there. This is going to be the biggest driving force that we can possibly drive towards. It's one thing to get Karen Reed acquitted. It's one thing to see the feds arrest Matthew Farwell. And other cases are still outstanding, such as Turtle Boy, and there's a lot of justice left to get. But I'm telling you right now, for anybody that's ever supported any of these people for one day or several, this is it. This is the whole enchilada right here. Because again, if somebody like Greg Conner gets in there, I know he's made some campaign promises, but I'm telling you right now, I would not take that at face value, and I'd be extremely skeptical about his ability to carry out anything he's promising when he gets in office. And I think some of the other candidates might actually deliver on some of the promises that would be favorable towards Karen and other people in terms of justice, John O'Keefe. But I'm skeptical in terms of anybody but Adam Deitch, because I believe Adam Deitch comes from a high level. He knows more about this stuff than we even realize, because he's been involved at the federal level. Who knows what he knows that he can't even say on this show, as evidenced earlier. Emilie had a lot of questions he couldn't ask, and he had a lot of answers he couldn't provide. But this is the big deal, this election. I wish I could vote. I wish I was a Norfolk County resident, but I can't. But this is highly critical right now. And again, I think it's important for people to vote in this. They're not only going to vote, obviously, but people that have been maybe Karen Reed supporters that maybe have since last year kind of gone back to normal reality. Maybe these were people that were followers temporarily. You know, they kind of followed it during trial time, but I hope and pray that people like that followed it only maybe during the trials, that were maybe not as active on social media, active on watching shows. I'm hoping those people will be out there and aware of this election. And again, a vote for Adam Deitch is a vote for the justice of every level of justice we've been arguing for a long time. And I'll close with that. And I just
Here,
say,
here.
yeah, I have to step away at 7 o'clock, so this is my cutoff time for everything, including totals. I apologize, but
I'll take over. Thank you so much, Mazza, for everything that you did to help with the donations today, and for being the only person who can pull off an echo so well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mazza.
Yeah, thanks for all your work.
Thank you so much,
I have
Mazza.
to follow.
We appreciate you.
I got to follow Mazza out too. I'm jumping over to the Edric Faust fundraiser. I was supposed to go on at 8 for that. I had to move that up because I'm flying to your neck of the woods tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'll be in Mass by 4:30 in Boston.
Well, thank you for bringing eyes to Lindsay's case, and for covering it the way that you with the sensitivity that you have. I've really appreciated that. And thank you guys both for hopping on with us and for dealing with all the nonsense.
Before Bob goes,
donate.
If you ever want to
Donate
talk
till it
Sandra
hurts.
Birchmore,
yeah.
if you ever want to talk Sandra Birchmore,
I got you.
I'm your girl.
I my channel is an open door. Like,
All right, I'll hit
seriously,
you up.
you email me and then I'll send you my phone number. We'll chat and I will 100% bring you on.
Sounds good. Jen,
Okay.
you heard all that?
That's
I heard
it.
it.
It's on the YouTubes. It's there. It's there in perpetuity. All right, you guys. Em,
you.
you're wonderful. Mizzy,
Thanks,
you're
Bob.
wonderful. Jen,
Have
it
a
was
safe
pleasure
flight.
to meet you. Peter, be safe. Take care, my friend. Nice to meet you. Donate. Do it. We should have broke 6 when we were in here. I mean, Maz and I, come on, let's get to 6,000. Do it. All right,
Do
you
it.
guys. See ya.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I would love to donate more, but I just hit the max.
Yeah, you're maxed
We're doing
out.
it for you.
I'm like, who can I talk to? Where I'm like, come on, drop some.
You know
serious
this.
dough.
You know this election is important when it makes somebody say, "I wish I was a Norfolk County resident."
Right.
After hearing all of this from Mazza to say, "I wish I was a Norfolk County resident."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, just to vote. I'm gonna bring up to the stage, and do we? How long do we have you guys? Peter, are you still free? Or Jen, are you still free to stay
I'm
on,
still
or do you
free
guys need
for
help?
a little bit longer. And I wanted to just say one thing. Just go to voteadamdeitch.com and sign up. Even if you're not in Norfolk County, okay? You could go to the polls for early voting, right? There's ways that we can all get this accomplished with not necessarily having people who asked, from Norfolk County and voting. I would just go to his website and sign up and volunteer. And I know I plan to be out there at least 1 or 2 of the days, just so that I can meet people on the sidewalk in my town. And again, just be another face to talk about why it's so important to have Adam in office. And that's the thing that's going to make the difference too, because some people do just show up at, they don't really know much about who the candidates are. So, yes.
And
Hi, Jason and Allison.
Hi guys.
Hey guys.
Welcome, Jason and Allison. My voice, I'm losing it.
That's okay. You get
You guys
2
hear
of
us
it
fine?
sometimes.
Thank you for
Kind
joining
of.
us today.
As good as it's been.
It's been a crazy day. It's a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's not great. I love your guys' shirts and your sign. You guys look great back there. Jen, I've said this to you before, but I feel like hearing from you, hearing from Barb, hearing from the people who your very existence is dependent on this election. And it's more than just like those of us saying this is a candidate that I want. This is the kind of person I want to be DA. But when somebody like you who's been fighting for so long says, this is the person that I trust, it's on all of us to make that happen. That should be motivating enough for people to want to donate and to want to get out and reach more voters, because you see a answer to your questions in what you've been fighting for years in Adam Deitch. And as people. Like, we deserve to make that happen for you.
Thank you. It's definitely going to take all of us. It's going to take us all.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm so happy that he's running, and that there was not, like, last time that Morrissey was running, I'm like looking at the thing to vote, and I'm like, oh no, can't do that. And I was like, why is there nobody else on here?
Right. You're
So
just
it's
writing
nice
in
to
your
now-
own name.
To now have, Morrissey not on there, and the options, and we should definitely go for Adam, because he seems to be the most dedicated to re-examining cases in which these group of troopers have been involved in.
Yes.
And so that's very encouraging.
And if anybody's ever had a question to themselves about, okay, is this really the conspiracy that people are saying it is, or is this really the cover up that people are saying it is, or is this really the problem that I've heard that it is? The fact that Adam is running, knowing his experience, knowing that he knows more than we do. We don't know what he knows on every level, but knowing that he looked at much more than we have, and he said there's a problem. Like, well, then there's a problem. That's not up for debate anymore. That's not a question anymore. We don't get to say, oh, maybe the taillight really did X, Y, and Z. Maybe Juston really didn't know. Like, the fact that Adam Deitch uprooted his entire life to run in this election can be the answer to any of those doubts that you've ever had.
Yes. Allison and Jason.
That's back.
There you are. All right. I couldn't hear you for a minute.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
It's like, now I can't hear Mizzy. I'm like, that's why I keep
Oh,
going
no.
on.
You guys, I've seen
I'll go off.
Jason, you take tons of pictures, and I love it because you film at the forums and the debates. And I've seen you guys at the parades, marching. Why do you feel that it's important to get Adam Deitch elected?
Well, it's just that we live here in Norfolk County, and kids here, raise my kids, and just see, like Adam was saying earlier, like it's a two-tier justice system. If like one of my kids were involved in something with someone who's connected to Morrissey or something, and it's really scary what they can do to people. Like, it's any one of us, or my kids, could be Karen or Sandra. It's infuriating. We're just the tip of the iceberg. I think what we know now, what is actually going on in Norfolk County and the corruption.
What about you, Allison?
There's a lot of things, but my biggest thing is that of all the candidates, he knows a lot of things that other people don't know. He knows exactly what he is getting himself into. He saw how bad it was and knew that it needed to be fixed. He knows what he's getting into. He's seen it all. He knows things that a lot of people don't know, and he just wants to fix it all.
Yeah, someone said it earlier. I think but he's like the perfect candidate for right now to get in there and clean house and get rid of root out the corruption and get us back to a rule of law here. It's great.
Yeah. I do have a question for you guys that's not really about Adam, but you guys were you guys were the ones that went to court so we could have be in the I almost said the DMZ. My brain is thinking of North
Buffer zone.
Which is very, in that
North
area,
Korea.
You guys were the names on the paper. So what was that like? Because this is connected to that. That's connected to, trying to silence, the community, trying to take away people's freedom of speech. And, standing up for the First Amendment. What was that like for you guys?
Yeah, I've never done anything like this in my life before. Like, this is I've never been like standing out, going to protest or anything like this. And but it's happened here right in our own town. We're less than a mile down the street from the courthouse, and seeing all this stuff that was going on. So we started going to the pre-trial hearings, and then what you see it was crazy. And then we just got so involved. It just get crazier and crazier. And then the first trial, they did the buffer zone, and then the second time so even after the first trial, we were going out down the street and just protesting against Barb and the corruption at the courthouse. And the second time she tried to make an even stronger buffer zone. So then we went and sued a federal court for the buffer zone, and we ended up winning because at the beginning it was crazy. Like they didn't want no one down there. You couldn't even walk down by the courthouse. You couldn't have your camera out and take pictures. And Karen would walk in and there would be no one there. And they were just trying to keep it so people couldn't see. And then Karen had no support or anything. And then once we got the buffer zone case, it was totally it come down again. And it was like night and day. It was like they were trying to silence us. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think I was down there, like where there was the confusion with because the troopers were kind of confused on what does this mean? What can people do? And then I think I went down the next day maybe, or it might have just been that day. And then finally I came down again and everything was like, the troopers knew everybody was on the same page, you know?
Yeah, and then they had accountable because the courts, it was crazy. I think it was it Michael, Mike from Justice Serve TV, was walking by and they tried to stop him from recording and stuff. It was crazy. It was like they didn't want no one to know about the case. They were just trying to keep running their narrative, not let anyone know. And it was, like I said, you can see the more they try to fight and stop people from knowing stuff, and it just made me want to do it more and more. Like I've never done anything like this in my life. It's crazy, the corruption here. Like I said, I think we're just the tip of the iceberg. It's not just the Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore case. How many other cases that we have no clue about that they've done the same thing about?
Yeah, like the son's case. You know.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I think a lot about how police departments act when they're really proud of an investigation. And you, never mind.
My brain, like I had a question and I just went. Actually, I want to say something. Allison will always hold a special place in my heart because she was one of the people who got down to the courthouse, Moakley Courthouse, to hold the sign with Annie and Jen. So Allison will always hold like a special place in my heart. Whenever I see the sign, because they show that a lot. They show it in videos, on the news, and they show that picture gets printed a lot. So you will always hold like a special place because of that.
I remember that when the first arraignment down there, Allison was down there and she spoke to the media down there and stuff.
Yeah.
Sandra hold a special place in my heart. I had, kind of a rough upbringing, and like I know that I very easily could have ended up in a similar situation, or it could be my mother, my kids, and aunt. Like it's just there's no excuse. It's disgusting, and the fact that they're still essentially getting away with it statewide is just it's disgusting to me.
Yeah, it blows my mind. There's no state charges. Sandra in the case, it's mind blowing.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy and ridiculous, and so many other.
And people wrote for Great Corner. It's just an extension of Morrissey.
And the rest of them, only one of them so far has, is paying the price for it in the long, eventually, hopefully. But the rest of them are still walking around free. They have nothing going on. It's sad.
Yeah.
Can I talk now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm like afraid of
hear you. I can hear everybody now.
I'm glad you guys brought up Greg Conner because I feel like Juna is actually like a distraction right now from the real problem, which as much as I disagree with a lot of like the way that Juna has been acting, Juna would be a better candidate than Greg Conner. If Greg Conner is elected, then it's just the same. It's just another Michael Morrissey part two. And he tells us that in every one of his responses in these forums. He says, I'm proud of the work I've done in this office. I've been here for 25 years. And then he tries to like sidestep Morrissey and he says, I worked under Bill was that his name? Bill Delahunt? Yeah. And he says, he was the gold standard. But no, you were born and bred and trained and raised by Michael Morrissey, and you are the chief. Yeah, he's the chief trial counsel for this. Is not just like a nobody in the office who's been puttering around. You've been handpicked by the people that have the most to lose when somebody like Adam Deitch takes office. You're the person that they handpicked to run. And it makes me nervous to see how much support he has just in terms of like lawn signs. I know that lawn signs don't vote. And I think a lot of his supporters, like people who do have a Greg Conner lawn sign, are people that you could have a conversation with that aren't like dug in the way that we are. Like there is no changing my mind. I do think that like if a union sent out a 3-pack of a Stephen Lynch, a Mike Rush, and a Greg Conner lawn sign, and they have the trifecta up in their front lawn, I think that is somebody that you could have a conversation with and convince them, or at least talk to them about Adam Deitch. And I'm just glad that you guys brought him up, because I think that he is really like the problem in this race, and I don't want us to get too distracted by the fact that
he's being backed by the Morrissey political machine. These are all the tools to get the signs out and get the supporters in. I think we were there at the thing the other day, and you see some of the people saying that they work for the DA's office, so it's getting out there. I've heard rumors that they said they're going to lose their jobs if they don't stand out.
Well, there
So
are probably people who should lose their jobs if they're afraid if he doesn't get elected, they'll
I think a
lose
lot
their
of the
jobs.
supporters are out there in the work at the DA's office, some friends and family of the people in the DA's office.
Yeah.
And we should make clear that Adam Deitch said earlier when he was on that when he takes office, if there are people that are above board and they're doing good work every day, their jobs are safe. So those people who are saying they're worried about their jobs are telling on themselves if they're scared that if Greg Conner doesn't win, then they're going to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like what? Yeah. So tell me more. Why do you think you're going to, what have you been up to?
And so how they donate to Morrissey, like I wouldn't have anyone in my office working, be donating to me. So as people have to donate, they're talking about like you have to go out, maybe they're trying to fight it if you don't go out and support Greg and stuff and keep this going, you know?
Yeah. Before we continue, I just want Peter said that he had to go because of the technical difficulties.
Tell him that we're grateful that he suffered through it as long as he did.
I told him I was like, we're all having problems, so don't worry about it. Thank you for coming.
What is going on? There's no reason. You, Jason and Allison, you guys are echoing and robotic a little, but I don't know if that's just StreamYard's. I don't even want to mess with it because I'm scared.
I don't even want to touch anything. I'm like,
I know. Do you want to
to
try to go out and come back in and see if?
I'll try that.
I notice every time I go to the comments that I never can hear Mizzy. It's like you talk, I can't hear anything. So that's why I've been going in and out.
Oh.
I was just hiding before. I know. I'm afraid of this now. But Jen, while we have you, is there anything else that actually, you know what I wanted to ask you is when you very first kind of like reached out to advocate for your brother, what was the initial response? Like, how did they respond to you initially? Or when was the first time that you kind of realized something weird is going on here?
Welcome back.
Well, ironically, not ironically, but we knew actually within 48 hours of Juston being shot, we knew what his condition was. Let's just say when you know a lot of people, you get information. And so I think Morrissey's office must have been like, wait, what? How do they know about her? You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, we know. That was like the first part where I was like, okay, we're going to have to take a look at this. And then it was like, then I got those reports and got a big dump after the first month. The first month was like a blur, right? Because you're doing COVID, but you're also like, did this really happen? I couldn't believe it was happening. And I was just crying like all the time. I don't know. You just stand and just cry.
Yeah.
And, it was like hard. And my kids are like, my mom cries all the time. I'm like, okay, I'm not crying I was like, sometimes I'm like, you know what? I'm sad and it's okay to show some sadness and I'm going to be okay. It's just, I feel like, it's okay to cry, but it got better as, time went on. Yeah, and as far as their office, no. I mean, I had lawyers, and we were obviously suing through a civil rights violation, and so I didn't have much contact directly with them. My lawyers handled most of that, and I just wanted to also let people know that our main lawyer, who took the case contingency, okay, one of the largest law firms in the United States. He took a contingency, and he is a former assistant district attorney, U.S. district attorney. So, that's the level of support we had. But then, when you get to the courts and then you realize there's some judges who just are only going to do qualified immunity. They don't care if you have a disputed fact of difference, if you have a disputed material fact that could change the outcome. They didn't care at all. They didn't even really care about the EMT at his side. They coughed it up to like one little sentence. And I'm like, okay, so I okay, got it. So that's, qualified immunity, took that all away. And then they took away the right of the people to be able to be the fact finders, which is our jury. And that was taken away from the public. I am holding out some hope, and I'm going to put it out in the universe here, that someone will come forth with a video. And you can do it anonymously. You can find someone or whatever it may be, just so that we can authenticate it. But I believe that there will be a video at some point, someday. And that's something that would make a really big change for the better, because then we can actually show them not only that we showed how all the officers had different accounts, they don't care, but that we have a video.
If somebody wants to get that to you, how can they get that to you?
Yeah, so justonroute.com. There's an email address, a phone number there. They can also go to Facebook group, Impacted Families, and obviously a Twitter, or even like if you don't want to directly do it with me, you can go on Twitter and somebody. I mean, we're pretty much a big community. And by the way, I was interviewed the other day by someone at the University of Michigan. They're either writing a book or doing some sort of research paper, and she asked me the question about, because she's interested to talk to families who've been impacted by police violence. And she was like, she's like, did you feel like you had community when this first happened? And I was like, no, I had no community at all. I was like, no, actually, didn't feel like at all. Like nobody understood, and nobody I could talk to understood. Nobody could be like, hey, and except that when I met my friend Anne-Marie, she had went, through something like this with her brother. And it wasn't until like I talked with her where I was like, oh my gosh, okay, like she speaks, she knows, right? And I said to them, I said, but what happened, ironically, is several years later, this case with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe and a lot of these same players and all this Karen Reed group, like, got it and gets it. And I go, and this is the only time out of all these years that I ever felt like there was community support. So I was just trying to tell her that it was like a process, and that, you think that you're actually never going to have any, you're just going to, never going to have really any support. And it was definitely very welcomed. Unfortunate, but not surprising. Wasn't surprised. But, at least there's a community, and I don't feel so alone.
Yeah.
And I think that's such an important reminder for like all of us out there when things start to feel contentious within the community, that it is helpful to reframe why we're here and what brought us all together in the first place. And yes, Karen was freed. Even in Karen's case, there's still work to do, but there is still so much for us to keep fighting for. Right. And I think that's a good reminder that we should be fighting for something instead of like against each other.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I would say. That's such wasted energy. And the other side, those people, they love that. They're counting on it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, no, we have to show that this is like, we're all moving forward in the same direction. This is about justice, and like, leave all the other stuff on the side, let's stay focused and really, help the victims. And also by us making these changes, we're also saving future victims that we don't even know about. Yeah. Like if we don't step up, there's going to be more. Yeah. Right. So yes, I say everyone stay centered and focused. Especially too for the family. Like it really, I don't get involved in any drama. I can't. My heart just can't take it. But it definitely has saddened me to see things unravel and people doing unkind things to each other. It's just like so disappointing for whatever reason. And I just think to myself, oh my gosh, this is what they want. They want us to all, all end up on our own and doing our own thing. And it's like they only do that when people are getting powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's why I've enjoyed the stuff that you and I have done together, the Stronger Together. We did 3 standouts at Michael Morrissey's office, and it was everybody. The first one I think was our most successful and largest.
Yeah.
There was Free Karen Reed, there was Just en Route, and there was the Justice
Enrique. Yeah, Enrique out there too, in one of them.
I'm sorry?
Wasn't Enrique's family came to one of the standouts there too?
That was the first one that Jen and I did together, and and it was right after what happened to him. And we reached out to them and said, you guys can come hold signs, just so you can feel other people who support you. And they came. I actually got to speak to his mother and his sister for a little while. But I really enjoyed working with Jen, because Jen is such a strong woman, and she stands up for her brother. She 10 toes down is like, I am not going to stop till this, I get justice for my brother. And
and like I think Jen said earlier too, like you said that Proctor told you one story, and what happened there, and they had to they try and get their narrative out, and they had to shoot him. But it's the same thing when they did Karen's thing too, where they said there's a video of her hitting John, and they said they told Jen, they had to do this. They get the narrative out into the media, and then people that's what the DA, people believe it. Most people just see the little clip of it and they believe, she hit him or he did this, and they get their narrative out there, but they're lying.
Yep. And they did the same thing with Sandra too. Yeah, so it's like all 3 cases they tried to manipulate the media and social media to get a narrative out there that was absolutely not true.
Yeah, so exactly, because sometimes the regular mainstream media will just report what the DA says as facts and stuff. And now that we have YouTube and social media, it gets the other side out. It's been huge.
I mean, because who thinks I'll run through. Who thinks that you're going to send your daughter to go train with the police and they're going to abuse her? Who thinks that that the police are going to shoot my brother and then execute him while he's laying on the ground? Who thinks that they're going to lie and say that this was, like you just said, it's on film, and lie so much in all 3 cases? Who thinks that that's going to happen? No, we expect our DAs and our police officers to do what they're tasked to do. There shouldn't be a trooper sitting down with a family and lying to their face.
Yep.
And all three cases involve police officers as the perpetrators.
Yep. And most people believe the DA, the police, they said this. And even me, a few years ago, I'd probably just, they said this, so that's what happened. But now, after these last few years and seeing all this, the lies and corruption, now I know better. I'm awoken, and see all my eyes are wide open now. It's crazy.
When I met Karen, her and I gave each other a big hug, and I whispered in her ear, I said, "Thank you for fighting, because you fought. I was able to get Sandra's case out there." And I know Jen kind of feels the same way, because she could have asked for a deal. Hey, can I take a deal? She could have asked for anything. They wanted this case to go away. They didn't want, they didn't want this. They didn't want what happened. They wanted it, like Matt said, I can't remember the quote, if she takes a deal, it'll go easy. If she doesn't, it'll be a whole episode. They didn't want this eruption, because now, they got me, they got Jen out there and saying, there's other cases.
They threatened to take the deal, and then she didn't take the deal, and they upcharged her with the first degree murder, or whatever it was. Yeah, and just shined a whole. If she did, if she did someone who was gonna fight, and just shined a light and all this corruption out here now.
Yeah.
If she fights it, it will end. If she takes a plea, it will be a whole episode.
I just get goosebumps. I just think about the acquittal that day and being with all those people and.
Right. Oh my God.
The surge.
That was something special.
I was literally like almost for days just thinking about it. My eyes would fill up with tears because I was so moved, and in some ways for me that was probably the closest, in my opinion, that I'm ever going to get for justice for my brother, because her getting justice and taking on that crew is feels like getting justice for everyone.
Yeah.
Really.
It's crazy. It's the same group of people involved in all the cases. It's the same guys.
Yes.
And some of them still in the same positions with the same guns and the same badges and the same
Right.
power and we're not nothing systemically has gotten better. Like the fight has been, the battle has been what is it? Is it the fight or the battle that's the bigger one? The like little battles were going in the right direction, but there's so much more. Like when we think back on things, like you took the stand, you were asked about if she fights it, it will end. If she pleads, it will end. If she fights it, will be a whole episode. You sat on the stand, gaslit everybody to be like, oh yeah, that's a normal text that people send to their family group text.
Yeah.
And we all just move on from that. No, like there is still so much, like Jen, hearing you say that it felt like justice for you and your family when Karen was acquitted. Like I love that for that moment, but also like you deserve real justice and you deserve a true independent investigation, and you've fought hard enough to have been like rewarded with these answers. And it really does feel like we're on the precipice where if Adam Deitch is elected, like something different we would see something different, and you would be answered differently than the way that you have been now. And it's on all of us to like come together and make that happen.
Yeah, that's why we need Adam in. I like literally can't entertain anybody else. Like just think of it not happening, you know? But I believe that we're all going to come together. I mean, just you doing this great fundraiser for the second time. I mean, everyone's doing their parts. And when we all do it together, it's big. Because I don't think Ray Connor's getting that type of support and help. You know.
I mean, true. Like we're going after the DA right now, but then how about like Bev? How dirty Bev handled that trial. Like, how do we get just like accountability to a judge who was definitely one-sided in skewing the system against a victim? You know?
That's another problem that we kind of have, is right with the judges, and I would like to see some. You know, I would like to be able to vote in a judge. I don't think they should have life positions. Or
maybe they can be appointed first, and then you have to vote for them after a term or something.
And then if you get into the First Circuit Court, which is where our case ended and stopped, because there's a Judge Sandra Lynch, who, by the way, has kind of retired, but she gets to pick her cases and still do cases, even though she's like kind of ancient. But she's still keeping the ancient way, the ancient way. I'm thinking to myself, why is she still even a judge? Like we need fresh, new people with perspectives who understand things in a different way, right?
Yeah.
Of like the time.
Social media and new stuff and all that.
Understand social media. Are like blown away by the idea that people could go on YouTube and watch somebody. They're like, what? Are you kidding me? Oh, you have people tune into your show. You have subscribers. Jail.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
Wait till they find out that there are like kids with millions of followers that just like open toys.
Yeah.
But just the grave concern comment, and then the new judge now about a leak on Twitter. Yeah, it's just they have no concept of social media. They're stuck in the past, and And then they're all friends too. So they're all friends and they're just buddy. They were lawyers together. Now the judges, they put them in, and it's a big problem.
I think with how technology has changed so much, I think that all judges should have to, learn about technology, learn how to, navigate social media, and the DA, they should.
Yes, that's good, Mizzy. They should be taking a course or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Even if it's just like a quick seminar where 2 hours, they learn all this stuff. But unfortunately, we see some of the judges that you're like, do you not know that how things work? Like with the whole tweet from Aiden.
Yeah, it's like they have no clue about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was just like he brought all those lawyers there over something false. Like
yeah, and it was out already days before that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, like the week of 4th of July, headed towards the Cape, like waste of time and money and just a mess.
That brought me back to vibes of how Kenobi treated Alan Jackson and in the first trial. Like it's just they don't like outsiders and stuff.
Allison, is there any way for you to come closer to the mic a little bit, because we couldn't hear you loudly what you said? There we go. Now you want to repeat what you said?
Oh, it was also the week of 4th of July, so you dragged all the lawyers and everyone else down there, headed towards the Cape, sit in traffic. 4th of July for absolutely nothing. It was just a waste of time and money,
and they wouldn't even let Alan talk.
It was like a whole 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. Forgot what I was going to say. Do you have any questions, Emilie? Because my brain is like, whoop.
I'm scared of the robots. No, I think we're going to wrap up with this and you guys in a second. But are there any kind of final thoughts that you have that you want to share with everybody about why this is so important to all three of you?
I just like I said, we need change. It's been so bad. Yeah, like hearing after hearing, case after case, it just like gets worse and worse. And in the incestuous relationship between them all, it's crazy. It's scary to think. Like I said, I live in Norfolk County. My kids, if something happens with me, or my kids get involved with the wrong person, they have connections. It's very scary. Like with the power they have, what they can do to somebody if you don't have the means to fight it. We need someone like Adam.
If someone was investigating something, and saw that it was so bad that they wanted to leave their job to run for TA.
Dream job.
That tells you a lot. We're only seeing little bits and pieces of it, and we think it's horrendous. Imagine what else is going on.
And then Adam's dad said, "Why are you leaving that job for?" And he said, "Yeah, he's doing the right thing. He wants to fight for justice."
They use that as as a negative towards him, but to me, I think it's a positive. If you uproot your whole life because you saw what was going on, and you were like, "I want to make a change there for the public and victims and victims' families," and you move to change your life, I think that to me that's respectable.
Yeah, and especially in Norfolk County right now, this time, we don't need any more insiders. Having fresh eyes from the outside is something we need.
It was a big commitment. That was he left his job. A lot. And he saw how horrific it is here. To quit your job and move and uproot everything that's pretty committed. If you ask me, I don't know.
Well, I'll say that.
Jen, how about you? Final thoughts?
Well, some final thoughts. 4 years ago, I went to go vote, and there was only Michael Morrissey on the ballot. Thank goodness that's not the case this time. But we really need Adam. I mean, so whatever you can donate, do. If you can go into, again, some of the town, different Facebook groups, share information about Adam and why it's so important for him to become the next Norfolk District Attorney. If you live nearby, come and volunteer your time to stand outside polling places. And there's lots of different ways that people can get involved, and you should just go to his website I'm going to be going on a nice little walk around my neighborhood, and I'm going to be dropping some of these off into some
Love that.
mailboxes. So, yeah, thank you for having this, and thank you to everybody who's donated and who's passionate about change. And I look forward to the party when he wins.
Thank you for being here, and
The
thank you
celebration
for-
of him winning.
Thank you for sharing your story and sharing what you've been put through, and hopefully for you and for so many people that we can help you out now.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you,
Okay,
Ted. It's always
bye.
great talking to you.
Bye, guys.
Talk to you.
Bye,
Talk
guys.
soon.
Allison, thank you so much. Bye.
Here's what I'm thinking. We're going to do a quick fervent break to reset our earballs and our brains and we're going to put all the vibes in the universe, number 1 for Adam Deitch and number 2 for StreamYard. And we're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back. We have Mel and Jimmy are supposed to be coming on soon. We're going to play a game, and we'll be ready for the shank of the evening after our quick fervent break. So everybody rest your ears and enjoy, and then we'll be right back. I should have had a song pulled up. Okay, here we go. Enjoy.
Some people pray to Jesus. Some people pray to Buddha. Some people pray to Allah. Some people pray to Jehovah. But me, I pray to Rosemary. I pray to Rosemary. I pray to Rosemary. Think this flow scary? You ain't heard Rosemary. You know how I pull up the court, rocking the scarf you can't afford. If you haven't heard me before, you should go watch Triumph. Oh, Proctor, you must be fooled. Been in this game since I did 2. Exposing biggest is what I do. Look at what I just did to you. Put your face all over the news. You got no one to blame but you. Yeah, without that badge in your hands, it's a lot harder to look for news. Tell Lally he might be next. Tell Netflix to cut the check. Cause by the way I cook these witnesses, they all be calling me chef. Flow so cold, call it Burberry. Don't make me clutch my pearls, baby. Lally, you feeling hurt, baby. Proctor, you feeling cursed, baby. Oh, that's okay, baby. Let me put you on game, baby. Next time you pray, baby, you better pray to Rosemary. Bitch, I pray to Rosemary. I pray to Rosemary. Think this flow's crazy? You ain't heard Rosemary.
Today we say a prayer for Adam Lally, the once mediocre prosecutor who stayed mediocre. May the Lord hear our prayer. In the words of Auntie Bear, speak up loudly. Got a $500,000 cause of your incompetency. Calling me a nerd with creativity. Your shit was boring just like your delivery. Your monotone ass can't demand more cash. Only idiot to use a hung jury as a brag. A lowly ADA, so you must be a hack. You don't wanna see me get spanky on the track. You ain't good enough to have a private practice. You ain't smart enough to hide your malpractice. I was the star, you were like a fading actress. Hope Welcher spread his load all over your mattress. I know a lot of times that raps be fiction, but really let these next 2 bars sink in. You ain't skilled enough to get a conviction, even when in a corrupt jurisdiction. As for the aftermath, well, I'm making more cash. As for you, I think I saw you on DoorDash. Man, I kinda feel bad, sitting back with a laugh, counting up on my stacks. But let me end this quite plainly, just in case that your memory's hazy. It was confirmed on the stand that you're lazy when Rosemary made you her baby. Lolly wanna baba. Spank. Lolly wanna baba. Spank. Lolly wanna baba. tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy, I really don't need a flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble, do I really need any lungs? The trial one jury was just like me, they were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not one guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not lolly. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a rout. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not lolly. Fuck you, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Becky. Hey, yeah.
We're back. And I'm a little teeny tiny thing in the corner. And please join me and Mizzy in welcoming the one and only Mel Barrett.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Mel.
How's
Nice
it
to
going?
meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mizzy.
How's everything going?
We're just some chicks from, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Where are you? Where are you from in New Hampshire?
Southern New Hampshire. I don't like to disclose my whole thing. If we were,
I hear you.
Especially with
I was born and raised in Southern New Hampshire, so I get it.
Yes.
Just for your reference, I grew up in Nottingham.
Okay.
Okay, that probably tells you a lot. Oh, how's everybody doing? Lots of money raised so far.
Yeah.
Right. And we're
love
just
it.
getting started. While we wait for Jimmy, who will probably be here tomorrow.
Right. I got him on almost on time we had him on yesterday. Jimmy and I did a little show together, and he was only 20 minutes late. So
yeah, that was basic. That's early.
I know, right?
I loved your guys. That was like one of those, if you guys haven't watched that show yet, that was like one of these shows where I was just smiling from ear to ear from the second that he got on, and you guys just got right into whatever characters you were doing.
I have to tell you that character. So when he came on, I was like, Barry's Nut House, Barry speaking. That is what my grandfather used to say whenever he answered the phone. That's why I said it. It popped into my head. He would play a joke with whatever telemarketer was calling. Perry's Nut House, Perry speaking. Jimmy went with it. Of course he did.
My grandmother, when Deval Patrick was running for governor, answered the phone every day, Deval Patrick for governor. And now
I love it.
I have to think about that every time people talk about the fact that Beverly Cannoni was appointed by Deval Patrick. I swear Deval Patrick was good, I think, but that was not a great choice of his.
Not a great choice.
Mel, while we're waiting for Jimmy, do you want to tell us a little bit about why you feel passionately about Adam Deitch, and as somebody like who's not in Norfolk County and not directly affected by this, why do you think that this is so important?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, for me, obviously, it has a lot to do with stamping out corruption in that county and in many counties in the Commonwealth and all over the country, really. But when I saw that Adam Deitch like picked up after he left the state's office, the Fed's office, and he picked up and moved to Norfolk County because he realized that he was needed there. And because every interview I've seen with him, the first interview I think I saw of him was when he was on your show. And then I watched a few of the debates. I don't want to say he's like a good politician, because I hate the idea of somebody being a good politician, but you can tell that this guy cares about people, and he cares about the Constitution, and he cares about people's rights. And what I see from the other candidates, specifically Greg Conner, is more of the same from Morrissey's office, which has been a culture of corruption for years and years and years and years. They've had power for so long that they just wield it, and they always assume they're going to win, and they have judges in their pockets or whatever it might be. These are all my opinions, obviously. But Adam Deitch comes off as young, fresh, smart, and out for justice. So those are all the things that I've seen of him from the outside, and I'm happy he's running. I hope that Norfolk County can see what I'm seeing, and that they don't just go with the same old, because that's what they're used to. And I just hope that's not what happens. I think he has a fight on his hands. I think that really it's going to probably come down to him and Conner, but I don't really know for sure. Yeah, he's a good guy. He seems like a good guy. That's what I'm getting from him.
I agree. And I'm glad I said this to Allison and Jason, who were just on too, that like, I'm glad that you're bringing up Conner, because I really do think that he is the problem in this race. And I think anything else is annoying, and it's important to speak out about, but like Juna Perkins is a distraction.
Yes.
Greg Conner is the problem. And I mean, Greg Conner on the ballot is Michael Morrissey on the ballot. It is one and the same.
Yep.
And it is a little confusing to me, the fact that there can be such a low approval rating for Michael Morrissey, to the point that like even he evaluated his prospects and was like, I'm not going to run again. Like, politicians want to run till the wheels fall off.
Yeah.
And the fact that he didn't, it is weird. It is frustrating to me. I think that that hasn't transferred over to Greg Conner in the same way that you would see like a vice president taking on the public impression of the president.
Yeah, agreed. I think also, what we're seeing from the other candidates, I'm thinking specifically of Juna. Is that how you pronounce her name?
Sure.
She's an opportunist, and I hate to see politicians just grabbing onto a moment and trying to run with it as if it's an actual belief of theirs. I saw her do that with the Sandra Birchmore case the other night, and I see Greg Conner doing the same thing. I see him making a mush out of his words when it comes to what should have happened with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's case. And what I see is Adam Deitch being clear, concise, and knowing his answers because they're coming from his heart and his conscience, as opposed to trying to make the voters happy. And I'm sick of politicians, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Conner had a bunch of answers at the forum the other night. He presented differently the other day than he has in the previous debates that I've seen, where the previous debates, he kind of seemed apathetic, like he wasn't really putting on like a good show in terms of like a politician. And this time he was much more like engaged, and he spoke with like a smoother voice, and he was answering questions as if he had not been in this office for the last 25 years. Like he was saying things like, well, what they should have done. And it's like, they is you.
They is you.
They. Like,
you were the one who didn't think they should go on with the Karen Reed, part 2. I will say for Greg Conner, I appreciated the work that he did on Brian Walsh. We covered that trial on Something's Off. He made some, mistakes, but he's good in a courtroom. I think he's a perfectly fine prosecutor, but I don't think that he's what that county needs. That county needs a reckoning, and the truth needs to come out. And my only fear is because sort of the anti-Karen Reed crowd has been laying it out that as soon as Adam Deitch gets into office, he's going to reopen the John O'Keefe case and the Sandra Birchmore. Or he's going to actually say that Sandra Birchmore did not unalive herself, which is what Michael Morrissey is not saying right now. And my fear is that it won't be taken seriously because they're laying this foundation that he is using politics to punish people, you know? And I don't see it that way. I see it similar. I don't want to get into politics. I always say this, but you know, everyone keeps talking about the November elections that are coming up. And if the Democrats take over, that they're just going to come with a bunch of lawsuits and it's going to be impeachment season and da-da-da. If they are doing it because there's actually laws being broken, we can't muddy the waters. Like, we have to get back to, if somebody did something wrong, then we punish them applicably. And if Adam Deitch had wanted to move further with the Sandra Birchmore case and the Karen Reed case, and he wasn't allowed to because of, you know, scrambling around with the federal government, I see it as him being like, I need to right this wrong, as opposed to continuing to cover up the way that this Norfolk County DA's office has been doing. And so that's my fear. My fear is that they're laying this foundation that it's going to be, you know, a one-sided, you know, witch hunt kind of thing. But it's actually him moving to a county so that he can find the answers and hold people accountable for these two cases. And that to me is admirable.
Yeah.
But Spanish Honor Society.
Glee Club.
I do think something that makes me feel better about that, because I hear where you're coming from with that. I do think a lot of that doesn't exist in real life. A lot of that is just online, like it.
You're probably right.
We had boots on the ground people on earlier that that were saying they've been talking to people and they don't even know that a district attorney election is coming up. They don't know who the current district attorney is. They don't know that Adam Deitch is running. They don't know that Greg Connor's running. So I think you'd be hard pressed to find 10 people out in real life that would be like, well, Adam Deitch might be too close to these investigations to do. Like, I don't think that that's real. It is very loud on the internet, however. But the cool thing about the internet is you can close it and then it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
How sad is it, though, that there are people who don't know who the district attorney is and he's been in there for 2 decades?
I mean, I don't think I knew who the district attorney was until the care. Like, maybe
that's how they get away with it.
Well, right. And I can't really, I can't remember if I knew or not. Like, you know what I mean? I don't have a memory of knowing Michael Morrissey or not, but it was definitely not something that I was like thinking of on a daily basis and consciously aware of. I probably voted for him in the last election because it was uncontested and I just filled in the bubble. I don't really know for sure.
Yeah. And Democrat, Republican, whatever it might be, Massachusetts is a different beast. They've always been a blue state. They've always been, you know, a Democratic run state. Other than the governor, I think it's such an interesting state because they've had so many Republican governors with the rest of the body being Democrat. You know, I think of Charlie and I think of Mitt Romney, which is just crazy to me still. But we've always, I always felt when I lived there, I always felt like we can all get along. We should be a blueprint for the rest of the country because I can like Charlie Baker, even though he doesn't agree with everything that I think. And he can get along with his Democratic, you know, caucus as well. And we should be a blueprint. But what I'm starting to see now because of these cases is that it's all politics. It's all politics. It's been politics since back to, you know, the Bulgers were in office. And the idea that it's not blue or red in that state. It's who you know and it's power. And that's what we have to quash, I think. We have to give the politics and the government back to the people. And this is a brilliant opportunity to do that with Adam Deitch.
And that's the problem with this campaign is like Adam Deitch is fighting against the machine.
Yes.
You know, like, you know, Connor is part of the machine and they are all pushing for him. So that's why it's so important for, you know, people to get out there and sign hold and do the door knocking. You know, Adam said there's stuff coming up that they're rolling out in the next week or so for people to text, to write letters, to do phone banking. you don't have to live even in Massachusetts to do this stuff. I'm going to sit and text all day, all night.
Yep. Politics is local.
I think what ends up happening in like a reliably blue state or a reliably red state is that because politicians know that they're not going to win unless there's a D or an R next to their name, you end up with politicians that get further and further from like what the values of a Democrat or the values of a Republican are, and they're just registering as that political party because that's how you win the election. I don't know what Michael Morrissey's values are. Like Michael Morrissey's values are
money,
protecting
power.
himself and protecting his friends and money and power. And no, I mean, we've heard all day today about all of the ways that he doesn't care about justice and he doesn't care about the truth and he doesn't care about victims and he doesn't care about their families. And you can not care about all of those things somewhere else. You can't not care about, you can go work at Starbucks and not care about victims and families and anything else. But when you're the district attorney, it's kind of your job. It's like literally your only job.
Yeah, you're supposed to be protecting the people of your county, and he definitely hasn't been. And he's been helping cover, for criminals. And Adam Deitch is the kind of person that I think you see come along. He has, he's got an amazing personality. He's got a kind heart. He's smart. Like this guy could run for president someday, and I would be happy for it because I think that he understands people and he understands the law and the Constitution and he understands how to bring communities together. I just hope that Norfolk County sees that and that they make the right decision. When it's September, right? The election for DA is
September.
Yeah, so not November, everybody. Don't be thinking this is happening in November like everything else. This is happening in September. And then
when you said he could run for president, he's giving Pete Buttigieg.
He is giving Pete Buttigieg. He's also giving like young, I don't want to say it because there are going to be people who hate this word, but he's giving young Barack Obama for sure, But I love Pete Buttigieg. I hope he does run. And we'll see what happens with that.
I see what you're saying with the two of them, like those two examples, because the way when he talks to somebody, he's talking to them. He's not looking through him to the next person. The time that I've only spent time online, we've never met in person. And every time that I've talked to him, he's been, very personal. He said he wasn't going to call me Mizzy till we're friends. So I guess we're friends now.
Oh, good.
Oh, I love it. That.
Yeah. He said, he's like, I'm not going to call you Mizzy till I earn it. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. So I love that. Is he going to come on at all, Em, or is he just?
He was on earlier.
Oh, was he? Okay, I didn't get to see it earlier because I was recording earlier, but
it feels like it was like yesterday already. It's been a long day.
You guys,
I was going to say while we're on the topic of political parties, this is a good time for us to mention something we said earlier, which is that if you are a registered Republican, you are not eligible to vote on September 1st in this election unless you go right now to, there's going to be a QR code at the bottom, unless you go over to the voter registration site, check your voter registration, and unenroll for this election. Unenroll basically means that you are an independent for this election. Doesn't mean you're a Democrat, relax. And then you can vote in this election. And then you can stay unenrolled and you can be a free bird and spread your wings. Or you can just re-register as a Republican right after this election. And either way, you can vote for whoever you want in November. That's not you don't have to be registered one or the other. But that's what Juna is scared of. And I'm glad because Adam does have a large contingency of people that are not reliable Democratic voters. They're not voters that politicians would typically seek out when they're door knocking and things like that. And this election is bigger than politics, and this is important.
Absolutely.
So do it. Scan that.
And the fact that you guys have that option is pretty great. A lot of states don't have that option. You can't just change your party and vote in one election and go back, or vote independent. That's what you're saying, right? They can vote independent. Independents and Democrats can vote in this September 1st election.
So if you're unenrolled, like in any primary, when you show up at the poll, they ask you, do you want a Democratic ballot or do you want a Republican ballot? So you do only end up voting like straight. So if you're unenrolled, you can't vote like this person for the Republican candidate for governor, but this person for the Democratic candidate for DA. So you eventually in that one election pick a party.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that like you are that party.
Yeah. And you could just go fill up, put Deitch and then go put your thing in. You don't have to fill anything else out. You know, we're not asking you to vote Democrat down ticket. We just want you guys to, if you feel it in your heart to vote for Adam Deitch and you live in Norfolk County, you know, you could do it that way.
Yep. And what have you been seeing like on the streets? You've been out to some of the campaign events. You've been talking to people. Like, what are people saying about this? Are you feeling hopeful?
I feel hopeful when I talk to Adam and his team more than I feel. I guess I'm only seeing kind of like the echo chamber of either like everybody kind of thinking the same way that I do, or everybody thinking the exact opposite to a degree that I don't think is even real. And most of those people don't live here. But they seem really confident and motivated, and they don't, to me, it doesn't feel like they think that they're like running from behind. I think we should still act like they're running from behind. Like we should, in your mind right now, you should think that Adam's in third place, because that's how we kind of keep the momentum going. But they seem very confident and they're reaching a lot of people. They said they're knocking like 1,500 doors a week, which makes a huge impact. And this money will go a long way. We were telling everyone earlier that the money raised in this fundraiser, they're past the point of like hiring and paying for the campaign office and things like that. Now this is just every dollar reaches another voter. This is just money that's going to go directly to reaching voters. So it makes a really big impact.
Amazing. I love it.
And again, if you do not live in Norfolk County, that does not mean you can't help. You can door knock, you can do the standouts. So if you live in Massachusetts or, Rhode Island's not that far from Norfolk County, from New Hampshire, I've come down. You can go hold a sign for an hour if you have the time. So please, if you can help out, please help out. And I said something earlier, but let me say it again. Tap into some of your friends that were free care and read. It's time for them to come, say what they were saying during the trial, that they want change in Norfolk County. They want to make a difference in Norfolk County, and they're disgusted at what happened in this trial. Tell them, come join us,
Yeah, for sure.
Let me just get Stefan Diggs on the phone. Hey, want to come talk about the injustice of going through a trial that you never should have had to go through in the first place? When I think about the trials that we've seen in Norfolk County, and somebody said earlier, like, oh, this is just turning into kind of like bashing Massachusetts. Yeah, it is, because the DA has that much of an impact over everything. Like the district attorney directly impacts the way that the Massachusetts State Police operate. If the district attorney doesn't care if you're handing in search warrants or not, doesn't care if you're collecting evidence correctly or not, if the DA doesn't care that you're handing them over shoddy evidence because they're just going to hide it anyways, then it ripples through every kind of like level of our society. I haven't seen a normal trial in Norfolk County, and maybe there are some that are just not the publicized ones that are televised, but I can't imagine that they're doing like great work behind the scenes. And it just so happens that Penny McGee and Stefan Diggs and Karen Reed and Sandra Birchmore and Juston Root, who am I missing, are all bad.
But even when it goes to the Brian Walsh case, I'm happy that he was convicted, but there was a chance. The judge could have ruled the other way, and that case would have been thrown out. It's wild that they will not get search warrants for phones. That's crazy.
And
it seems like they're trying to get
gotten a conviction in that case. Like, we can give Brian Walsh a teeny tiny bit of credit because he showed up and he read the Google searches, and that was his job, I guess. But seriously, you could have put my dog in front of the jury and been like, these are the Google searches.
Yeah.
Judge Frenea is my favorite judge in Norfolk County. I love
Yes,
her.
100%.
Also,
and
she's
how come
pretty hot.
how come she's not on more case? Like, how come we see Judge Krupp all the time and
I know.
Doolin, who I used to like until the other day? Like, where's Judge
Jeez.
Frenier hiding out?
I love her so much. I wish she was on more cases. I think she reminded me of the judge in the Corey Richens case, like just very, very even keeled. She got, she would get hot every once in a while, but I just thought she heard everybody and she was protecting everybody's rights and she was running the courtroom. Not like we're seeing over in the Lindsay Clancy case. I love the judge on the Lindsay Clancy case, but he and Reddington are getting into it. They are fighting. And I love to see it, though. I love what Reddington's doing. I think if I could have Frenier and Reddington in every court, in every trial, I'd be so happy. So happy.
Who would be your ADA choice in that?
See, that's the problem.
Mock-up.
That's the problem. I would love to know actually a little bit more about who Adam Deitch wants to bring into the office for ADAs. I think that's a really important question that if I could talk to him, that's one of the things I would ask. What he's looking for in, as far as their experiences, the cases they've tried, what they're looking to do in the future. Like, I would love to know his thoughts on who he wants to bring in, because that's going to be if he becomes DA, that's him being the umbrella of that department and making a lot of big decisions, but it comes down to the work the ADAs do. And I am sick and tired of seeing Lally and McLaughlin and Connor and these two women in the Lindsay Clancy case. I mean, they're not Norfolk, but you know what I mean? Like, these ADAs, they always feel like they're just phoning it into me. They're just in there. They got to get through the motions. They got to call 175 witnesses to lay out the case. And then, it's a lot of huffing and puffing and annoyance and sucking up to the judge and, expecting the judge to rule with them and all that shit. And I'm just like, I want to see some new blood. I want to see some fresh faces. I want to see people who are fired up. The way that Adam Deitch is fired. Oh no, I have a fly in here.
It's not a robotic echo.
Get down. That was the funniest thing that Aiden has ever said to a fly is get down. Get down. I was dying when that happened. I want to know who he wants to bring in, because he's the boss, and that's really important because you set the tone. And I think that's why we see ADA, Lally, and Connor and McLaughlin. They are, because Morrissey is setting the tone. So he's got their little Morrisseys running around, and I hate it. What do you think Morrissey's going to do when he retires? What's his first thing? What's he going to do? What's that guy going to do?
Run as far away from
that guy. He's never run a day in his life.
Walk.
Take one of his boats out and escape Massachusetts.
Yeah. Mel, to answer your question a little bit about what Adam Deitch plans, he had a good answer. If you guys want me to pull it up, he had a good answer that touched on that at the forum the other night. Let me pull this up.
She signed away her rights to her child from the table, and he said,
38-24.
This is the first thing.
Health crisis when they committed the crime. Given the very high rates of mental health issues among people committing crimes,
start with the question.
What factors would
and I'm going to put her link. This is Liz Speakman, who is the moderator. And the question that she's asking is basically, would you prosecute Lindsay Clancy, without saying, would you prosecute Lindsay Clancy?
would you consider in deciding whether mental health treatment or prison might be the best solution?
Thanks, Liz. Is this a 2-minute question as well?
2 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, 2 minutes.
He's so cute.
So I think we have a great opportunity in Norfolk County. Despite what's gone on for the past few years, the reality here is we have a much safer county than certain other counties with urban crime problems like Suffolk and Essex to some extent. We don't have the same problems as Boston or Lawrence or Lynn. And to me, that means we have an opportunity to be at the cutting edge. We should have a smart, modern district attorney's office. And so when we talk about things like addressing mental health and substance use disorder in the context of criminal cases, I think that we should be a beacon in Massachusetts for addressing those kinds of issues. For one thing, when a nonviolent crime is committed, or you're dealing with a first-time offender, and mental health or substance use are the drivers of the criminal conduct, incarceration should be the last option, not the first option. Diversion and treatment. And I think the DA's office here does do a good job prioritizing in a lot of these cases, but I want to strengthen and embrace diversion and treatment for nonviolent first-time offenders, especially when mental health issues are contributing to criminal conduct. I also think we should be at the cutting edge when we are addressing emergency responses, when on the call you can identify that mental health or substance use might be at the core of the conduct. I think co-response and pairing first responders with clinicians who have backgrounds in social work and other areas to address the person and meet them where they are before charging someone or arresting someone, especially in cases where public safety is a non-issue. I do still think, and I'll say serious crimes deserve serious prosecution, but I do think we can be at the cutting edge when addressing mental health issues in Norfolk County.
Thank you, Adam. Bob?
I like that answer.
And speaking of mental health, before we say anything about that, I'm going to bring up Samantha Benigno, which means Jimmy slept through his whole thing. Hi, Sam.
How are you, everybody? It's so nice to see you guys.
Hey,
Look
Sam,
at
nice
you
to
all
meet
fresh
you.
from vacation.
You too. You too.
What do
I
you
was
think
just-
about that answer, Mel?
I just wanted to say really quickly, Sam, I was just watching your video today about the testimony from the prescribers in the Lindsay Clancy case. And I'm definitely going to use a clip in the show tomorrow because we're going over Dr. Tuff's testimony. And what you were saying as a mental health professional was so important to the argument. And everybody, please go watch all of Sam's videos about the Lindsay Clancy case. Watch Defense Diaries for the legal stuff, but go watch Sam for the mental health stuff because she is right on, so smart, picking up on things that the layperson isn't hearing, and explaining it in a way that we can understand, you know, what these prescribers and practitioners did and didn't do to help Lindsay. And your coverage has been so important to me. So I'm going to put a little bit of it in the show tomorrow, and I just appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Aw.
of course.
It's so kind of you.
As far as the answer that Adam Deitch just gave, I mean, I think it's good. I think that that understanding that a crime may have occurred and the basis of it may have come from a mental health issue is super important, as opposed to just going out and arresting people or dealing with maybe a violent individual who's having a mental break. In a justice form, like, and I say justice meaning the police, I do think we need to have first responders, mental health first responders. And it sounds to me like that's where he's leaning as well. And you know, as far as Massachusetts is concerned, I know they shut down a lot of their mental health facilities. And so there's McLean, and that's about it. And so what happens often is folks who are dealing with a mental health break or psychosis or whatever it might be are just stuffed into the prison with the general population, and those mental health issues are not taken care of as they need to be. So I think that if he's moving or wants to be cutting edge, like he said, and move forward into that kind of future, I am all for it. And I think everybody else in that county should be all for it.
Yes. You're here.
Yeah.
It was funny seeing them answer the Lindsay Clancy question as they all went down the line, because they were all so not eager, but like willing to kind of like crap on that DA and crap on the ADA in that case, who deserves it. But then they get all tiptoey when it's their own county, and they're not willing to call out the fact that nobody has turned to Greg Conner and been like, excuse me, like you are the office. What are you even doing here? This election is happening because Michael Morrissey is very much disliked, and you are him. And it was just funny to see, oh, you're willing to do it to another county.
Yep. For sure.
It's getting close to bedtime.
Can I say something as okay? I've said this a lot. I'm an open book about it. When I was 13, I tried to unalive myself. Sorry. And I had been thinking about it for a long time. but I didn't make a plan. I just thought about it. And one morning I woke up and I was numb. And when they said in the trial where Tough said, she said numb, I was like, that is scary. Because when somebody wakes up or is walking around numb, that means their toes are inching towards the edge. And, you know, I survived, but like it that triggered me because she just kind of, I don't even know the word to use. She just, you know, oh, she was numb. And it's like that numb feeling with somebody who is gonna, you know, unalive themselves. That is like danger zone, danger zone. And I never, you know, I was 13 and I've never had kids. I don't have postpartum. So I don't know that aspect of it, but I know that numb feeling that you get before you do it. And you don't have to have a plan. So this whole thing about having a plan needs to be thrown out. And I'm getting loud because it makes me angry, because when this bedroom, I had a water bed because it was, you know, in the early 90s. And woke up, and I was just like, all right, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And I went to my bathroom and swallowed some pills. Wasn't like the night before, like, okay, tomorrow when I wake up and my mom goes to work, I'm gonna swallow pills. No, that needs to be thrown out. I'm sorry.
Somebody pointed out also that Karen Reed was sectioned just for what she had said to her dad on the phone without having, they didn't say, does Karen have a plan? They didn't even get a direct quote of what she had said. Her dad was concerned and she got sectioned. So what's the
got sectioned also?
And what's the policy? Or is it just dependent on who's protecting themselves in law enforcement at that moment?
Well, and in Lindsay's case, she was this, you know, she was a nurse and they were giving her that benefit of the doubt because it sounds as though she knew the lingo, she talked the talk. And I want to be clear that Lindsay has a role in it because she was self-protecting, which I can understand, right? Like, if these are you have 3 babies at home, do you really want to tell providers that you're thinking about unaliving yourself? Because what do you think is going to happen? They're going to take away the babies, right? And so I think you are exactly right, Mitzi. That's exactly what happened, right? Like she was not a plan. She was just increasingly depressed, and she'd been depressed for a long time. The thing that I question, and I think that might have gotten her in trouble, is specifically saying, I heard a voice. A separate and distinct voice that was not my own, because based on what I'm seeing, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. But what I think is more likely is that she was very depressed and had been thinking about it and thinking about it and thinking about it, not in a way where she had a plan necessarily, but like you're saying, she was just so depressed. And a lot of the times, what we will see is that people feel better. And she's reporting that in these meetings with Jennifer Tufts, right? She's, oh, I feel a little better. Well, not surprised that she's reporting feeling a little better, whether it's to Patrick or to her at these moments that are pivotal, because what it could have meant is she's okay with the decision, that she had actually started to accept that she's moving in that direction and that she's okay with it.
Can I ask you a quick question, Sam, about this? I was confused about the testimony when Dr. Goodhart was on the stand, and they were saying that she was coming over from the emergency department at Brigham, and that she was transferred to McLean by ambulance, which would normally be a Section 12. But when she got there, she voluntarily signed herself in, and then she became a Section 10. So why was that determination made? Why wouldn't the Section 12 be the umbrella to the Section 10?
So a lot of the times with these programs, and I know McLean, in fact, they had come to us when I was running a program in Hazleton for training in substance use disorders. So it's not ideal to have somebody sectioned without their sign off, right?
Mhm.
The ideal is to say, all right, somebody's here because they want to be here. The moment that you take that away, take that freedom away, you now become an adversary to the patient.
Okay.
And unless you really have to be an adversary to the patient because they are going to hurt themselves or somebody else, you do not want to be in that position because it's not therapeutic. It's a situation where now you're at odds and now you have to work extra hard simply because they've been given that designation. So I think what she was saying, Dr. Goodhart was suggesting that because they need to get, so oftentimes insurance drives a lot of these decisions.
Right.
And they're not talking enough about that, but that is a factor also. So the reason for the Section 12 is to get the ambulance signed off on by an insurance company. And then when they get there, it's okay. It's voluntary. So we don't need that anymore.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. Thanks for answering that. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the Adam Deitch fundraiser to talk about Lindsay Clancy.
But I think it's important because even Lindsay Clancy's case, it shows how important it is to have a district attorney that you can rely on to make the right decision when the right decision is not always clear. And I think, especially at the very beginning of this case, the right decision wasn't clear to the district attorney's office because there was emotions involved, and they're only human, and it's hard to separate the emotions of looking at what had happened to Lindsay's kids. And Adam Deitch, to me, seems like the kind of person who, I mean, he said it before that he will follow the facts and the evidence wherever it leads. He doesn't seem like somebody who's going to make a rush to judgment. And his federal background proves that. Like, the feds, we know, take forever to do everything. He's used to that. He's used to taking his time and not moving on something until he knows 100% for certain that he has all the facts and that they're making the right decision. And like, Lindsay Clancy is not going to be an anomaly. Like, this situation will happen again, especially if she is labeled as a monster and the medical field gets to say, like, well, there was nothing we could do for that monster. She was just going to be a monster someday, no matter what. We played no part in this whatsoever. Our hands are clean. They're going to keep treating patients the same way, and this will happen again. And I want to know that if a tragedy like this happens again, that we have somebody like Adam Deitch in office who I can trust to not do this all over again.
Wait, are you saying that we shouldn't solve cases in 18 hours? Or
like, can somebody
is that what you're saying? Are you saying that on air?
Like, can somebody get that message to law enforcement that, like, we're not actually ever looking for like the fastest, like, they think they are always so proud of themselves when they're like, right away we figured it out, and it's like, that's bad. I don't like that. Like, you didn't take that's like handing somebody a book and being like, I finished it. And it's like, great, but you didn't read it. You turned down the pages. But like, go back and read the book and then come. I don't care how fast you do it. I care that you get it right. I would much rather have investigate. I mean, a little bit of both. It's like, don't take forever, like in Delphi, and then get it wrong. But like, there's something in between where it's like, do the investigation and get it right. And
Yeah. I mean, I think.
When an
Sorry, go ahead,
officer
Mizzy.
walks into a scene, they're supposed to treat it like it's a possible murder, and then prove themselves wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how they collect all the evidence. They go through the steps. Like Sandra's case, they walked in. I mean, they had the two initial officer patrolmen that went in, and then when Lincoln, I can't think of his last name, McCourt, went in. Yep, she did it. I mean, the two officers who first went in, they said it but they're not. They're patrolmen. They don't see this thing every day. They're not detectives. So it's like, there should have been more done, and same with John, and same with Juston, and probably the same with a million other cases in that office. And that's why we need Adam Deitch in office to peel back the onion, because there's whoever gets in is going to have a challenge because of Michael Proctor.
Mess. Yeah.
They have to go through all his cases. And even if they don't go through all the cases, the defense attorneys for their clients are going through those cases. And it is going to be a mess.
Yeah. I hope that we can get to a place where DAs and ADAs are not just concerned about their conviction rates, where they go back to actually protecting the people in their counties and bring solid cases where they feel completely 100% confident in their case because they've done all the due diligence and the work. And I mean, we're seeing it in Plymouth County too with Lindsay Clancy. Those ADAs are they have an idea in their mind, they ran with it, and they didn't look at all the footfalls. They didn't figure out, oh, if we ask this question, I mean, they're up against Kevin Reddington. He's like, a gladiator. And but that's what I'm seeing. I saw it when I covered the Veronica Rodriguez case out in Lebanon County, Pennsylvania. The DA in that case is she will go on record all day, every day if you want to interview her about her conviction rate, but she won't talk about the people and she won't talk about the cases. So they're looking for these cases that they think are slam dunks. They're willing to work with certain police officers to, muddy the waters with evidence and crime scenes and things like that. And I mean, just look at Adam Lally on the stand with Rosemary Scapiccio. Like his process is he keeps sending an email. He keeps sending an email. What if they don't give it to you? Well, I email them again. Well, what if they don't give it to you? Well, I call them. Well, what if they don't give it to you? I don't know. I maybe text next. And it's just, they don't have a plan. They're only concerned about their conviction rate. They're not concerned about the people and these cases and all the people that are involved and affected by these cases. And I think that Adam Deitch has a good heart, and I don't see him being too concerned about his conviction rate.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, there's something really irresponsible about the way that Morrissey's district attorney's office operates at a baseline level, right? It's just irresponsibility up and down. And you think about how much authority these types of police have because they're working out of the DA's office. And then you look at the fact that Michael Proctor, just think about that. This guy, somebody thought this man was competent enough to be the lead detective in a unit, like for a case. What? I wouldn't put.
Or did they think he was incompetent? Or did they think he was incompetent enough to be the one to take on this case?
Well, he wasn't on call that night. We've established that. So why did he get the case? Right. Yeah. Who gave it to him? Who said, "Hey, Michael, get over there and make sure you protect everybody"? Yeah, it's scary. Yeah, it's really scary. And you're right, Sam. It's like what I said before. Like they are responsible for setting the tone. The DA is responsible for setting the tone of that office, and everybody. I mean, Lally, McLaughlin, Connor. They're just little Morrisseys walking around. We don't need any more of that. We really don't.
We didn't need the first one,
but we don't need it.
And they really are. I mean, these are like lifers, right? I mean, Connor's never done anything but this. He was an intern in that office, and then he's been in that office ever since. So if you want the status quo, I mean, he is the walking status quo.
Absolutely.
And proud of it. He brags about that. He says, I started in this office. He's not hiding it. He's not shirking from it. That is why he's running now, is because they need him to.
You're right.
But they also, he tries to cleave off this part. Michael Proctor, I got all the stuff to the lawyers and no, you can't cleave that off. You can't cleave Sandra Birchmore off. You can't cleave, Juston Root off. You cannot cleave John O'Keefe and Karen Reed off. You were part of this regime.
And then just claim Michael Chesna and latch back onto that anytime that you're drowning. That's what he does.
That's what he does. Yeah.
That is what he does. Y'all, I'm gonna have to jump off. I'm sorry, Mizzy. I actually have to jump off. The kids are waiting for me to watch a movie, and I promised them I would. And of course, Jimmy never showed up.
He just texted
him a strongly worded text.
He's coming.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. I appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for
you.
doing this. And
Thanks, Mel.
everybody go donate, please. Political campaigns do need the money. They're not out there, all spending money on stupid things. Adam Deitch is spending on money to win this race, spending his money to win this race. So please go out and donate. Spending our money. Thanks, Mizzy and Sam. It was great to meet you. I'd love to have you on the show sometime.
Of course.
I'll talk to you.
I would love that.
I know. Tell Jimmy he's getting a strongly worded text from me.
Do it.
It was great meeting you.
Nice to meet you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Look, we're gonna swap greatness for greatness. Welcome, Boozey Beauty. Okay, everybody, get your PJs on, get cozy. We're here all night now. Your hair looks spectacular.
We have
Can we talk about your hair for a second? What is going on? It looks so good.
Can I tell you, Miss O is running late. I have a terrible sunburn. Hopefully I have enough concealer on so you guys can't see my sunglass tan line. I was quite literally blow drying my hair and eating mac and cheese out of the pot at the same time. That's where we're at today.
Like the most perfect life.
Got it.
Okay.
You look amazing.
Oh my God. Hi guys. Oh my God. I got all my
Hi.
friends here. I got all my friends. This is so exciting. Okay. What are we going to talk about? Oh, I forgot.
We're here till after midnight now.
Oh my God. Well, this is what I was saying. I was like, you have Sam and I at the same time. We're going to be on here for fucking hours.
I have snacks. I have drinks. I'm good to go. I might have to turn off the rest of the restroom, but I'm good to go.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, before we get into some of the other stuff, can we put a cap on the conversation we were having about Clancy? I have a question for you, Sam. As somebody who looks at body language, I'm good at reading body language, but obviously you can analyze it and stuff. What did you think of Dr. Tuff's demeanor on the stand?
So the thing you have to keep in mind, that I'm keeping in mind about Dr. Tufts and even Dr. Goodhart, is that they are on trial as much as Lindsay Clancy, and they're very aware of it, right? Yeah. So, and the DA is okay with glazing over that and allowing it because she is trying to make Lindsay sound as normal and as symptom free as possible. So she's trying to make it so that it's all Lindsay's fault. So anything that might be like a red flag, she's just gonna like let them glaze over it. And so when those three are together, when Goodhart was with the DA, was with Tweedledee is what I call number one, and then Tweedledum, which is number two, right? Who was with Tufts. When they're questioning these doctors, they're just allowing these doctors to get off without being questioned any further in a way that they should be. That's the problem.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
That's such a wonderful point. And also the doctors are part of lawsuits too. So
right.
There's that adage too. So I was just curious.
So they have to be really, really careful. And that's what they're doing. Like Tufts is basically like, trying to be as by the book as she can be, but there are some enormous problems in what they're saying. I mean, couldn't be more glaring. They're trying to blame Lindsay and put it all on Lindsay, but that's the whole point, right? Like you're the person in charge. You took on the responsibility of being a mental health professional. So you can't just pass the buck. It's not, you can't just blame the patient for everything. So there's a lot of very serious issues, and you just wait, because when Reddington gets a hold of Dr. Tufts, it's going to be a slaughter fest.
Yes. I have one more question. What do you think of her Tufts only being in there for like a year and dealing with somebody like Lindsay's case? What are your feelings on that?
You mean like her level of experience? Yeah. I mean, she's young. And I think that's a part of the problem with that, is that Lindsay and her are peers. So the issue there, and there's actually several. I mean, you could get me on this for a while, but the first thing I noticed about that is that they're peers. So Lindsay's not going to tell her peer, or be a lot less likely to tell a peer, things that she doesn't want to have to admit. Yeah. So that's the first thing. The second thing, and when you're in a peer situation like that, you're not going to push. So what I see happening is these doctors are bending to Lindsay's will, and they're not pushing back. They're trying to basically do whatever Lindsay's saying she wants them to do. And that's happening over and over and over again. And if it's a peer, a person born in 1989, and Lindsay's probably born within a few years of that, then again, you're going to be a lot less likely to say, in my experience, why don't we try this? Because I've had a lot of experience and I know that, right, this doesn't work, whatever.
Yeah.
But the other thing and the other way that I think that it's really significant is that she is by the book. So she's talking about mania. And the big part of what Reddington's going to point out is that this bipolar, the way that Dr. Tufts completely dismissed the concept of bipolar disorder, and that makes sense if you're a child. And I don't mean that to be, I'm not trying to be mean, but if you've only been in the field for a short period of time, then of course you're going to go by the book. You're going to open up the DSM, you're going to go down the checklist, and it's going to look just like this or it's not that. And the reality of how mania can present is that it can look very different from what it says inside the big book, right?
Yes.
And I think that's something Reddington's going to have fun pointing out.
Oh yeah, it's going to be delightful to watch.
It is going to be delightful to watch.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
And it's going to be a 1-2 punch when we get La Posada.
But it's going to be a treat to watch him go.
Yeah, it is.
Listen,
Really.
as someone who literally quite literally works in women's health in Norfolk County, who also has clients that are women that live in Duxbury and Plymouth County, I can't wait to see what happens on Monday with this clinician, because it's obvious she was new and she didn't know what she was getting herself into. She should have called in her supervisors for some support, because that Lindsay needed more than just the regular old, oh, I have an issue. No, you need everyone in. She needed a full team and not just cherry picking person here and there. She really did need a lot more, and the system failed her. So
like when they said, oh, I just need to prescribe one more antidepressant so then we can do K therapy. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on here. Ketamine therapy. Like, I'll just prescribe you one more antidepressant so that then we can say that we did 4 and then we can do that. Like, I'm not a mental health professional, but that doesn't seem like what you're not supposed to do the things to fit the criteria. You're supposed to do the things and see if they work and then assess and evaluate it.
And that was Lindsay saying she wanted to try that, right? So at every stage of the game, this professional was doing what Lindsay was saying she wanted to do.
Yeah.
That's
and
what was
they're using
driving
that to
all
say,
of it.
and that is true, but they're using that to say that makes Lindsay this like cold-blooded killer. And it's like, no, that means that she had a bad mental health professional that's
right,
was not doing what was best for her.
Right. Yep. That's right.
Okay. What do we want to talk about?
Oh, there's so much. There's so much. We can talk about the Twitter Spaces last night if you want.
I don't really go on the Twitter Spaces.
Fill Mizzy in on what happened on the Twitter Spaces.
Okay.
I was gonna say I could play it, but I don't even want to.
No, don't.
I'm gonna put my AC on and I'm listening.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Who do we think was acting up, chat, on the Twitter Spaces again last night?
Effing again.
Fucking People are gonna be like, no. I just want you to picture what family member in the town of Canton might have had a little too much to drink and may have gone on the Twitter space. He's like, yeah, I already know. Look at chat. This is why I always say, guys, I am not about the whole intimidating of anyone. You can speak out and do what you want, but do not be mad when your words are used against you.
For anybody who's just listening,
like
Boozey's entire Adam Deitch sign just fell.
Yeah, it fell.
I tried to do something nice.
Now that you've described the like carpentry that you did back there, I picture you living in like one of those fun houses where it's like everything is like crooked and sideways, and you walk in, it's like if you take a picture here, you're tall, and if you take a picture over there, you're short. Is that your house?
Precisely. Like, I really do try. I mean, I have fixed my refrigerator and my dryer before. Like, you know what? I try.
That's funny.
You kidding me? Me and Emilie have been a hot mess all day, but you know what? It doesn't matter. We raised.
It wasn't us. It was
You
StreamYard.
did. You raised a lot of money.
It caused us to be like, you know. But it was fun.
Yeah.
We got through it and we recovered and re-recovered and re-recovered, and it was good. It's all good. It's all good. It
Thank
brought
goodness
us to
for
you ladies.
Fervent has saved us a million times. I should say before we go off on this that all of the opinions expressed on this entire show, but especially in the next coming hours, are all our own. They are not a reflection of Adam Deitch or his campaign. And also,
Very
everything
true.
is in our opinion. So stop with the you're intimidating them.
Well, someone
Anyways,
mentioned
go on.
voodoo dolls. It could have been the voodoo dolls that just knocked down the Adam Deitch sign. It also could be someone said Beetlejuice. You say Chris Elber 3 times and shit happens. So there you go.
That's right.
You may end up with a new charge for rubber ducks or something. You know, who
Oh my
knows?
God.
You know.
Yeah. Depends on who wins the race, honestly.
Oh my God. Well, you know, that's the thing. It's whoever gets elected is going to figure out what's going to happen in the social media sphere of it all too. And it's like, what's going to happen to someone like me or Emilie, who's been very outspoken about the Commonwealth's theory, specifically of the Karen Reed case and Sandra Birchmore's case? What's going to happen? So, you never know.
Tell them about the spaces.
Oh,
What did he
chat.
talk about?
Oh, you couldn't even understand him. He was like, I've been having this theory, and theory sounded like very. And it's like, oh, I was texting them and I was like, I haven't heard someone this drunk or like such a slurred speech in quite some time. Like, it's been a long time since I've had to care for someone that was that inebriated. And what, wow. Like, we've all heard Chris speak, right? He testified trial 1. He also did an interview. We know how his speech is. So unless he has developed a lisp in the last, I don't know, 2 months, he was.
To be
very
fair, he
drunk.
did say caricatures. So there's that.
Yeah, he loves that. But what's interesting to me about when he does that is that, so when he gets drunk, he has to be so careful, and you can hear it because there'll be like dead sound. There's dead zen zones in his speech. Like, he'll be like, yeah, I'm just all about the truth. And then he has to think about what he's going to say because, of course, the truth is not on his side. So he can't just say, you know, like if you're drunk and the truth is on your side, you can say whatever you want. You can blah, 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 blah. Like there's no quiet, right? Like you can just talk and talk and talk. But when the truth is not on your side and you're drunk, you know you're in trouble. Right.
Right.
And that's what happened here. You could tell he could not just be free to say whatever he wants to say.
No, there was one point last night when he was like, yeah, Karen ran into John and smashed his arm to smithereens. And I'm like, I literally on my phone pulled up the x-ray and said to myself, where?
Yeah.
Where?
There's no smashing to smithereens, right?
None. Julie Carpenter, who is a Five Skins Jennifer McCabe spokeswoman, okay?
Oh, God.
I love telling this story because it just goes to show when you are so gung-ho on believing something and you let your intelligence go to the wayside. It's like she tells the story about how she's trying to defend Colin, and Colin's story about the scraped knuckles and how he could have been drunk and fallen on his knuckles, which goes against all things human nature when you fall. But I digress. She was trying to defend that story on one of these live streams. She said, yeah, I had fallen off of a curb one time and I had my Versace sunglasses in one hand and I only had another hand. And so when I fell, I had a catastrophic fracture to my ankle. And I'm thinking, if I could just sit down and ask you this question, what has more force? Your ass and gravity pulling you down. I don't know. How big is a curb? 2, 3, 4 inches, right? Is your ass falling to the ground? Does that have more force? Or does Karen Reed's Lexus in reverse going allegedly 28 miles per hour running into John O'Keefe's arm have more force? What has more force? Right. So you can reasonably think about that. Even if you think John O'Keefe was just clipped, whatever verbiage you want to call it, right? What has more force? A vehicle going that speed or gravity pulling Julie Carpenter's ass to the ground?
Judd Welcher taught us this when he talked about spreading his load. That's what he was talking about. He said, if I sit on the edge of my bed, it goes down a lot. But what happens when I spread my load out when I lay in my bed?
Oh,
Just so inappropriate. I was like, I don't need to see this
character.
I have 2 clips from the spaces. You guys want to hear them? Thank you, Jenny.
Let's do it.
Jenny for posting these. Here you go. Here's the one and another. Thank you, Jenny.
I'm gonna lean in because I can't hear with my AC.
Karen crushed it up.
That was Karen crushed. That was just Karen crushed his arm. Here's the other one.
Number one thing.
Yeah.
I fucking tell you the truth all day long.
What help could you use though, Chris? Like what could we do for you though? Like what do you think?
Yeah, no, I know. I can spread the we can spread the truth on we can spread the truth all day long. I'll throw the truth right on this fucking table right now, and we can show everybody what the truth is.
Do it.
But
a lot of people aren't going to listen. We know that.
Yeah, sometimes the truth is very it's dull. It's like boring.
Right.
But what we can do is we can try to show what the other people are doing to try to dispel our truth. Does that make
Listen
sense?
to what he's saying. Do you see what he's saying there?
I'm not out there, so I
the
don't.
truth, our truth. That is, I mean, there's so many things wrong with what's happening in just those few sentences. It's like, it makes me feel bad for Chris Albert when I hear that. It does.
He didn't even say truth, Sam. He said truth. The truth. The hell is the truth?
Our truth, my truth, put the truth on the table. That's not how somebody talks when they're talking about the truth, the only truth, the real thing that happened.
Yeah.
That allegedly is the thing everybody already knows happened. Right? Like, wait. Like, I'll put the truth on the table. Wait. Isn't the truth, Chris, already on the table? What do you mean you're going to put the truth on the table? Right? So you see how it's pretty boring, the truth. This is the problem when you drink. You do not have frontal cortex control. And so things are going to just fly out of your mouth that you're going to wish real fast you didn't say.
What time was the space at?
It wasn't even that late. It wasn't even that late. He was at D&E beforehand, had some drinks and went home and saw there was a Twitter space. So he went on and wanted to speak his truth.
My favorite was when he very first came on. He said, I heard you guys were on and you guys were doing great, good. It was like, yeah, they weren't doing great. He just switched it to good. You guys are doing great, good. Okay, I'm going to press play again. Ready?
See it, but I see it on Dax and all that stuff. I mean, I was just okay. Here.
Okay, then there's one more.
Same page right now.
That last voice was that guy Ken, who's always in everybody's comments posting the same picture of the taillight with the same arrows and the same circles over and over and over again.
Okay.
Can
Also,
I say
guys,
something about what we've raised? If we
I was just
raise
about to
about
say that.
another $150, we will clear 7,000. So we've already beat, what we did last time. So thank you.
And
everyone. Thank you.
these-
If you can afford it, if you can, take some change out of your pocket to donate, please do.
And these donations go to make sure that there was not a real investigation. That is why Chris can still talk about the truth, my my family's truth, my made up truth, the lie that I'm calling the truth, because right now this Norfolk County District Attorney's Office didn't actually care about the truth. They took whatever Chris put on the table. And I, for one, would rather have somebody like Adam Deitch in office who actually cares about the truth, capital T, full stop.
It's got to be stories with her with other boyfriends.
How come I can't click on you? Fuck.
Who are you talking to?
Thought I was talking to
Andy?
Yeah. I just tried to upgrade $11 a month. Should I not do that one?
Should I not do that one?
$11 a month.
I don't know.
Who are you
On
talking?
X?
Oh, on your for a check mark.
So I can talk to them.
Invalid. True. That's
Oh, is
right.
that like
Oh,
certified?
I
What do
can
they
hear
call
you.
it?
Yeah, I guess
Verified
so,
or something?
man.
Yeah. Verified. All verified does is make you can type more stuff, right?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything else because I've been shadow banned for like 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, I was verified.
Okay. Well, real intelligent stuff happening over on Spaces.
Oh my God.
I
Poor
forget
Chris.
that there was something else that Jenny said. He said something like business at D&E is, I guess, is not doing so good either, apparently, to what Chris said last night. But it wasn't caught on recording, unfortunately.
Okay.
So
That's annoying. There's no like instant replay of the whole stream that you can find, or did somebody get rid of it?
it probably just went bye-bye because whenever Chris goes on, all the recordings go bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
You can tell that the family's like, what are you doing?
Oh,
well,
God. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Emilie. I was like, there's definitely like some people being like, shut Chris up. Get him off the live stream.
Oh my God, Julie, wife Julie, right? Remember how she was with Lindsay Gattani and Colin? Yeah, she's probably like not happy when she finds out that he's drinking on Spaces.
Well, she did the same thing last time, Sam, if you remember that. Julie was in the background scolding Chris.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like it feels like Chris may be a fourth child to her and not a husband. Is what it seems like.
Sure.
Like she went out to dinner with friends last night and he was unsupervised and was like, I'm gonna go on Spaces. He's gone for the night.
That's exactly what happened.
Like
How long do you think it took him to log in? Picture the process that it took him just to be able to like get into the Spaces and become a speaker and like get up there and everything.
He's like, what button do I press?
I paid $11. Can I talk?
These poor people. What a disaster.
Oh my God, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. You should have heard me. You know, Jenny texted me. She goes, you need to see this. I was like, you're joking. Not again. Not again. Just learn your lesson. Like, again, but you want to keep talking.
Don't
We
learn
love
your
it.
lesson.
We
Keep
love
going.
it. Keep talking. This is not witness intimidation. We really like you talking. It gives us something to talk about.
Unbelievable. It's crazy. It really, really is. But now we know, I think also from that recent FOIA stuff, that they're really watching all of it, that they really are watching. They pay close attention. It's like, oh, I don't know if I would if I were them. I don't know if I'd want to be as on top of it as it seems like they are, right? I think I'd just be like, all right, I'm gonna put my head in the sand and not care. But they, does not seem like Brian Higgins doesn't care.
No, Brian Higgins cares very much so. Oh, very much so. And I
We were
still
talking
don't
about that
understand. I
earlier.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't get his own attorney. Get your own attorney. Like, what are you doing? Sell one of your cars and get your own attorney. You do not want to be around these people in like 6 months. They're going to screw you over. I promise you that. Once the kitchen starts getting hot in one of their cases, it probably won't be the O'Keefe versus Karen Reed and Canton Barr's lawsuit. It's probably going to be another one of Karen's cases, the federal case, whatever. Give it 6 months. They're all going to start. It doesn't even matter about the DA election. Greg Conner could be elected. I don't think he's going to be. I don't think he actually has the support that he thinks he does. But you know what I mean? Like Greg Conner could get elected, and I just flipped. Oh God, I got confused.
I know, I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I'll be back. I don't know how that happened. I tried to click out of having the Spaces up, and then it had a mind of its own.
Listen, I'd rather have us bopping around like tic-tac-toe than have any robotic or echoes or whatever that was happening earlier.
Dude, that was crazy.
It was crazy.
I think the fact that Juna is scared of Adam and not Greg Connor tells you where they think the state of the race is, which I guess is a net positive for like our prospects right now. Still, I think we should be acting like Adam's in third place because that's how you win. Yeah. But for the number of yard signs that Greg Connor has everywhere, you would think he's running away with this in a landslide.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't seem like people think that, but we should still operate as if he is.
Yeah.
When is the actual September
ahead.
1st? When is election day?
That's the primary, which is the election day. Okay. Yeah, because there's the normal election day, but this is the Democratic primary, and this is the one where we dwindled 6 or 7 of them down to 1. So it's like that. That's it. You know, there's only gonna be 1 out of all these players.
Yep. So. September is the day. November. I mean, not that November. The other part of the election doesn't matter for other people, but for this race, whoever wins on the 1st. Will be the DA.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And mail-in ballots are already out. What did you guys say? That early voting starts the 23rd? Check with your town to double check and see when early voting opens in your town. And the actual election is September 1st. Make a plan to vote, because for people who have a plan, there's a much higher likelihood that you're going to vote. If you don't have a plan, you wake up that morning, you're not feeling good. All of a sudden, somebody says, let's go to the beach, and you forget that you're supposed to go vote. And then you don't vote, and that's a big problem.
Mm-hmm.
The earlier, the better. Get it done.
Mm-hmm. And also, if you don't even know like how to search anything online, if you go to Adam Deitch's website, I think it's like adamdeitch.com/vote. He actually has all of the Norfolk County towns there that goes right to your town or city's election doodad website. So all you gotta do is click on your town and it goes right to your thing. So you can figure out when your early voting is. So yeah, he makes it very easy. Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And make sure if you are doing mail-in voting, try to get it out. Like once you get it, mail it out. I'm sure there are places that you can drop it. Like usually you can bring it to the polls. So if you want to fill it out and just take it to the polls and not even, go through the line, you just drop it and go. But get it out as fast as you can so it can be, off your back. It's done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's so many options in order to be able to vote and get your vote in that there really isn't a reason why you shouldn't, whether it's mail in, early voting, or a day of. There really is no excuse. Don't let the holiday be an excuse. I think you guys earlier were asking like what's the local vibe of the non-creators, the normal folks in the cities and towns. And I'm someone that's really out there and out and about, and I don't really promote it, but when I'm in Target or Shaw's Stop and Shop, like I am out and about, people recognize me and I'm willing to sit down and shoot the shit. I will be there for an hour talking about what's going on in the county and the importance of this election, and just saying like, not pushing Adam Deitch, but I do make it very realistic. I'm like, listen, you need to know who Greg Connor is. He was the chief trial counsel. He was very important to all of the cases in the last decade at minimum. And if you don't agree with John O'Keefe's case, that investigation, the 2 Karen Reed trials, which is really the huge, thing in the county, because that's what put Norfolk County on the map, was the John O'Keefe case and the 2 Karen Reed trials. And then you have Sandra Birchmore's case, and then you have Juston Root, and you could go on and on and on just by talking about the victims, period. Mm-hmm. But the way that I say it is like, you need to know, like, this whole thing with Michael Proctor and these text messages, because that is the hot topic right now, even still, like 2 months after Karen filed that initial lawsuit against Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department. That is still on the tips of people's tongues. And that's really what they want to talk about, because people are just so disgusted that he was the lead case officer, investigator of these cases. And I'm like, well, I need you to think of the reasons why the Proctors would then support Greg Connor.
Mm-hmm.
That is what gets them thinking. They go, oh. And I didn't send this picture in time for Emilie, but I did get a photo this morning that outside of Courtney Proctor's, who is Michael Proctor's sister's home, where Michael Proctor is allegedly living, as well as the parents. All the Proctors live in Courtney Proctor's home in Canton. They put out the Greg Connor sign again. You know, they got called
Again?
out. It's back out, but now they doubled down. They not only have Greg Connor for district attorney sign out, they also have Mike Loughran's sign out as well, who was a former Canton Select Board, who's now running for another seat somewhere else. So now you need to understand, okay, if you agree with Proctor, sure, you agree with the racism, anti-Semitism, you can come to that conclusion based off of his messages, that if the people that are so close to him and fully support him, that had dozens of people write to the attorney general, the governor, Maura Healey, like, protect Proctor, give him his job back. If that is who is supporting Proctor, you can reasonably come to the conclusion that they might think the same way that Michael does. And if that's the case, are you going to support Greg Connor?
Yeah. Can I say
Also,
something about
that
the
shows-
form? And when he said at the very beginning, I don't know exactly what he said, but he said he like blurted out something about Michael Proctor, and my brain just was like, ugh. I got the ick because it was like kind of like
oh, I know what it
I
is.
just read about
I'm gonna pull it
Proctor.
up.
I don't know him, type deal. And the way he did it, I was like,
I know exactly the moment you're talking about. Are you ready? Everybody get ready to get the ick. Here we go.
Endorsed by MassCop, the largest police union
It's in
the
about 20
state,
seconds.
Over a dozen labor unions. I will say that in addition to being an assistant district attorney, I've spent the last 18 years of my life working with nonprofits, 8 of which I was the president of a board of directors for a early child care center here on the border of Braintree and Quincy. And then for the last 6 years, I've been the treasurer of a homeless shelter in Boston that's for unhoused mothers and their children. I am proud to be from Norfolk County. This is where my wife and I have raised our 2 daughters, girl dad as well. And I will say that as proud as I am of Norfolk County, I am also sickened by Michael Proctor. I want to create an office that bigots don't want to be in, that victims feel safe to turn to, that if people are hurting themselves, that they will get help. But if they are hurting others, we will hold them accountable. Thank you.
I know I was more animated than him, but just like it gave me the ick when he said
I
it.
am also sickened by Michael Proctor. He has your lawn sign. He's not sickened by you.
Wait, what happened to Mike Proctor, though? Like, what happened to Mike? He was Mike Proctor at the beginning of this campaign. Now he's Michael. How interesting. Huh.
He
What happened
definitely
there?
most likely consulted somebody on that, and they said,
Oh.
you've got to confront the Proctor thing and hammer home that I had nothing to do with it. But you're on emails with him. Come on.
I feel like he finally got feedback. Oh, you guys switched again. He finally got feedback for this forum, and it was weird. Like, it was almost, at this point, you've done enough of these debates where you said the same things over and over again, that now all of a sudden you're like, I just talk like this sweet little boy with a smile on my face, and I've never heard such language that came out of Michael Proctor's mouth before. Like, at this point, that too little too late. Maybe if it was one forum and then he got feedback and was like, oh shoot, okay, let me get it together. But like, we saw enough of you that this feels real fake.
He should have addressed it at the beginning. Like when those text messages came out, he should have not necessarily the ones that from Karen, because he couldn't, because he was under Morrissey. Now that he's not working in the office, he should have addressed them from the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah. And he still has yet to talk about the emails, by the way. He does not want to talk about how many emails he's in. He doesn't, for Sandra's case or Karen's case, he doesn't. He was completely trying to sidestep it. And I'm in his ear like, did you know after trial 1, you were in almost 7,500 emails, sir? Did you know that? Whether it's you being in them, sending them yourselves, or your name being mentioned, and you're trying to say you weren't involved at all? Go ahead. You want to elect a liar. Go ahead. Be on it. Not me. Won't be me.
We've done that before. We've had, this is the other thing is like, don't you ever just want to see like a different outcome than the one you're living? Like, don't you just want to know, oh, what would it be like if somebody else was in charge? We already know what Norfolk County will be like under Greg Conner. We're living it right now. Like, there is going to be no difference. It's going to be Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin and Drew Virtue and all these same people that I shouldn't know this many ADA's names. I don't care about this stuff in real life. Like, this should be something that is operating behind the scenes and that I never know about, and I'm not following any of these cases. The fact that we know all of this is going to continue with Greg. I want to be bored again. I want to be like, oh, what's going on in court? Like, Adam Deitch will allow us to, maybe not bored, because it would actually be very exciting, but exciting in a different way, not scared excited.
Yeah. You know, I'm excited for his race, and I'm excited that hopefully once he gets in, that we could see some progress in these cases and be able to, you know, like, as an advocate for Sandra, I want to be able to work with him so I can be able to call him up and say, hey, I got this tip. Because when I got a lot of tips about Sandra, but people didn't want to go to the Massachusetts State Police. I had a friend that had some evidence to turn over, and I had to speak to somebody that I got in touch with to advocate to get her stuff to the FBI. And it's like, people were scared. People shouldn't be scared to go to the district attorney's office. So people are very scared when it comes to these cases. They don't want to come forward. They, you know, in Karen's case, they see the harassment. In Sandra's case, they're scared of these men. So it's like, to go to the DA's office, you shouldn't be scared. You should feel like that, you know, they're going to help you.
What is Connor saying now about Sandra's case?
Oh, you mean Sandra?
You mean Sandra's case?
Okay, because I saw him, I saw like a while back, him kind of sidestep, but I don't know where we're at now. What is he saying now about her?
Oh, he's not mentioning her name after we called him out for saying her name wrong. He won't even mention her name.
Yeah.
And what he was saying before was just like to, you know, oh, what we should have done. Like, we should have taken it to, like, it wasn't a grand jury. It was something else. We should have put it, you know, before this panel.
A panel. Yeah. He wanted to assemble a group of people and ask them what should be done.
It's like,
okay.
Come on, dude.
Well, that's what he did do, right? That's what he did do after. So I think that's what he said he did after, whatever, after the Karen Reed stuff and after the Birchmore case. He said that he fixed all the problems. That's what he was arguing. And one of the things that he did was make it so that you can't just decide to prosecute murders, that it has to go through like a group conversation of some kind, and that worked really well. I think that's what, right? Isn't that what he's referencing?
Which feels a lot like putting your like office on an IEP, where it's like, okay, you're not going to be able to do it the regular way that like most offices do. We don't trust you to make the right decision.
True.
So you're going to get to do it as a group project and see if working together, if all four of you guys on the panel have the same amount of brain cells as one ADA in another district. And then he's like, I pat myself on the back for that one. I did a great job.
And I mean,
or this way, 4 people take the hit though instead of 1.
Yes.
Right.
But that's what they're supposed to do.
Or no people take the hit because nobody ever does.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're supposed to sit down with the DA and bring their case with like whoever the lead detective is, whoever the prosecutor is, and say, hey boss, what do you think? Do you think we should go forward? That's what they're supposed to do.
Yep.
But it's like,
Morrissey's like, I don't know. Who are we protecting on this one?
Yeah.
How did I send them a card when their great grandma died?
But no,
Are
but
they
not
on the
only that,
list?
we need to remember Greg Conner was the chief trial counsel. He was that man in the office.
Exactly.
That was his job. That was his fucking job. Excuse my French. That was his motherfucking job. He should have looked at that case, seen her necklace, seen her hyoid bone, hyoid fucking fuck, seen her, and been like,
saying
that's it.
excuse my French and then doubling down was the
I know,
funniest
she
thing.
says like 15 F-bombs. You know, in my head, I'm like, oh no, I feel it coming. I've been good all day. I don't think I swore at all, but now I'm around Boozey and it's gonna start flowing.
Oops, I do that. It all goes down.
I'll allow
with me.
it. I'll allow it.
Well, E-Chase, one of our lovely moderators who's been amazing. Thank you for being here all day. E-Chase and Denise, and there's been a flurry. I've seen Scott and so many of you guys who have been so very kind to be here and spending the day watching the chat. E-Chase made a very good point where Greg Connor was like, but I'm a girl dad. Hey, right to Jim? And it's like, okay, so let's flip that around for a second. Say your daughter decided she wanted to go into a program where she was going to be around a certain authority. Doesn't matter whose authority it is, whether it's police or anywhere else. Could be Starbucks, could be anywhere.
Sure. Yeah.
And all of church. And then all of these things start to happen. And you don't realize that she's being groomed because you just think, oh, so-and-so is such a stand-up person. They're such a they're an owner, they're a CEO, they're this and that. She turns 18, leaves the job, and all of a sudden now she wants to move in with this person or is having a secret relationship with this person. And then she ends up getting pregnant. And then how many months into her pregnancy? She ends up dead. And then instead of it being like, oh, this is an obvious unaliving, now you're going to label it as a self-unaliving. Oh, and now you have the cops that are withholding evidence from you and your family. And now you have the DA's office that's saying, nope, cut and dry, it's done. How would you feel, Greg Connor?
Exactly.
But that would never happen to Greg Connor because just like one of the things that Adam is so good, I think, about pointing out is that if you're in that interior, like it is 2 tiers of justice. It's 2 systems of justice. If you know the right people, if your dad is the ADA, then you wouldn't be in that situation, right? But because Sandra, wasn't among that group, she wasn't treated that way.
Than that to them, I always say they treated her like garbage and threw her away, and they knew once they took her case what they were going to do, wash their hands, there's nothing here. And what the thing is they thought nobody cared about Sandra because her mom was gone, her grandmother was gone, her grandfather was gone, her aunt was gone, and she didn't have a lot of close family. So they thought nobody would care about Sandra. Well, a Boston Globe, they cared about Sandra. Laura Camaldi has been writing so much about Sandra for since the beginning, since 2022. And then you had the Case podcast. They didn't think, Kirk Minahan was going to come in and drop that bomb on people. And they didn't think that, her family would do the lawsuit. And they didn't think that Barb and I would connect and I would use my big mouth because that's what God gave me, a big mouth to say stuff. And I was out there putting her stuff out there. And everybody joined in. It's like everybody here, Emilie's taken on her case. Boozey's talked about her case. Sam, have you ever covered her case? I know you've mentioned her. I know you.
I learned about Sandra's case from the Case podcast. In fact, I knew about Sandra's case long before I knew about Karen Reed. So it's really interesting to me. So I plan on covering it 100%, of course, as we go forward. Yeah. But I should do something on it. I haven't reached out to you
because I've been having some things going on in my family with my mom, but I would really love to connect with you because
of course, anytime.
Yeah. But
do you know what I just realized when you were talking about Sandra's family, and that was the narrative, that was kind of the public narrative for a while, was about Sandra not having family and people to support her. And I think a little thing that Adam Deitch has done that I just kind of put together as you were saying that every time he talks about Sandra, he says because of her family and her friends who didn't give up, that's why we know her name. And he always puts family first and kind of rewrites that narrative that they wanted to spin about her, that there was nobody who cared about her. And that little wording of him saying her family and friends kept this going is so powerful.
Yes. Oh, Speaking of family.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. And they, I mean, when there are powerful people that are abusing their power, you're going to end up with kids growing up who think that you're supposed to keep secrets, and like that's what she was groomed to do. And those people are still walking among us, probably still telling people to keep their secrets.
Yeah.
And this DA's office is like, yeah, but that's my friend.
And a big thing about Sandra's case, people are like, yeah, but she was 23 when it happened. Grooming doesn't stop because you turn 18.
Nope.
It continues.
And she wasn't 23, like in a relationship with another 23-year-old that she had met because they were at orientation at their job together. She was a 23-year-old still like pursuing and being pursued by the person who groomed her because he was still abusing her.
Yep.
Like it doesn't stop, just like as if abuse stops, like, you're an adult, you can't be abused, you can't be put in like a controlling there's no coercive control for adults.
Right. Or like,
And he was a monster.
It's like you're married now, the domestic violence has stopped. It's like, it's only the beginning.
Yeah.
Ginny. Yeah, he was a monster, Farwell. Monster. He treated her, and I don't even want to get into it. It's so horrible what he did to her. He's a horrible monster. Really, he is. And I wonder if the DA's office didn't even consider whether she had family, because they think until Karen and now Sandra, I think it started to change where now they realize that, we're not the all-powerful, almighty who can just do whatever we want and get away with it anymore. But I do think they thought that for the longest time, because before these cases and before everyone got involved and started screaming and yelling, and Karen had her attorneys and the whole thing, the podcasts and everything else, like they could just get away with it.
Yeah. Sandra's case with Sandra, she had lost so many family members, close family members. All she had left was her aunt and cousins. And I give her aunt so much grace because, and I didn't at the beginning, I give her so much grace now because she was grieving her family too. I mean, her father, her mother, her twin sister, and her mother passed away in 2016 within a month of each other, and then her other sister passes away in 2019. So they were two people just in grief, and some things got lost in the shuffle because, Sandra was under these men's thumb, and who thinks, her mother didn't think when she sent her to be an explorer, she thought that was the safest place. Who thinks that they're going to send their kids to go be with the police and this is going to happen?
Unbelievable.
So it's devastating, and I love this case every day, and it's hard. It does affect my mental health. I know it affects Barb's mental health, and Barb, she fights for her cousin every day, and it's hard. It's hard waking up every day having to run a page for your cousin, and then we have trolls coming in. It's hard, but we have a goal. Like getting Matthew Farwell to where he is was part of our goal, and now we're setting our eyes back on Norfolk County because people got to understand this other monsters out here walking among them. It wasn't just Matthew Farwell. And there's people that we don't even know about.
Yep.
Like there's 4 people that we know about. Is it 4 or 5? 5 people that we know about. We don't know about other people. We don't have all the information that we need to go after some of these people. But it's like, her case is just so devastating, and the police and the DA did to Sandra what Farrell was doing. They treated her like trash and just threw her out because they thought that nobody would care about this young woman.
Yep.
And they're still doing it. They're still doing it right now. It's unimaginable.
Woo. Woo! We hit
Mm-hmm.
7.
You guys are amazing. We're at $7,085.
For a second, I thought you put your hair in a bow.
Oh,
No,
but
I have a bow.
Yeah, Sam. She has to No, I'm talking about the what we've raised so far. You guys are amazing. You guys are, this is really special. And one thing I spoke to Andrew from Adam's team like a couple weeks ago, and he told me that it was our last fundraiser was one of the most successful, one-time fundraisers. Wow. And they're going to be so happy with what you guys have done. So thank you, everyone. And thank you to you both for being here. It means so much that we have creators and boots on the ground that would come and join us to raise some money. So thank you.
Oh my goodness. Anything I could do to help get him elected, I am there. I will do it. He's so important to me. There's nothing more important. This is so important. It's everything, right? If you care about these cases, this is everything. This is it. This is for the win, for everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It really is. So.
Oh, Barb is sinking, everybody.
I feel like this is going to be fun for them too. This is like play money for them at this point because they probably already have their like campaign donations and funding budgeted and they had planned. And now this is like just bonus extra money to reach more people and to run more ads. And it really can, like these donations really can make the difference and tip the scales in what is going to be hopefully a very exciting day on September 1st.
Yes.
Are you guys feeling it there? Like, can you feel that there's an election? Is there like a buzz about the election coming up?
I would say like this last week in particular, like I've always had people pulling me, and that's probably just because they either recognize me from TikTok or YouTube or whatever. But like this past week, I've noticed way more lawn signs out, like way more. And just being out and about too. I'm very much a homebody. I don't like leaving the house. So when I do, it's a big deal. So I've been trying to get out and about and going to the beach and, going on long walks with the dog, and people talk to me, or like, I'll just see a yard sign, see someone outside. I'm like, hey, what do you think about the district attorney's election? What's your thoughts on it? And like, I'm trying to pull and see what people think, but it's like, yeah, more people are paying attention now. Now, if only the mainstream media would follow along a little bit more, but they don't tend to do that around here. They tend to be very selective about what they want to speak about. So.
Crazy.
I'm so disappointed there have not been any farewell hearings this month, because it was my goal to like go in and not have my shirt on and then quickly change. Yeah. Because I do interviews. So walk out and just be like, Adam Deitch, and that would be on screen. And I'm so disappointed there aren't any.
I know. Even the Karen Reed hearing was on Zoom. So
yeah.
And there's another Karen Reed hearing coming up, but that's also going to be on Zoom as well. So not many more media things we can do other than, I don't know, making a scene somewhere.
Boozey will make a scene. I learned that about Boozey at the debate. Boozey will make a scene.
I was not making a scene. Do not stare at me and do all the things online to me. And then when you see me in person, all you're going to do is stare at me and not say anything, because if you're going to be like that, I'm going to call it out every single time. You're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to intimidate me. Not going to happen. Not happening.
Emilie told me about it, and I was like, I
was sitting there like, oh my God, I want the floor to swallow me up right now. Confrontation scares me.
Like that. Sorry.
I was literally trying to disappear. There was nowhere to go.
Listen, when you spend a full day harassing me in my TikTok comments, and then you go to my DMs, and then you go on to the Twitter spaces for hours, and then you end up on my YouTube live stream commenting nonstop, and then you finally see me in person and you're not going to say anything? All right, I'll just let you know.
Boozey will look at you across the room and say, you're crazy. In the middle of the debate.
She kept staring at me. See, I'm like this, like, so say if you say like it's the stage, like they're up there and we're over to the side. This is what was happening.
That's awesome.
Over and over and over, got to the point where I was like, the fuck are you doing? Stop staring at me.
She said.
Why are we here? Hello?
Yeah, me too. I'm like kind of glad that I was supposed to go yesterday, but
That's
for reasons I
awesome.
couldn't. I was like, I'm kind of glad I didn't, because that would have brought the other part of Mizzy out, and I tried to keep her in control because of Sandra.
Totally.
Which reminds me, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do this.
Hilarious.
Will I totally blow up the stream if I try to pull something up?
No, you just put it at the bottom, and then I can put it on the screen.
Okay, keep talking while I figure this out. Watch us all become robots now, just because Boozey ruins everything.
No, the robots went to sleep.
Yeah,
That was crazy.
Yeah, they were tripping earlier. They were like,
That's
they
funny.
were attacking Peter.
But Emilie, when you pull this up, I want to make sure that you can get all of the expressions. So you can put me down low if you want. I want to see all of your expressions when you pull this up, because you're gonna. Oh, you're
Wait.
gonna think it's one thing, and it's something
Oh,
else.
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I have to move this then so that let's do a little switchity switch. Hold on.
I always talk to Corey. I was I forget who had posted the live stream of the actual Braintree thing the other night, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna watch it. And then I started seeing things, and I ended up taking an edible and making a funny video because I was rolling.
Oh my
I was
gosh.
laughing my ass
Wait.
off.
I'm so excited. Okay, wait.
Look at Mizzy's face.
Is it a TikTok?
Oh no.
Okay, here we go.
Greg Connor.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
This is so good.
Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you.
Adam Deitch.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
And survivors, victims, and their family members will be at the center
That's
of
good.
everything that we do under my leadership as DA.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you.
I'm wondering, and I'm sure everyone else in this room is wondering, whether or not those convictions were tainted by racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, you name it. And that was the first thing I said.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
Stop.
The life of a Proctor Defender.
Wait a minute.
Oh
Wait
my
a minute.
God.
So wait, she's just like this through.
Boo! And she's like, every time Adam would talk, and I was like, she's right on camera. I didn't know she was doing this the entire time, and then I watched the playback, and I'm like, you're joking. This is a joke.
Wait, can I play this one more time now that I know what's happening and can
Oh, yeah.
start from the get it
yeah.
from the very beginning? We're playing one more time. Hold on.
The life of a Proctor Defender.
Greg Connor.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender. The life of a Proctor Defender. Send some text that might offend you.
Adam Deitch.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. That's the life of a Proctor Defender.
And survivors, victims, and their family members will be at the center of everything that we do under my leadership as DA.
It's the life of a Proctor Defender. The life of a
I am wondering, and I'm sure everyone else in this room is wondering, whether or not those convictions were tainted by racism, misogyny, anti-Semitism, you name it. And that was the first thing I said.
That's the life of a Proctor Defender. The life of a Proctor Defender.
For anyone who doesn't know who that is Carrie Roberts' cousin, who has been on a rampage the last like 6 weeks on all of our streams. So she went to Braintree and she clearly tried to intimidate me, and then at the same time was doing all of the things. So Boozey on edibles.
She's just there to do that though. Like she clearly doesn't really give a crap about any of this, but for the fact that it upset you.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can't just on principle be there to defend Michael Proctor. I mean, that's not a principled action. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's why I was like, I want Sam to watch these clips like in full length to show like her reactions, because it was very obvious once the whole Proctor of it all started getting like spoken about and she was like put on the screen. You could visibly see she was like going in the shell and doing the crossing of the arms and just being like not happy or uncomfortable, looking down, not looking at the candidates. And I'm like, this is crazy. That's like, this is why I watch Sam, because now I see it in person and I'm like, oh, you are uncomfortable, are you? Oh.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
I see Scott McGuinness backstage. Maybe he's coming in to keep us on track. Hey, Scott.
Hi, I just wanted to apologize to Mizzy. I missed the link. And I saw it and I'm like, oh, you're supposed to be on at 6:30. But obviously I've been watching the whole show. I've been commenting. So
Yeah, you went up in the chat. So we
my
appreciate
bad.
it.
Sorry.
No time like the present.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, great. When Mizzy first contacted me on Facebook Messenger, I thought she was doing her own show and it was going to be about Sandra Birchmore. I didn't quite understand it was going to be this Adam Deitch fundraiser, but it's been fun to watch.
Thanks, Scott.
The debate Thursday was interesting.
To say the least.
I did some standout time outside, and me and several others were covering the opposite entrance. So if you were looking at the front of the town hall, you were to the left, where everybody was down toward the right.
Yep.
So you had all the Connor people and Junior Perkins people down there, but we were kind of covering the other end. And Barracat had his mini short school bus
Yes.
campaign wagon there.
Yes.
And that guy is hilarious. He's sitting outside his school bus in a lawn chair. And Greg Connor comes over to him and they're like talking for a while. And I'm like, oh, this is interesting because Jim Barracat doesn't strike me as a serious candidate. It's like, why is he even here? He's kind of, like a court jester when he's up there. It's hard to believe that he's a defense attorney. But when I see him, buddying up to Connor like that outside the debate before the debate begins, I'm starting to wonder, like, is the only reason you're here, dude, is to just siphon votes away from Adam Deitch? And I couldn't help but think that in the back of my head.
His answer to you, Emilie, was interesting when he said, oh, but you don't know who people are going to vote for, so you don't know who are like.
He talks like he thinks he's winning. This is Bearcat's bus. He bought a school bus and has turned it into his campaign mobile.
Well, he told me he wants to turn it into a camper because it has no seats in the back. And he has Massachusetts civilian plates on it. Yeah.
Yep. His wife's been watching like some of those flip channels on YouTube. What's interesting about him is that when he's on Twitter, he's like the ultimate Twitter troll. Like the way that Bearcat and I met was that he told me I was worse than Michael Proctor on Twitter. And then you get him in the debate and he's like, so what I want to do when I become the district, and it's like, where is the troll energy that you're attacking people all over Twitter? This is your chance.
A lot of people are like that. A lot of people are like that in person. They're very vociferous trolls online, and then when you meet them in person, they don't have much to say.
Honestly, I would rather it be that way than have them be equally.
No.
I would be much more afraid if they were equally trolly in person.
But when you see Jim Barrickat out there with a folding chair in front of his bus, and he's just kind of like taking selfies, and then Greg Connor comes over and talks to him for a while. It's like, how serious of a candidate is this Jim guy? I don't think he's serious at all.
Does Connor talk to all of you guys?
No. He runs away.
I mean,
from us.
I could talk to Connor, but I don't go over and talk to him.
I mean, you
But he
would think
doesn't come
all
over.
Candidates would want to reach out to the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group before we, made our announcement for Adam. But nope.
No.
And it's even like I was saying before, like technically all of our votes are still up for grabs. Like, yeah, I'm standing there in an Adam Deitch shirt, but nobody's cast their ballot yet. Like, you still have a chance to make an impression. And if not to get my vote, like to make an impression where I might say to somebody like, oh yeah, I also talked to this Juna Perkins person and I'm voting for Adam Deitch, but I thought she had a bunch of really good ideas or something. And instead it seems like they're already, those are Adam's people. So they're the enemy. They're not. And if you're going to be the district attorney, you're going to be the district attorney for Adam's people and Juna's people and Greg's people and Macy's people. So if you really want this job, you should probably work a little harder to make a good impression. Sorry, Boozey, I cut you off. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, there was at one point. Which one? It was the one in Medway, right? Medway High School. That one that they did.
Yeah, I went to that debate. It was pretty good.
Yeah, I was out in like the lobby afterwards. I was talking to some people, and Greg had come out of the auditorium. He went to leave, and we actually locked eyes for a minute. And he kind of did the big eye type of thing, and then looked immediately down and walked right out. Completely avoided me. Did not even want to like acknowledge that he even looked at me. So
well, I want to say, first of all, obviously, I'm not a Norfolk County resident. I cannot vote in this election, but obviously, I'm emotionally invested into the people that I know that live in Norfolk County, and all through the Karen Reed stuff and helping Mizzy support the whole Sandra Birchmore thing. So if somebody asks, why is this Scott McGuinness down in front of a debate in, Medway or Braintree, it's because I've gotten to know all these people. I know Boozey, I know Mizzy, I know these people in person. I've been so involved in this so long that it's that important to me, but it's also important to Massachusetts. It's not just Norfolk County DA's office. It's all of the DA's offices in Massachusetts. There's a lot of reform that needs to take place. These embedded state police detective units that are handpicked by DAs. It's built-in corruption. It's incestuous. These DAs are all about their politics. All they care about is convictions. So in particular, the Norfolk County DA's office is front and center in Massachusetts and nationally and worldwide. Everybody's been watching the Karen Reed debacle and everything else. So, if I can go in front of a debate like I did Thursday and, hold an Adam Deitch sign, I'm more than happy to do it because it just brings more public awareness to everything that needs to change.
Yeah.
Can I say
But
something,
also-
Scott? Early on, when I was trying to get Sandra's name out there more, Scott was one of the first people, and he's heard this a million times, and I'll say it another million times. He was one of the first people, like, in the chats of big creators saying, justice for Sandra Birchmore. And I was like, who's this guy? And I was like, so thankful because Scott helped a bridge from Free Karen Reed to Justice for Sandra Birchmore because everybody knew who Scott was. They saw him out there holding signs for Karen and they're like, oh, Scott's talking about this other case. Let me go look it up. And he helped, push Sandra's case in the beginning when we were just trying to do anything to get her name out there.
Yep.
And I will always be thankful. I said it to Allison.
I remember that. I was trying to get you onto like the Glare when I had a wrench there. The Young Jerks when I had a wrench there, and we were trying to get the story out of Sandra. Show the video of Matthew Farwell entering her apartment building.
Yep.
And that video, when anybody sees it for the first time and understands the facts, anybody that sees that video is like, oh my God, this is obviously the unaliver.
Yep.
How did the police not catch him?
I didn't realize until this recent filing, I don't know, I must have missed it, that the Massachusetts State Police actually weren't the ones who even pulled that video camera. It was that surveillance video. It was the property manager at the apartment complex was like, hey, I was watching back the surveillance video and I saw a man come in who I didn't recognize on the exact day that we think this happened to Sandra. Do you guys want this evidence? And then the police were like, oh shoot, I guess now we have to take it. They didn't even go looking for it.
Oh wait, and hold on. Topple off of that. Which Maine 2 Canton police officers went to go retrieve that footage?
Right.
Lenka.
Technically,
no, I mean it's quite obvious. If Matthew Farwell was a civilian, Matthew Farwell would have been arrested within hours of discovery of Birchmore's body.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen a case with more like straightforward, clear evidence. It's like, this isn't a who done it or a what happened or a why did it happen. All the questions are when they say means, motive, and opportunity. It's like, I've never, if you wrote a mystery book and this was the mystery, the editor would return it and be like, can you make it like a little harder to solve?
But you see, that's the problem. It leads back to the Karen Reed case. A lot of the public in general, if they just believe their government and their police, it's beyond their comprehension that such corruption can exist.
Mm-hmm.
They just think that, my government's doing the right thing. My DA and the state police detectives that are working for the DA are doing the right thing. And they would never possibly cover up a murder. And so people have to, it's like a bridge they have to cross to actually accept that happened. And it's happened and Karen Reed was framed.
Yep.
Sandra Birchmore's murder was covered up.
Yeah.
It was so bad that it took the federal government and the FBI and the DOJ to arrest former Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell in August of 2024. And I remember the day that happened and contacting Mizzy, and I was like, thank God. Finally. We sound like we're tinfoil hat wearers and the government's all corrupt and we're insane. But when Matthew Farwell was arrested by the feds in August of 2024, we were somewhat vindicated. Justice hasn't been reached yet.
No.
And the Farwell trial's scheduled to start in October. And I believe a lot of stuff is going to come out in that trial and Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and Michael Morrissey, even though he's on the way out, trying to hand the baton to Connor. These people are nervous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they
I
are
mean,
nervous.
that trial is going to further expose the cover-up that was involved
Absolutely.
in hiding the fact that a Stoughton police officer murdered Sandra Birchmore. And there's no way the feds can continue with this trial and not further expose that stuff. So
Right.
these people
Did
are
you guys
worried.
see the last filing? They were shady towards Fanning. They made
Yeah,
some comments in the filing, like, oh, they brought out how he was a former Stoughton police officer. They said something that, like, oh, he looked at all the text messages, and they said a few things that I was like, ooh, get him, you know.
As they should. As
Yep.
they should. He's a
As
dirty
they always should
motherfucker.
have.
Well, I mean, I like to
Dirty.
watch Grant Smith Ellis because he goes off on tangents and he has all his theories, and I
He's
kind of laugh
crazy.
at him. But I mean, some of the stuff Grant's talking about, it's not all crazy. Most of it is, but he
He's
is
smart.
he is kind of correct though. There's a lot of stuff that's going to come out in this federal trial against Matthew Farwell that is destined to further expose more corruption. Grant's talking about former trooper detective Nick Garino was hiding Sandra Birchmore messages or texts, but actually Garino had discovered those texts and Fanning squashed them.
Yep.
So it kind of gets into the whole like movie thing, like a cover up. But I think the federal trial, unfortunately, it's not televised.
Yeah.
But a lot of us are there every time it's in person, and we see it.
Yep.
Emilie's reported on it.
Yep.
Mizzy's been there. Boozey's been there. We're gonna be there almost every day, at least somebody.
Yep.
And it's gonna be
You get my
reported on.
ADHD. You get my ADHD reporting where it's like, and then they said this, and then they said this, and also her bra straps were really aggressive in the back.
Yeah, I
of
know.
her
Emily's
jacket,
great.
and it looked
Boozy too.
uncomfortable.
You guys notice all those little things?
Yep.
I'm just sitting there listening to Denise Casper and the nuts and bolts of the case, and you guys are noticing all that other stuff. But that's fun.
Yep. Meanwhile, like I go to one. How long was the Karen Reed hearing? Like maybe 30 minutes. I had 8 pages of notes. 8. It took me
Boozey
4
put her
hours
entire
to go
self.
through.
Boozy put herself through an entire year of law school in one cram session. She was like, I need to know every single one of these cases, who the plaintiffs were, what the outcome was. It's like, I'm not sure that like the attorneys even, they have like legal clerks for that. Boozy knew
But also,
everything.
Who showed?
But good thing they don't let
what
Grant bring his
attorneys were there.
laptop in there, because if Grant's in there with his laptop, he's typing too loud.
Well, I don't know. He in the last federal hearing, he was just using a notepad. So I don't even know if he has the credentials for the federal.
No,
he definitely does
he-
for the state.
He doesn't. Like he had to like scramble for like pen and paper.
Yeah. But I mean, here's the thing: we need to know who was there, what were they wearing, what were their reactions to some things. Like these are all things I noticed too, because I'm like,
You guys do great at that stuff. I could never court report because I wouldn't even notice half that stuff.
Yeah,
I was actually one thing that really stuck with me. Sorry, Mizzy. I was shocked when Farwell stood up how massive that man is, and it like really put into
Big guy.
perspective. Like Sandra was tiny; she was like what
4'10".
5 feet 4'10".
4'10".
And for those of you who don't know, Matthew Farwell is massive.
He's big,
and like
he's lost
he's 6'4", and it's like a big 6'4". It's like he towers over people, and he's like he's like just a big boned person, like a big, huge. He takes up a ton of space. It is so sick to think about his size compared to Sandra's and like what he was doing to her.
They're talking about someday maybe making federal trials able to be live streamed. It hasn't happened yet.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
But
making its
you-
way to the Congress right now. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's not going to get there before, Sandra's
No.
trial, because, everybody's thinking about the election now. So they're not going
But
to.
I mean, this would be a fantastic trial if it was like in a
Oh my
state
God.
court.
Yeah.
Everybody would get to see it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everybody's going to have to rely on the mainstream media reporting, and everybody else that's in there reporting to know day to day how this trial's going. But I think it's
Yeah.
going to be a blockbuster trial. I think a lot's going to come out in this trial that we don't even fully understand yet. Maybe not as amazing as Grant's saying it's going to be, but it's still going to be groundbreaking.
You also have to kind of read between the lines too with these various filings and kind of try to connect the dots, because they can't say a lot of the things, but it's going to take, up to us to interpret what they're really saying. And that's what Grant does. He really does try to go into the weeds of more of the federal issues of it all. There's a lot. There's a lot to uncover.
Well, I mean, Grant goes
Murphy's
down.
back.
Grant goes down crazy. The whole
The echo's back. Peter's back and the echo's
Peter's
back.
here.
Not the echo. Hold on. Let me see if it's me.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not. It's Peter. Hi, Peter Murphy.
Oh, he left. Oh, he's
not back. Oh, there we are. Hi.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's happening. Okay. We'll wait for him to figure that out.
We're at $72,440.
Woohoo!
Yay!
And what I want to say is too, Scott mentioned getting vindication with the whole like Matthew Farwell of it all. With the Gretchen Voss article, we too got vindication, because if there's anything we know about federal investigators, is that if they're asking you if you unalive someone, you are a suspect. You are not a witness. And
That's
what
true.
did Brian Albert say? I felt like I was being questioned as if I was a suspect. What did Colin Albert say? Blatantly, I got asked if I killed John O'Keefe. They thought that Brian Albert and Colin Albert had something to do with John O'Keefe's death. And that is vindication for all of us who don't believe the Commonwealth theory.
No. The
You know why I
Commonwealth
don't
theory is
believe that-
not. Wait. Time out. Let's just be clear. The Commonwealth theory doesn't. It's not valid. It's nonsense. So if you believe the Commonwealth theory, then I don't know what to tell you. But that's not. It's not a theory. It's just false. It's an absolute ridiculous, completely impossible, physically impossible way to try to make an innocent person seem guilty so that they can protect their pals inside the house. That's what happened. So let's not even give it that much credit, because it doesn't deserve that. It is a total false absurdity. Let's just say that.
Well, one of the fascinating things about this federal trial against Matthew Farwell is the feds could not arrest him for the simple unalive of Sandra Birchmore.
Yeah.
They had to get creative and say that Matthew Farwell unalived a federal witness.
Yeah.
So they have to prove in this trial that Sandra Birchmore was a federal witness. It's not a simple unalive trial. It's not like the state had arrested Matthew Farwell for the unalive of Sandra Birchmore and her unborn son. The Fed's case has all that extra complicating factor to it, where they have to prove that Matthew Farwell unalived Sandra because she was potentially a federal witness. So that's just adding to the what this trial is going to be all about.
One thing that I will say about that, from the limited number of trials that I followed, like since I started following trials, I don't know, 2 years ago, I don't think that juries take things as nuanced as like we're looking at it like that. Like, I think that for the most part, a jury sits down and they hear the facts of the case and they hear what Farwell did and all the evidence that points to him, and they don't then go back and say, like, I think we should find him not guilty because, like, and parse words about Sandra being a witness or not, even if that is the task that they're supposed to do. So I think it usually like goes the other way where juries should be more nuanced and they're not. And in this case, I'm kind of banking on the fact that most juries don't end up looking that hard into it once they hear really damning facts, which is kind of what makes me nervous about Lindsay Clancy's case.
They are going to.
But I mean, you've three of you here have been in the courthouse. You've seen Judge Denise Casper. You've seen the federal prosecution against Matthew Farwell. I like the lead prosecutor in this case. Matthew Farwell has a team of 3 federal defenders. They're basically public defenders.
Yep.
I mean, they fight as much as they can for Farwell, but I think the federal case against Farwell is strong. I think the lead prosecutor for the federal government is strong. I think Judge Denise Casper is very intelligent, very wise, perfect judge for this case.
Yes.
The public doesn't get to see it. We only get to see it because we're in the courtroom. But I think this trial is going to go well for the federal government. I'm very confident Matthew Farwell is going to be convicted of this crime. And I'm very confident that as this trial progresses, more and more of the cover-up involved in protecting Stoughton cop Matthew Farwell from this crime and who was involved and how it happened, including Michael Morrissey's office and his embedded state police detective unit, are going to be further exposed. This isn't Matthew Farwell unaliving Sandra Birchmore in a bubble. It's a lot bigger than that.
Well,
The
and they
fact that
didn't
the feds had to
change.
come in and arrest him and bring him to trial under this creative, he killed the witness thing, is going to uncover way more than people are expecting. And it actually gets me frustrated because people are like, well, you know, Sandra was of age, she was consenting, and this is no big deal. It's like, no, it is a big deal. You people are missing the big picture here.
No, but they still haven't changed the case. They still haven't, like, you have to ask yourself, and they're going to have to point this out, right? I mean, the feds are going to have to bring this into the courtroom because they still, to this day, have not changed the status of Sandra's case. That's insane. And you have to be able to say, hey, why is the state saying that this was a self-unaliving?
Well,
Right?
because the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office cannot charge Matthew Farwell for this arrest because they're implicating their own corrupt state troopers or what's left of them. Proctor's been fired. Half of them been rehomed. Kelly ran to retirement. If you look at Michael Morrissey's office, and I joke about it in the chats, Michael Morrissey's SS DA Morrissey ship has been in flames. It's listing to starboard. It's heading toward the rocks. It's over. And his corrupt state police detective unit has been exposed. Everybody concentrates on Michael Proctor and his awful racist, sexist texts. He got fired. To me, that's a distraction. Michael Proctor was a low-level player inside DA Morrissey's office.
Of course.
There was Garino above him, Tully, Fanning. Morrissey was just being a puppy dog because he was friends with the McAlberts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he was like a low-level nobody, but they want to make Proctor their scapegoat. Well, you know,
that's right.
We fired that Proctor guy. He was the bad guy. The rest of us, we're fine. DA Morrissey's fine. You know, we cover up murders all day long. You know, bodies are piling up in our county, but trust the DA. You know, vote Greg Connor because he's taken over from Michael Morrissey. Everything's fine in Norfolk County. Nothing to see here, folks. It's aggravating.
It is.
It is very aggravating.
It's upsetting.
But I think the public in general, and hopefully most Norfolk County residents that can vote in this election, see this. We do because we're so like in it. We're in the weeds. But your average person driving around Braintree, Dedham, whatever, are they paying attention to this stuff? We do our standouts. We're trying to bring public awareness, but you hope the public isn't showing up September 1st and they're just going to vote Greg Connor because he's the new replacement for Michael Morrissey, because their family's been voting for Michael Morrissey since 1977. And that's how their daughter got a job at the trial court as a clerk. And that's how their son got a job as a cop. Those people that are going to vote Greg Connor are all the connected people.
Yeah.
Your family works in the trial court. Your family works in the district attorney's office. Your family, your son or nephew is a Stoughton cop, a Canton cop. That's how the system works.
Mm-hmm.
So these people are going to vote Greg Connor. It's just a replacement for Michael Morrissey. They want to keep their gravy train going.
And that's
Because
actually
it's all who you know. That's how you get these jobs.
And that's what we saw. We saw that yesterday in Braintree when we quite literally saw them. Basically, a large portion of them put all of their signs back into the back of a pickup truck. And then I'm looking at all these faces. I'm like, you work for the DA's office. You work for the DA's office. You're a cop. You're a former cop. And I'm like, oh my, or you're a friend. You're a family member. You are a Connor. I'm like, you all are connected to him in some way. Like it was crazy to see how many of these signs were put in the back of his pickup truck. And now you go and look at the picture of all of them that Greg Connor's putting out there. They all have the same length and type of wood that's on the sign. And I'm like, interesting.
And a lot of them just came for the standout and the picture.
The Juna Perkins people showed up the same way. They showed up at like 6 o'clock. And somebody had like the majority of this, Juna Perkins signs in their vehicle. And then people came and grabbed signs. It's kind of how it works, I guess. Not everybody has their own sign.
Well, not for Adam Deitch. I mean, how many creative signs have we seen? And then people purchasing from their own sign people, like making sure they're there early, getting the good spots. Like this is the reason why you really do want people that know how to do grassroots organization, because just look at yesterday. That was a huge win. Like Greg Connor's people, for the most part, they put their signs back in the back of that truck and they left. They didn't stay. Adam Deitch's crowd, the large majority of us stayed, and you could hear it in our roars when they called him up. You could hear how loud we were because we care and we realize how important this election is.
Well, I didn't go into the debate because I was outside and it was hot and I wanted to go eat. I knew I could watch the debate on TV.
Scott, you're forgiven. You've put in enough boots on the ground. I think that when you're talking about like what kind of gets people out of just like, oh, I'm voting for Greg Connor because I voted for Michael Morrissey, that kind of thing. I think that the tax dollars angle is something that you don't have to understand, like the underbelly of corruption in this office to understand. If somebody tells you this DA's office is wasting our tax dollars, they spent $1 million+ on the retrial of Karen Read just to get an acquittal. And they are hiring special prosecutors left and right for hundreds of thousands of dollars, to the point that Michael Morrissey's sending out emails being like, we need a little bit more money, please. Karen Read has a very well-funded campaign. We need some more money. Those are our taxes. Those are our taxes that could be funding absolutely anything else. And I think if there's one thing that like the entire general public can agree on, it's like, don't waste my money. And that's what this DA's office is doing. So if you're looking for a talking point, people that would just like sidestep all the other stuff that you would have to explain about how bad they are, tax dollars.
But how much of the general public is actually paying attention to stuff like that? Like,
See, this is why I
hard
bring
to
up.
say.
I'm telling you, this is why I always bring up the Proctor text messages. That has been the main thing the last 2 months that people are actually connecting to. I'm telling you, it's the main talking point.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, we'll talk about it then. Guess who he's voting for? Do you want to vote for that person? Okay.
like if you look at the second trial of Karen Reed, and Michael Morrissey brings in a ringer to be the special prosecutor. If you're like a disenfranchised, like average public person, you're like, oh, they got a hung jury in trial 1. I'm glad my DA is prosecuting this cop killer Karen Reed for the second time. They didn't watch the first trial. They don't understand what's going on. The fact that Michael Morrissey hired Hank Brennan as a special prosecutor, they don't even know. They have no clue what's going on.
So hard to say. It's so hard to say. Like, because I remember going through Canton just when I was there for Verdict Watch and talking. My sister's a big talker. And so we would talk to everybody, like busters in a restaurant, people that we were just standing in line next to at a bagel place, even in front of Chris's pizza place. And it seemed like everybody that we spoke to was like secretly pro Karen. But they weren't expressive about it. They weren't going to wear a sign or a shirt, but they were still like, wink, wink. And it makes me wonder if when push comes to shove, we're going to see that quiet turnout. Those people that are the silent majority that Proctor talks about, but actually that silent majority is really going to come out for Deitch. I don't know that, but that's my hope.
I think it depends.
I got an email from someone who
if
said
you're
that
a
they have
Norfolk County resident. If you're a Canton resident, I think of my friends like the Sweeneys or
right
whoever. They've been facing a lot of pressure, even though they've gone up in front of the Canton Select Board and vocally put themselves out there, face and voice. They get a lot of pushback from the connected people in town, and some of them might be afraid to speak their truth or what they really think.
Well, because people's property is still being messed with, and we need to talk about that.
Yeah.
They need to stay away from the vehicles, stop messing with the tires, cut the crap.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Boozey? I'm listening.
From a quite a long time, Samantha. This started even before Aiden Carney has been reporting the harassment that has been put on anyone that doesn't believe, we'll say, the witnesses theory. Sam's like, don't call it the Commonwealth theory. But you know what I mean?
Nonsense.
Right. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know what I'm,
Yes.
you catch what I'm throwing. And it has been an ongoing issue where people's property has been damaged and messed with. Multiple times, and it just happened again a week and a half ago. Someone's tires got messed with. Someone that's been very outspoken that lives in Canton. Yes, it keeps happening, and it's like, who do we think is doing this?
Someone very sick who can't handle their business. To lose.
I have a list of people on mind. Go ahead. Sorry, Mizzy.
Yeah. Think about it. Like, you really think about the people that are now damaging property, but it's been ongoing and it's been escalating and elevating. And it's like, I don't know when it's going to stop, but it's like, what are these people going to do when your property gets damaged and you live in Norfolk County? You're going to go to Morrissey? You're going to call Canton PD? Who are you supposed to trust?
Yeah.
No, as emotionally involved I have become in this in the last 3.5 years, and the people I know that live in the county that are friends of mine, they're living a whole different thing than me. They live there. And some of them are being harassed. Their property is being, vandalized, their vehicles. They're in ground zero. I'm not.
Yeah.
And for those that are wondering about Ring cameras, this happens outside of their property too. Like they will watch us. They will see where we're going, and if we say something or something happens and they see it right at the right moment, they'll do something.
Yeah, a friend of mine this happened early on. It was around when everybody just first started holding signs. Her lug nuts were loosened enough to, she's lucky that she got to where she needed to go, and she was okay.
Mizzy, do you know what that charge would be if she would got in an accident? That's attempted MURDER.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's what that is. So
if they're willing to charge the person, that's the problem.
And they won't because of the names. They won't.
Well, see, the problem with those type of claims is you have like Catherine Peter at Dedham District going on her live saying somebody slashed her tire, which didn't happen. You know what I mean? So, but I believe the people that I know personally that live in Canton and live in that area, I know it's not false reporting.
Right.
But you also have people that false report the other way around. Just saying.
Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Chris did it. Chris did it to Whitey.
Yeah.
It's like,
oh my God, the belly bump,
Yeah.
the rubber ducks, the Canton 9 standout. I mean, it's actually friggin' ridiculous. They're willing to charge for certain people, but not when actual property is damaged. Do you remember it wasn't bleach that was in these balloons, but it was the Sweeney's, and it was Rita Lombardi's property. They had balloons that they had commercial cleaner. It wasn't bleach when it finally got tested. It was some kind of commercial cleaner that you would find in either automotive or cooking
Yeah,
places.
it was like a heavy alkaline type cleaner, but it's basically the same thing as bleach. If you put it on your lawn or your plants, kills it.
Yeah, and they just decided to throw it on people's lawns like it's a big old joke, but they also put it on the Sweeney's property, and they have like crops and flowers and stuff where they threw it. And I guess the kids would come by and like, I don't know if they had pick off like the berries or whatever, and they would eat it. It's like, oh, well, now what happens if the kids pick up these berries and they ingest it, and now they're ingesting crops that have chemicals on them? Like it.
They called them bleach. They called them bleach balloons, but it was some other chemical. But same effect as bleach. The same effect. It's towny bully BS that was happening.
And Corey
Try to
has
intimidate people into shutting up.
And Corey has a good point. Helena Rafferty did say they were lying when she was police chief, because that's when she was police chief when that happened.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously, Helena Rafferty was doing damage control the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm not police chief, and this is happening in my town. She's not going to admit that.
No.
But her emails do.
Yeah.
I have a
Which is
weird
why
relationship
FOIAs are so
with her.
important.
She because I run the Justice for Sandra Birchmore group. I call whichever town. I call the police station to let them know that we're doing a standout because we don't want any static. And I called, and somehow she texted me back on my cell phone, which I was like, oh, I didn't give my phone number, But anyway, there was one day something came out that I don't know if it was with Farwell. It was Robert Devine. She's like, did you see what happened today with Robert Devine? And she had only seen the headline, and I'm like, yeah, I heard. She's like, can you tell me exactly what happened? And I was just like, I was kind of like weirded out. And another time she texted me, how are you? You're coming, you're still coming next week for your standout. I just want to see how you are. And I was like, girl, we ate friends. It was weird. But I stayed cordial because, like I said, I was the face of the group. We wanted to make sure that we stayed cordial and didn't have any static with Canton PD, even though we're out there, hammering them. And Stoughton PD even worse, It was just weird. It was a weird.
It's weird.
Well, what does everybody think about Chief McNamara?
Yeah, we haven't talked about that.
I mean,
Boozey,
I,
fill
I
everybody.
find
Anybody?
it pretty funny that all of a sudden town manager Calder removes her
Mm-hmm.
and all the controversy that's arisen from that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's because the federal trial of Matthew Farwell is about to begin.
Oh yeah.
I find it all connected. You know,
Well, I mean,
Chief
she started another
McNamara.
investigation. She started another investigation in 2024.
Yep.
Correct.
Because she was
So
talking to the
so
Fed.
Chief McNamara removed 4 of her officers, or 3. One of them became an officer. They used to be the animal control officer, if I'm correct, Mizzy.
Yeah.
She knew there was something going on with the Explorers program. She tried to fix it. She tried to do the right thing, but she didn't have the power as the Stoughton police chief to arrest her own officers. That was up to DA Morrissey's office. And what did they do? Nothing.
Nothing. I spoke to somebody who's a higher up at Stoughton a few years ago now, and I asked him. I was like, because we were chit-chatting about Sandra's case and stuff like that, and he was telling me some of the things that had happened, with Sandra coming in. She would go over to the station all the time, and I said, let's cut to the chase. I said, because that's what kind of girl I am. I go, do you think he did it? And he was like, I don't know. And I felt like that was the most honest answer I could get out of a police officer. He was like, I don't know. I just don't know. And I was like, okay.
I personally believe that Chief McNamara has been in contact with the DOJ. She's been talking to the FBI.
She has.
And I think that's why the town manager is trying to get her axed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boozey, can you give us the lowdown for anybody who in the chat who doesn't know what's been going on there?
Typical of ADHD and all my neurodivergent friends. I went down a rabbit hole because of the new filing that occurred recently. And I was like, I want to start looking into this Donna McNamara, who, if you don't know, if you're new in chat, she's Stoughton Police Department's police chief. So she was actually put in place when some of this Robert Devine stuff started popping off. Okay. So she was put in place to clean up when the other police chief prior to her was like, yeah, I'm going to leave. Things are getting bad. And I've been here. I don't want to talk about this. So I'm going to put in Donna. And
this was a different sex scandal from Sandra's.
Yeah, because Robert Devine has a history, right, Mizzy?
Right.
He has a
Yeah.
history, and
That's right.
he was abusing his privileges and putting out harassment prevention orders, and eventually it came to a point where everything was like, okay, there's too much here. We gotta separate. So when she came in, Donna McNamara's police chief, she really wanted to get into the nitty gritty and the thick of it all. So she went into all of their programs that they had. And one of them was the Police Explorers program. And because of the investigation she was doing into that, they actually decided to no longer support the Police Explorers program because it came out that Robert Devine, who was supposed to be working through this other nationally known program that has credentials and policies and things, he was not doing that. That's why Sandra became a victim, because they were not actually doing the policy and rule regulations they were supposed to do.
And let me add, that program is affiliated with the Boy Scouts. So the Boy Scouts who have had these same kind of issues they had a subsidiary company, I guess, and they're overseeing the Explorers, but it's really the Boy Scouts. So it's like, of course there are going to be issues.
And there's also a connection to Jeffrey Epstein, and we won't get into that today. But there was it was July 8th and 9th, I believe, of 2014, where Epstein's bank card was used back to back in Stoughton. And it was the same days that Michael Morrissey was having a basketball camp 4 kids in Stoughton where Robert Devine and Morrissey were. So it just goes very thick, and it's just like it gets really gross and icky when you start uncovering all the layers. So Donna McNamara is aware of all this stuff going down, cuts out the Police Explorers program. Well, now flash forward, they have a new town manager / administrator, whatever you want to, I froze. Okay, here we go. Whatever you want to call him. Okay. Manager, administrator. Now, the thing about him is through my research, I have found out that he has a long history with Michael Morrissey. Oh, wouldn't you frickin' guess? What
a surprise.
What a surprise. So it's interesting because the way that their relationship has kind of stayed similar when it comes to the state government to now. Essentially what they are now is, if you think of Michael Morrissey as the DA, is like the guy that runs the show with the prosecutions and the arrests and whatnot. Whereas in Stoughton, as the town manager, he kind of has to manage the ins and outs and the budgets and whatnot. So on the state side, Tom Coulter is this guy's name. After he left, oh my God, there's a lot. My brain's going a million miles a minute. When you think of where they were originally, basically what he was doing in the previous town that the Stoughton town administrator is now working for, he was always asking Morrissey for money because that's where their 2 positions were. Whereas Morrissey was an upper, I like to do it in layman's terms, Morrissey was an upper, Tom Coulter was a lower. So it was always Tom asking Mike Morrissey for things. Had to always rub elbows, be nice to him. And guess what? I have been told since my live stream that they are close and they do rub elbows quite often whenever they're in Quincy together. So now we flash forward, and now we have this case of Sandra Birchmore and Rob Devine, and now you're bringing in Massachusetts State Police and all of the things, and you have this town administrator who is friends of Michael Morrissey, who now is finally hearing in June of 2026 that the Stoughton Police Department Police Chief Donna McNamara had opened up another investigation, and now she's literally conclusively saying that she is working with federal investigators on the Sandra Birchmore case. What does Tom Coulter, the administrator of Stoughton, do? Pulls her out of the position.
Yep.
Goes, nope, you're done. And the craziest thing of it all, of course, just like the Police Explorer programs, there's policies and rules and regulations you're supposed to abide by when you try to fire a cop. And did Tom Coulter do that whatsoever? No. So out of desperation, Donna McNamara filed a lawsuit where then we found out, oh yeah, she also opened up another investigation in Stoughton into some other officers. And when she told the town administrator this, he said, dump it, throw it out, get rid of it. So now there's this other investigation that we as the public have no idea about. There's costs.
Which is a crime for him to say to destroy this paper.
Literally. And that means, because the verbiage in this lawsuit was that not only is it including former Stoughton Police Department officers, which could include the names of John Fanning. We don't have confirmation of that. But it's also current Stoughton Police Department officers too.
Yeah. Can I just interrupt to say one very important thing, because I typed this before my brain like fully processed what just happened. So before I put this donation up, wherever it's mirrored, I don't know where I'm pointing, this way, that way, we were at 7,390. And then the next update was 8,390. And I just typed it and put it up. And 4 minutes later, my brain kicked in and I was like, oh, somebody just donated $1,000.
Oh, yay.
Can I say, Peter text, that might be why Peter popped up for a minute. Peter texted me and he's like, are you guys, how much did you guys raise? And I'm like, oh, we're still going. And he's like, he said his friend wanted to donate $1,000. So it's probably that.
That's amazing.
Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Hell yeah.
It like literally,
yeah.
it took me a second. And then I was like looking at the numbers and I was like, wait, that's much bigger than the last number was.
Yeah.
So thank you so much to Peter's friend.
Thank you.
Amazing. And
incredible.
It makes sense that you would be motivated to donate hearing stories like this, where like that, the story that you're telling about McNamara and Coulter, they know that the feds are watching. They know that the public is watching and have no qualms about doing this all right out in the open.
Yep.
Like it's not even it's not even a question anymore where they're like, I will get away with this, so I will just keep going until the wheels fall off because I'm gonna get away with it, and this will make my life better in the short term, and who cares?
Yep. Yep. And you really need to think about it. If the town administrator of Stoughton doesn't want a police chief to do their job properly, when it comes to, in particular, Sandra Birchmore related offenses. Okay. This is specifically about people that are over the age of 18, likely, speculative on my end, grown ass men who are attaching themselves to underage children, because it's not just girls, it's also boys.
Yeah.
And there's current officers that are still in Stoughton PD that are on this report that we don't know about as a public. So you guys in Stoughton, check your details, see what kind of FOIA requests you can do, and then send them to me or Emilie or one of us, and we will put them on the website so we can get these names out there, because frankly, there is no one that should have any official position, and never mind be walking around the streets willy-nilly, but especially with a gun and weapon that's doing actions like that.
And I tell people, if you don't want to come forward and put your name out there, I will not put your name out there. I will only say what you will allow me to say. I am a safe space. I've been doing this on her case for about 4 years now. And like the girl who was drugged and assaulted by Farwell, I knew about that for years because her and I have been talking. So I won't say anything. Yeah, I told Barb, I didn't even tell Barb information just because it was so secretive of what happened to her. I told her the gist, but there were things that I couldn't tell her. So I am a safe space. Any information, any tip you have about Sandra Birchmore's case, let me know. And I do have a pipeline to get it to where it needs to go.
Yep.
That's amazing. Speaking of FOIAs, I just wanted to remember to say this. A lot of people will come now to like me or to Kyle and say like, you guys should FOIA this, you guys should FOIA that. I have an idea for you all. If you have an idea for a FOIA, send it out. You type it up, you send it out to the people. The way that the process works is you basically say like, it's a demand letter. You're like, hi, I want Michael Morrissey's emails from this date to this date. You can put it into AI and ask it to make it all fancy, however it's supposed to be. And then they'll get back to you and they'll say, okay, that will be $25 an hour and it will take 6 hours and it's $150. And then the second correspondence is where you say like, yes, can you go ahead and do that? And you send the payment. If you all in the chat, if you have an idea for FOIA and you do that first step where you send out the initial correspondence, you get the offer letter back. If it seems like something that is like the general public is going to want this information and it's a reasonable, like under, I don't know, I guess it depends how much information it is, but then send me that. And then those are things that the FOIA fund can cover. And it kind of cuts out the additional work that Kyle and I have to do to like keep up with it. Like if I tried to send out a letter for every idea that you all had for FOIA requests, I would never do anything else. But then I think that way we can get a lot more of these like great ideas that you all have and get that information.
Yeah.
Can I say, Emilie, the work that I might have said it earlier, but I'm not sure because my mind is loopy at this point.
We've been on for a full day.
Yeah, you guys are amazing.
To curate everything and put it in one place for everybody to read, and to Boozey loves the deep dive in there. It helps the community so much, and even if we're only finding little tidbits, those tidbits are a piece of that puzzle that we didn't have.
And they matter.
They matter.
and sometimes things matter not even for us to like piece together what happened it's not just for us to like kind of solve these mysteries, but it's just for us to develop a better understanding of like the society, the county that we live in and the community that we live in and the way that things are operating. And it just gives us a better picture. And it is interesting to me how many people are very terrified of information. Like, I feel like we've kind of always known this throughout history. Like there are people in power who are doing bad things. They want the general public to be dumb and unaware and not curious. But it has been very interesting to see how many of the like internet trolls that come after me are just so mad about information. And that just makes me want to know more. Not even, like I said, not even because I think that they're always saying, oh, what do you find that the feds didn't find? Like, that's not the goal. I want to learn. I just want to know things. Why is that so scary for you? Like, oh, well, that's scary for you because when we know things that you don't want us to know things, and then we do, and now you're scared. So sorry, that makes me want to learn more.
Right.
Yep.
Can I ask the chat for something? If you are on X or Facebook, can you share? Because there might be people who don't realize that we're live right now doing this. And if you put it on your social media and say, hey, this has been going on all day, but the girls are still chilling and talking and cutting it up, come join us. And maybe we can get some more people in here to come and donate. Thank you, everyone.
But it's always, I think it's something that's always been clear to me is that we're the ones that are always asking for more evidence. We're the ones who are diving into more. If we're so afraid of the truth, don't you think that would be something we wouldn't want to do? We wouldn't want more information.
Right.
It's always been so obvious to me that the side that is like, no, don't keep looking, clearly has something to hide. Whereas the group that's like, give me more, clearly doesn't have something to hide, wants all of the information exposed.
Yeah.
Oh, but then they also want every single detail from like Karen and Aiden's phone. So none of this information, you don't care about any of this information, but you get mad if I don't know every single detail of every single text message that Aiden and David Yannetti ever had together. And guess why I don't care? Because there's nothing there.
Totally irrelevant.
It's like, it's just like snooping on your neighbor's phone. It's like, oh, well, this is weird. Like, why? I don't really feel like I should be reading this anymore because we're not exposing anything. I know you guys they think, but in this case, you don't want any of this information out. You don't want to learn any information. You're not curious to know about it. You don't want anybody else to have it. Why?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the text message where Karen admits to killing John. I've been waiting months. I keep asking, and every single time I ask,
did she
I get
tell
yelled at.
Natalie? Did she tell Natalie first and then Aiden, or it was only Aiden knew? And if it was also Natalie, then why isn't Natalie wrapped up in this too? Because clearly she was also perpetuating a story, or is it because now she's not on their side anymore? And if Aiden is so good at mind control, like he mind controlled all of us to like be here talking about this, why doesn't he just mind control like the judges to drop his charges? That seems like a better use of his time.
It's absolutely ridiculous. We all came to that case from different places. You know, I was watching what was going. You know, I saw what happened at the beginning when John died. What they said, there's a video, and she did it, and it was just like, oh, that's horrible. Yeah. But we see the more information that was being put out from hearings, not from Turtle Boy. It was from hearings that we were seeing it. Right. And then, you know, people taking the reports, you know, and reading them. You know, I love when that happens because I could sit, you know, Melanie Little, I'll sit there, I'm like, read it to me, girl. And I sit there and do Sandra Birchmore stuff on my phone while I'm listening to her read, you know, reports. So it's like we didn't count. I came here for me, I was all in Sandra Birchmore, and I kept hearing, and I'm like, wait a minute. These are the same people who were on Sandra's case, you know, and I'm hearing like, I'm seeing a parallel, and I'm like, oh, I need to like pay attention more to John's case.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally. I did a poll on my post to see how many people that responded were attracted to the case because of Aiden and how many people learned of it some other way. And it was over 86%. And I think there was, last time I checked, it was about 600 people that responded, learned about it outside of Aiden Carney. So that means that less than 25% learned about it through Aiden.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's absurd.
I mean,
absurd claim.
Most locals, it was a big deal like that weekend. The blizzard was a huge thing, and now all of a sudden you've got a Boston cop found dead on another cop's lawn, and I guess it was some tragic accident. There was video footage of it. That's what we were told.
Surprise.
I will never forget middle of trial one, and the Commonwealth was done and went up to Karen Reed's experts, and I was like, I remember physically pausing Emilie D. Baker because that's who I was watching at the time. Still love my EDB, and I paused Emilie and I was like, "Where's the video? Where's the ducking video? Legit?" I was like, "Where's the video?" I was so mad. I texted some of my friends. And I was like, "There's no video." I was like, maybe Karen's side will have it. Nope. No video. Oh man. Like a visceral, like Sam, you can just picture me being like, "Where the fuck is this video?"
Well, there might have been a video, but it might not have shown what it is that the Commonwealth wanted us to know.
Exactly.
Well, that's what Tom Kelleher said at one point, that there was a video, but nothing of significance was found. Well, don't you think it would be significant if Karen Reed ran into John O'Keefe? I think that's significant.
It's like giving kids like a red
choice.
Much anything.
Yeah, like can we?
No way.
No way.
Can we just see it as evidence? Hello.
Yeah. Like where did it's in a safe somewhere, buried like at the bank in a vault, because you don't destroy that when there are scary people that could turn on you, but you say you destroyed it.
But I'm telling you, I think Kelleher is holding on to those videos for a rainy day for when he needs them. I wholeheartedly think Kelleher still has them. We'll see.
Good idea.
We'll see.
If things start happening, you know, that might be his poker chip to put down.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean.
What was everybody's thing, their aha moment that you were like, oh my goodness, like, you know, what was everybody's,
like during like watching trial, or
no, like when the case started unfolding, and what was your moment that you were like, what the fuck is going on, you know? Like
my first thing was always John's body. Just working with bodies myself, I was like, yeah, no, that didn't happen. That's all I needed to know.
Okay. Yep.
Mine was
my thing.
Go
ahead.
No, Sam, go ahead.
My thing was understanding who Brian Albert was. The fact that he didn't come out of the house was impossible. There was absolutely no way that he, first of all, didn't wake up. Second of all, didn't come out of the house. And third of all, that Chloe was not making noise inside of the house. So those were the three things that once I heard that was confirmed during the trial, because I thought, no way that could be true. That must just be a rumor. There's no way that that could actually be what he's putting forth as the truth, because it's so not. This is the man who's the oldest of 7. His parents bestowed him with the childhood home. There is no world where this guy does not know every second of every day what's going on that property and wouldn't know that a bunch of women are outside screaming on the front. Like it just did not happen. No world where that didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was it for me. When I was like, okay, something else going on.
Yeah.
What about you, Emilie?
Mine has always been the snow. I was trying to find my video. Well,
the snow. Yes.
Oh, the snow.
Because It was when they talked about finding. I also will say I don't actually ever remember a time where I thought that Karen hit John. Like from the beginning, it was like this doesn't. There was just something like that didn't sit well ever with me, but I didn't have like a reason. Then when they said that they found the last piece of taillight February 18th, and I was like, oh, let me check my phone and like scroll back and see what I was doing on these days. And then I found this video where like for anybody who hasn't seen this before, something like in the universe was like, you're going to be obsessed with a trial that is happening at this exact moment. I went out for a walk the morning of January 29th, 2022. I live 10 minutes from 34 Fairview. I went out for a walk and happened to take a video of my feet walking in the snow. And this is it. And they talk all about how there was a big blizzard. Now, this is at 6:42. Proctor gets the first phone call at 6:44, and he says that he couldn't leave yet because he had to clean off his car. That's not even for anybody who lives in a warm place.
Guess who was texting Proctor at this time, though?
Yuri.
Well, Goody was making a
Sean
few
Good.
texts.
Oh,
Goody was taking a couple of text messages at this point in time.
He was like, "There's white people. Get over here. White people need us."
Oh, when he's on first line, forget it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. Oh no, not Brian. Nah. That's cop on cop.
Well,
he
and
didn't leave
was
his
supposed to be a
house for 3.5
snowbank.
hours. Yeah. Oh,
Right?
yeah. Well, there was a snowbank 3 hours before this. Clearly,
Right.
obviously, of course.
It's so absurd.
But that moment for me, then I was like, wait a second, let me see what else was going on. And then I was like, scroll, like, it was all about the snow. It was like, I was teaching then. The snow, when there's a blizzard, even on like a Friday, like if it's really as bad as they're trying to make it sound, we won't have school on Monday. Like that's just, like if it's a really bad blizzard. We had school that Monday. I did a lesson with my kindergartners about snow melting. We brought snow in and we watched it melt, and I have pictures. And I was like, oh, I wonder if the Massachusetts State Police know that they could have just melted the snow that day like the Patriots do when there's a snowstorm before a game, and they bring out the warming lamps and they melt all the snow on an entire football field. And then they could just see it all littered with taillight. And the fact that they just were waiting for it to reveal itself like it was doing OnlyFans, like, no, that's not how this works. And then I realized that everything was a lie. I was like, if that's a lie, what else was a lie? And I was like, oh, it's all a lie.
It's not like the highest supervisor from Canton Police Department who showed for the scene didn't have a damn tent in his vehicle.
I mean,
Mizzy, what was yours? What was your thing?
That I made me be like, what the hell's going on? The first case I worked on, he had a similar injury as John, and there was a lot of blood, like almost the same area, a lot of blood. Now, granted, because John was in the snow, it would have restricted, and it might have not have been as much, but Brandon has I'll try not to say it too gory, has a whole print of his head. So I'm like, wait a minute. They're saying that John had the same injury. No. And then Kelleher not coming out because he was the highest person in the area, and he should have come out too. And obviously Brian not coming out. But why was there not John's a Boston cop. There should have been cops
everywhere,
from every town in the area. There should have been Stoughton cops, Sharon cops, all on that street. The street would have been shut down. Like Emilie said, bring the warmers over, people guarding the area. This is a Boston cop, for God's sake. And they just were like,
left it.
And And some things that non-locals don't know is that particular neighborhood is filled with cops from all around. Okay. And also Greg Long, who is an upper at Boston Police Department, lives in
Can we just call
Canton.
them a top and a bottom now?
I mean, if you want, Emilie. But yeah, but Greg Long quite literally lives in Canton and wasn't even bothered going to the scene. Now, who knows if he did other things that weekend with some other individuals. The next weekend, I heard he was at the waterfall hanging out with Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, and Tully.
Oh, really?
The next weekend?
Yeah, literally.
So that would be
They
why
have
he
no
released
fear.
that statement that he released.
Correct.
Get it. I got it now. Got it now.
Yeah, they have no.
What was the statement?
No shame.
Basically that Karen did it. The case is done. It's all locked up. You know, this chick did it. You know, I don't. Did he even mention John in that? I don't remember him even like mentioning John. It's weird. Okay, it's weird.
It was weird.
That no police officers showed up to court. It's weird that I can't remember his name, Emilie. The guy that David Yannetti's representing right now, the cop, Boston
O'Malley.
Cop. O'Malley. Have you guys seen the there's cops all around him?
Yeah.
They stand up for him. It's like, this is insanity.
Mm-hmm.
The Boston cop's dead and everybody's like, I get it, because the Boston cop inside the house was more important.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of people on the other side have talked about like John O'Keefe's funeral and how like so many cops were there and oh my God. Well, I found some new photos I don't think have seen very publicly. Thank you, Brian Higgins, for sending me down this rabbit hole for trying to get MICRODOTS indicted on charges. But yeah, that sent me down a rabbit hole, and I have the pictures, and what I'm gonna say is this: yes, there's officers there. No, there's not the amount of officers that should be there. The officers that are there quite literally looked like they're being paid overtime. They don't look like they're there to like they're supposed to be there. And I think a good example of that Greg Connor brings up all the time is he worked on a case. It was Sergeant Mike Chesna from the Weymouth Police Department. And there was another woman that unfortunately lost her life at the same time, Vera Adams, who was in the neighborhood where Chesna was chasing down this suspect. And I will never forget Sergeant Chesna's funeral. And it was in Hanover, Mass. At a small church. And when I tell you the main road on that church where the church sits, it was quite literally minutes and minutes and minutes that you had to walk. Like there was literally drone footage of all of the area of all the officers that went there. Some people like to rebut me by saying, well, Chesna was on duty. It doesn't matter. Because I've also looked at retirees, other officers that have just, maybe had a heart attack or something and passed away. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. Officers always show up for the blue line, and they didn't show up for John. They didn't. We all need to start thinking about why.
It's so heartbreaking that, that two-tiered system that we would keep talking about.
Mm-hmm.
John was tossed to the other side. He was not part of the hierarchy, so he didn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like if they're gonna treat their fellow officer like that, how are they gonna treat us citizens?
That's unbelievable.
Scary. Think about that, people. That is so scary.
Mm-hmm. It's true. It's true. I'm just glad we are doing these FOIA requests, especially during such an important time of an election, but also too, just to start realizing that a lot of the things that we have been told by either the DA's office, mainstream media, or even just witnesses that we've been kind of trying to deal with over the last couple of years, it's really coming all out that they're not being honest. They're really not. They're really not, though. Even as something as so small as like, oh my God, John O'Keefe's funeral had so many cops there. I'm sorry. A couple of dozen is not that much. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. And then you have 5 Massachusetts State Police officers. one of them was filming. I had questions.
How about the fact that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert that same weekend are in New York City? Have you seen the photos from that funeral?
Oh yeah. Oh, she was huge. That's what I mean.
Thousands of police, thousands for blocks. New York City is not, no offense, New York City is not Boston, ladies and gentlemen. It is a massive city, a very 10,000 times the size, seriously, of Boston. Okay. I've had friends from Boston who go to New York City and they're like, I didn't know it was going to be so big. I'm like, that's because people falsely compare them. They shouldn't be compared. I love Boston, but they're very different.
Yeah.
And there's just blocks and blocks. Yes. We like Boston. It's not a Boston, New York thing. It's just massive. And you see for rows and rows and rows and rows. We're talking about city blocks. Blocks and blocks and blocks. Police, blue. People from Boston come into New York. They don't even know these guys.
People from Canton.
People from Canton.
Fucking Berkey and his son. They don't want to tell you that. They don't want to tell you that. Why was Berkey and his son there? Gee, I wonder.
Yeah. It's people really need, especially the people who are like on the, like, they kind of go back and forth whether they think Karen's guilty. These are we're not making these things up.
No.
These are facts that are, out there, and it's easy for you to see. There's so much paper, the papers, as Melanie likes to say, you can go read. Don't listen to us if you don't want. Go read it. Go watch some of the pre-trial hearings. You'll see a lot of the stuff that we're saying. It's not a joke. It's not fake. It's true.
It is true. It's really scary, but it's true.
I mean, the fact that these men were in New York for another officer and then came back in whatever transpired in that house, another officer was dead on a lawn.
Yeah. Absolutely horrific. Scary stuff.
This is why we need Adam Deitch. I think we need to wrap it up now because we're about to get to 9 hours and we can't do that. I need to.
What's that? Who's that? Whoa, it's a marathon.
I thought it was up to 2 in the morning.
It's 11. We started at 2.
You poor guys. Oh my God.
Don't tell me what the good time.
Day.
I know.
I mean, I could talk about this all day and night, but I think that wrapping this up at, what was our grand total? $8,555. The link will still be live. So if you're watching on replay and you got all the way to this point and you haven't donated yet, the link is still live on the description of the video. And it really feels like we saw today, there are so many people that care so much in Norfolk County, outside of Norfolk County, for so many different reasons. Like, everybody's kind of in this for a different reason, because there are so many reasons why what's going on in Norfolk County right now is an injustice to everybody that lives here, and just for the sake of us as humans, that we should not have to count on corrupt people to be the ones who are in charge of our public safety. It is bad. It's bad for business as human beings just living on this earth. And I think we're really doing something here where Adam Deitch is the person that can turn things around. It's a really scary thought to think about him not winning this election. And we have 23 days now to make sure that we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you guys so much for coming on. Mizzy, I could not have gotten through this with anybody else. I appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Thank you for partnering with me again. It was, we raised almost what was the total again?
8,555.
That feels like a lucky number too, unless anybody wants to donate more, and then I'll take more too.
We'll take more.
Maybe the replay crew can get us up to 10. That would be amazing.
I bet they do.
Do it.
You know, first and foremost, everybody who donated, thank you. This is a group effort to get Adam Deitch elected. For everybody who came on and spent some time with us, even though some of it was a little crazy, but hey, it shook up the show a little, you know.
Suffered through the robots.
It happens.
Yes. You know, I had a great time, and I'm so glad that we as a group could do this to help Adam Deitch get elected. This is going to help his campaign so much to put out the videos, to get out to the public more, and just to get his campaign a little more, hopefully over the edge, so he can become the next DA. Thank you, Boozey, for being here.
Always.
Thank you, Sam, for being here. You guys are awesome. Loved talking to you, and of course, Emilie, you know, you're awesome. So love you guys. So
Thank you. You guys are the best. I'm going to end this now. If you are on replay, hold. I didn't get an update. That's okay. We'll update in the morning for people who watched on replay. And hold on. Also, big thank you while we're waiting for one more donation. So just so you guys know, we were doing this with Katie from Adam's team today, who's texting us the updates.
Yes.
So thank you to Katie for taking the entire day to update us every time that a new donation came in. It is nice to know that I think that Adam's team is a reflection of the kind of candidate that he is, the kind of DA he's going to be. He's surrounded by really good people who really care and are really grateful to us and to all of you guys for being this invested. And
I want to thank one other person. Well, I want to thank everybody who came and spoke with us and hung out with us for the day. But somebody that we really need to thank besides Katie is Mazza. Mazza helped so much, and we appreciate you, Mazza. Thank you for riding this journey with us again. It was a little bumpy at times, but we got through it, and you were amazing to get us the numbers for us to let everybody know. So, thank you so much. Again, thank you to everybody who joined us throughout the day, and thank you for everyone who came and talked to us to try to get some more money into Adam's campaign. Be proud.
Good night, everybody. See you next time. We did it.
If you need a place to breathe, some stress to just relieve, then come watch Emilie see, where we keep it drama free. We want justice for John O'Keefe, Aiden and Kelsey, waved bye bye to Morrissey. Let's clean up Norfolk County. Not today. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we say goodnight, just keep one thing in mind. Please like, comment, subscribe.